Okay, welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Mark Benazak and I am Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Stephen Kamper and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of small business, lands, property, multiculturalism and sport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making any comments to the media or others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To witnesses, I welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister Kamper, I remind you that you don't need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Most witnesses who appeared at the initial hearing before this committee also do not need to be sworn in. However, witnesses who are appearing in a different capacity or did not attend the initial round of hearings will now need to be sworn prior to giving evidence. So I'll just call your name and I'll call you forward, and can you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation. Ms Fishburn, we'll start with you.
Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Hawes?
Thank you. Melanie Hawes, the Deputy Secretary for Crown Lands and Public Spaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Walker?
Leon Walker, Deputy Secretary, Property Development and Valuation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence of now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Head?
Graham Head, Secretary of the Department of Customer Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session until 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. And during these sessions there'll be questions from the opposition crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. We will begin with questions from the opposition, but before I do, for the witnesses that are sitting behind us, if you are needing to come forward, can you please bring your name placard with you, just for a record of Hansard.
We haven't sworn in.
You haven't been sworn. You weren't on our list of people needing to be sworn in, but we'll swear you in just so
Just in
we're
case.
covered. Miss Jones.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I'll say my name's Karen Jones. I'm the Chief Executive at the Office of Sport, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr Joseph Laposta, Chief Executive Officer of Multicultural New South Wales. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Mr Stuart McLaughlin, Chief Executive Officer of Valuations New South Wales. I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We'll now start with questions from the opposition. I'm looking...
I'll take it, Chair.
Thank you.
Minister, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Mr.
That's
Fenn.
great. Minister, you remember last time you sort of struggled with my name a little bit? I created this, the Wang Count.
Down.
Now, they've said that it's a prop, so I'm not allowed to use it. However, Minister, I'm going to propose, I'll keep a count here. If you get my name wrong, every time you do it, I reckon you should donate $500 to Sydney Children's Hospital. What do you reckon?
I'll take that first question on notice.
Yeah, fair. Well, I mean, probably like the rest Right, Minister? All right, let's kick off. Minister, how many events has the Honourable Mark Buttigieg attended on your behalf since the 1st of May 2023?
I'm sure that's on record. I really can't give you a number of how many events Mr. Buttigieg's attended. He
It's a
sits
fair
there
amount, isn't it?
and he supports me
Is it a fair
as
amount?
the PALSEC. And hopefully it's a fair amount because we want to be out there and connecting up with our multicultural communities, and
Can
that's
you-
what
can
we're
you take the
doing.
number on notice?
And the fact that we've got a great representative like
Can you take the
Mark.
number on notice?
take the number on notice.
Take the number on notice? Okay. Is it more or less than the number of events that you've attended yourself in the multicultural space?
I've attended multicultural events regularly every week. There's a number of multicultural events. I think my wife would take offence to you suggesting that I haven't attended a lot of events.
We're not here to...
Yeah,
we're not here to-
I
Minister,
don't know what you're
Well,
trying
no,
to get to,
I'm-
but I don't know what you're referring to. I think last time you referred to
Minister,
a diary in relation to events. Events aren't included, aren't disclosed in that diary. I think you may have gotten that wrong in the past
Minister,
and
it's a
thought
simple
that
question.
they were. But
It's a simple question. Have you attended more or less cultural events, multicultural events, than the Honourable Mark Buttigieg?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Can you take that on notice as
I'll take it
well?
on notice as well,
Thank you.
yeah.
Mr. Buttigieg has been very dedicated in attending multicultural events. Are you grooming Mr. Buttigieg to be your successor as the Minister for Multiculturalism?
I'm not grooming anyone to
Probably
succeed.
should be. No? Have you attended more corporate boxes than cultural events since you became the Minister?
No.
No? Are you confident on that?
You asked the question, I gave you the answer.
Okay, excellent. Speaking of the parliamentary secretaries, given the Premier has said we don't have a foreign policy in the state, we don't have a Minister for Foreign Affairs, the people of New South Wales elect us to solve the problems in New South Wales, and I can understand that people feel passionately about international affairs, but honestly, if that's your passion and that's where your desires are, your policy interests are, we'll run for federal parliament. Minister, why hasn't the Honourable Anthony D'Adam MLC been stood down as the parliamentary secretary?
It's not my call.
It's not your
I
call?
mean, that's not
Are
really
you-
a question
are
that
you not
relates to
you're not
my
the Minister for
activities as a minister.
Multiculturalism?
I am the Minister for Multiculturalism.
Okay, you don't take
And
any
I do-
responsibility for that?
I take responsibility for helping the community within New South Wales when it's going through really,
you don't
really
take
difficult times.
responsibility for
And
the
we
comments
have
of
a
your
concerted
backbenchers and your
focus
parliamentary
on.
secretaries?
Can we just...
Chair, can I have one question at a time without him?
Yeah, can we just stop the continue interjecting over top of each other, otherwise Hansard can't hear.
That's fair.
Well, I'm answering the question and
Mr.
he's
Kamper,
interjecting on top of me. I'm not.
Yeah, can you proceed to finish answering the question without interruption from the honourable member?
My focus as the Minister of Multiculturalism, together with my the fabulous representation at Multicultural New South Wales, is to engage with the community during really tough times, and that's what you're referring to, a real difficult period of conflict overseas. And
I'm going to redirect you now, Minister, because that's not what I was referring to. What I was referring to was the comments of the Honourable Anthony D'Adam. Why is he still the Parliamentary Secretary? Have you made representations to the Premier?
I haven't made new representations of the Premier.
That means when a genocide is occurring, like what is happening now, countries like Australia and the rest of the world must take action to prevent it. That's what the Honourable Anthony D'Adam said in New South Wales Parliament. Do you agree with his comments?
On a point of order, Chair,
Yep.
the honourable members made the very valid point, as has the Premier, that none of these are within state jurisdiction. These are all federal government matters under foreign policy, under the Australian Constitution. So why should a state minister be subject to questions about foreign policy when we have zero jurisdiction for this and waste a huge amount of time on something that is nothingness out there in the public debate?
To the point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
These are comments made by a member of New South Wales Parliament. This is the Minister for Multiculturalism. This relates to an issue which is of concern to the multicultural community in New South Wales. It's a valid question for the Minister to answer.
Thank you. Any other further comments from anyone? While I might agree with Mr. Latham's comments about relevance, any member of this place is free to ask any questions how they see fit. If others see it as a waste of time, that's up to them. If the member wants to pursue this path, he can, and the Minister can answer accordingly as he sees fit.
Minister, do you agree with the Honourable Anthony Diadam?
Anthony Diadam is entitled to have his own opinion and express that opinion.
And express it
use
in
the-
Parliament?
Well, he's entitled to do.
Have
what he likes as a
you
parliamentarian.
apologised to the Jewish community for the comments of the Honourable Anthony Diadam?
I haven't apologised to any community for the.
You don't
comments
feel
that
that you need to? You don't feel the Premier needs to?
We've been quite clear throughout this whole period of conflict, and let's keep in mind, Mr. Fang, there's been an enormous loss of human life throughout this whole period. It's a very, very sensitive issue.
Yeah, which is why those comments in the Parliament are probably unhelpful.
The last thing we want to be doing is, is stirring the pot even more. And I tend to feel
yet you're not reining in your parliamentary
is
secretaries.
actually doing that. I tend to feel that your questioning's doing that. And
your parliamentary secretaries are doing that.
I am really serious.
Order.
There's one thing that I've been fairly serious in terms of working on over the last since the October 7th incident has been trying to keep peace within our community, trying to keep peace within our multicultural communities, just passing commentary every single day as the Minister for Multiculturalism in New South Wales.
Minister, I read the note you were handed. Read the note you were handed.
The Honourable Wes Fang, Chair, not only asks questions but continues to try to answer them as well.
Well,
again,
the
I
Minister's
would
not
ask
answering
Order.
them. The Minister's
Order.
not answering them, so...
Order.
The Minister
I'll hear-
respond, and then the Honourable Member can continue to then ask questions.
The Honourable Peter Primrose is correct. It's a very simple proposition. Question, answer, question, answer. You might disagree with the answer being given or how it's being answered. That's for the follow-up question, not for shouting over the top of.
Well, at the moment...
The Minister has the call, and then once he's finished with
It's
that
question
answer,
blabber,
then
question blabber at the
you
moment.
can ask your follow-up question. Minister.
Minister,
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, look, we've got a successful
did you read the note yet?
multicultural society in New South Wales. And one thing we want to, probably one of the most successful in the world. The one thing we want to do, want to protect, is that
I'll redirect now because I'm not getting anywhere with this. Minister, you made an election commitment to review the New South Wales Government's advertising practices to ensure the role of the independent multicultural media is elevated and supported. What's the status of the review?
well, we've.
There's your note.
No.
Have a look.
The review we called the review, and it's been it's actually it's been conducted
Somewhere?
through Minister Dibbs' office, obviously.
At least he's competent.
But yes, he is competent.
He's good,
a
yeah, he's
fantastic
good.
minister. I
Yeah.
sit here and talk about Minister Dibb
Yep.
all day.
We
if
won't,
you like,
though.
and
We
I'm
won't, though. We
very
won't, though.
happy to do that. And from
Why
what
did
I
you,
understand,
Minister, why did you take?
Or-
Why did the review take well over 100 days of you being in government before it started?
that's well, look. The review is the review was committed by us prior election, as it was a campaign commitment at the time.
Right.
And that was because
So when did you release the results?
Order. Let him finish his answer, please, Mr. Fang.
look, as I said earlier, the
He's
Department
well
of Customer Service has undertaken the extensive stakeholder engagement. This so we can get it right, so we don't have a situation like we had during COVID when ethnic communities weren't communicated with the risks of COVID at the time. Right. So it was really important
So
that
what's the
we
outcome-
get this right and
what's
make
the outcome
sure
of the review?
that we distribute look, I might pass to Joseph Laposta, who was
We can ask
oversaw
Mr.
the
Laposta.
review.
We can
And
ask Mr.
no,
Laposta
I think
Thanks,
you've
Minister.
asked a question.
All right.
I'd like to get the facts out there.
Good
So
morning.
you can learn yourself, is that right?
Good morning, Mr. Fang. My team, led very ably by our Director of Communications, has been working very closely with the Department of Customer Service
Yep.
to make sure that the voice of our independent multicultural media agencies is heard and understood.
Yep.
You're quite right, Mr. Fang. There was a commitment made
Usually
by
am.
the incoming government around reviewing the spend to multicultural media. And as the Minister said, I think it was one of the key election pillars around trying to boost the investment in that space to make sure that the lived experiences and also the blockages that we'd occurred previously in communicating with multicultural communities were addressed. I'm pleased to say that review is concluded and that Cabinet's made a decision, but as Minister Kamper said before, it really is a decision for Minister Dibb to announce, and I believe that a decision is imminent on that. And I would also like to acknowledge and thank...
estimates, is it?
I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the independent multicultural media organisation that we've been working very closely with for their time and energy in sort of helping us co-design this process as well.
That's how you answer a question, Minister.
And just on that point, in terms of the interviews, how many outlets were interviewed as part of the review?
I can take the specifics of that on notice, Mr. Farlow.
Yeah, thank you. That was good.
That's absolutely right.
Minister, were multicultural media provided an opportunity to give feedback as part of the review? Which outlets were provided the opportunity, and how did you select them?
Well,
I think Mr. Laposta's busting the answer.
Well, how they were selected. I'd pass back on to Joe in relation to give us the detail.
Thanks, Mr. Fang. Thanks, Minister. With respect, there was some strong representation made to the aspiring now government in the lead up to the election around some commitments that the Victorian government had made about an additional investment in the multicultural media spend. We've worked with a number of the really important organisations, to be frank, that my agency has partnered with for over 40 years. Chinese Daily, Chinese Herald, a number of the Arabic-speaking publications, a number of the Vietnamese-speaking, one who's on our advisory board, Mr. David Jiang, who does a fantastic job in communicating with communities down in southwestern Sydney. To be honest, I would estimate, and I'm happy to take the specifics on notice, Mr. Fang and Mr. Farlow, but there would probably be about 15 to 20 different publications in the room, helping and designing solutions for what's best to help the New South Wales government take forward the multicultural sort of media proposal and help guide Minister Dibb and Minister Kamper and the Cabinet in terms of a decision that, I guess, considered all the different perspectives. Because one of the challenges that we have, I think, in terms of how we're currently looking at multicultural media is there's a tendency to overestimate the reach of the digital footprint that we can have, and that doesn't necessarily help people like the Minister's extended family, my own extended family, and
Mr.
others.
Laposta, thank you for that very comprehensive answer. I'm just going to move on. Minister, are you aware that this review undertaken by the Department of Customer Service did not actually address any of the issues that multicultural media outlets were raising?
No, I'm not aware of that. I actually, I don't accept that. A lot of the multicultural media units that came to me prior to the election were calling for a greater percentage of spend on multicultural
Minister,
media. If I can complete my answer.
I'm going to redirect now. Are you aware of what the actual issues affecting multicultural media right now are?
Well, essentially, their concerns were that they've been delivered content for them to introduce into their media distribution to communities, but they weren't getting paid for it. That's what the greatest concern was at the time.
Are you confident of that?
I'm very confident of that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why they called for a greater.
It's all right.
They called for a greater percentage of spend to the multicultural media groups, and essentially, and that's what they were fighting for. They wanted 15% of overall media spend going to the multicultural media groups. That was their key issue at the time. And that's why they advised that they weren't.
Thank you, Minister. I'll pass now to my colleague.
Thank you, Minister. How are you, Minister?
Good, thank you.
Very good. Minister, you may remember we had a discussion last time around the Speedway, and we had some discussion that, and Ms Hawes indicated that you had been made aware of the progress with negotiating a new operator for the Speedway, and you indicated your dealings with motorsport in New South Wales. So you understand that the Speedway now has a new operator?
Yes, I do.
Were you involved in that decision at all?
No, that was a decision that through Minister Scully's office.
Okay, so were you consulted about that before the appointment of the new operator for the Speedway?
No, I wasn't.
No, you weren't. And with respect to the Speedway, do you have concerns that this $110 million Speedway is still not operational?
Obviously, I'd like to see the Speedway operational, but yeah, I don't have any specific concerns. I haven't had much to do with that. As I said earlier, it's under Minister.
So you don't have any
Scalia's
specific
responsibility.
concerns about the operation of the Speedway?
I don't have definitive issues because I'm not across the issues there. I'm not across that detail. It's not within my remit, Mr. Fang.
And Minister, were you made aware, or did you have any discussions with the Minister for Planning concerning Western Sydney International Dragway acting as the venue manager for the Speedway?
Look, I might pass that over to Mel Hawes, who's had...
Yes, Ms. Hawes.
Yeah, no, thank you. These questions are more appropriately raised in Minister Scully's session.
I understand that, but this is the Minister for Sport, and the Minister for Sport does have operation over the regulation of the motor vehicle and the motor racing
But
industry.
the Minister has no role in the decision about leasing or subleasing.
No,
on
I'm
that
just
site.
asking if he's been consulted about that or
No.
informed. So, yes, and that's a question for the Minister. And Minister, were you aware that the Sydney International Speedway Proprietary Limited was registered 9 days before they were announced as the venue operator?
No, I wasn't aware. It's as I said, it's under Minister Scully's responsibility, so
Yep.
I'm sure you can probably keep that question and ask Mr.
And
Scully.
Minister, are you aware of Mr. Troy Boldy at all? Does that name ring a bell to you, or no?
That's right.
So Mr. Troy Boldy has purported to be the CEO of the Speedway. Are you aware if he's come to the attention of the Office of Sport in any other areas?
Yeah, just from what I've read in the in the newspaper in relation to that, but I could pass you on to Karen, who's got probably a greater understanding of what's
Yes, Ms.
happening there.
Jones.
Thank you, Minister. I can advise from the Office of Sport's perspective, yes, we apply the administration of the regulation, and so therefore they would need to apply for a licence to operate the Speedway. We have received an application for that licence and it's currently under assessment. That application was made by another person and not Mr. Boldy.
Minister, are you aware that Mr. Boldy also operated the Wollongong kart track and that the Office of Sport cancelled the motor vehicle racing ground licence for the Wollongong kart raceway?
No, not aware.
Is
Wasn't
the
aware
Office
of
of
that.
Sport aware of that?
Yes, we are aware of that.
Yep. Do you think it's appropriate for somebody who had a licence cancelled with the Wollongong racetrack to be operating the $110 million Sydney Speedway? Minister?
Yeah, but back to Karen. I mean,
You don't know?
I'm not familiar. I'm
Do you
not
have
familiar
an,
with it.
Minister,
I'm not
do you have an
across
opinion
all
on
the
this?
detail on
Do you have an
it.
opinion,
I don't-
Minister?
I don't have a
I can't ask
strict
bureaucrats
opinion.
their opinion, but I can ask you as the Minister your opinion. Do you have an opinion on whether it is appropriate for somebody who has been struck off before and had a motor vehicle racing ground licence revoked from your office to be put in charge of a $110 million speedway?
Well, look, I'll ask you. I can't form an opinion because I'm not across the detail.
You should be
As I
across the
said to you
detail,
earlier.
Minister.
No,
Minister, if I can answer, the Minister has not yet seen the application for the licence because the licence is still with the Office of Sport under assessment, and so therefore the Minister should not be across that level of detail until such time as he's received advice from the Office of Sport around the appropriateness of issuing that licence.
And
if
with
I could
res-
also clarify, the Minister has no role in the leasing or subleasing of the facilities and the site, and Mr. Boldy is not a director of the Speedway.
So you take it that a 76-year-old woman, Yvonne Boldy, is actually acting as the director
I
of the
think
Speedway?
these questions are more appropriately framed towards Minister Scully, but you asked a question as to Troy Boldy's role. He's an employee in the Speedway.
And he is purported to be the CEO of
He
that
has,
Speedway.
and in my other portfolio, we've taken steps to address that behaviour, which I'm happy to provide more fulsome responses.
Okay, I'm sure we will be
to
raising
Minister
this next
Scully.
week as well. And Minister, with respect to the Speedway, are you confident that the Speedway season will start as has been advertised in March?
well, again,
It'll
it's the plan. So, but if Karen, if you've got any information that may suggest that there may be a delay or whatever. please.
Thank you, Minister. The Office of Sport is aware of their desire to conduct events. We are working towards that timeframe, but we do need to go through a due process in accordance with the legislation and assess the application before us. And like I've already given evidence on today, that application has been received by the Office of Sport and is currently under assessment.
Well, it's nice to see that the Office of Sport goes through due process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now pass to the crossbench starting with Ms Hurst, then I'll throw to Mr Latham.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister. Minister, you are responsible for Crown land, is that correct?
That's correct.
Can I ask what the current status is of the lease of Crown land at Wentworth Park to Greyhound Breeders, Owners and Training Association?
So the current, probably throw to me to update on the current
Yeah,
state. If that's okay, it's an operational kind of question.
That's okay.
with
Minister,
me.
I might, while we're finding a bit more information there, it was announced under the previous government that the Greyhound racing track would be closed by 2027. Is that still your intention, to end the lease?
So if I'm able to just clarify the status, there's currently a licence which runs to 2027. There is a proposal that the space is returned to open space, but there's no decision has been made at this point. There is currently a licence in place.
Thank you. Minister?
Well, there's no decision's been made at this time.
So the previous government announced that it would be closed by 2027, so you're saying that Labor's not supporting that decision, that you're reconsidering it?
Well, at this stage, we're reconsidering. We're looking at options there into the future. So whether it'll be closed and what form it could take into the future, I think that's under consideration.
I understand from relevant stakeholders, including the City of Sydney Council, have been waiting for the new Labor government to indicate their position and whether they're going to uphold the previous government commitment to end the lease. Why is there a hold-up on making that decision? I understand there's been correspondence to the relevant ministers about that decision. What's changed? Why is that now under reconsideration?
We're just looking at a variety of options and looking and considering the activity in and around that area with the new fish market and the proposed development and residential development in and around Blackwater Bay. What would complement that whole area overall? And we're looking at the options, maybe even continuing potentially the continuity of some form of racing, but also that precinct as there's great opportunity there to introduce other activities, more community-based activities.
So sorry,
in
for the
conjunction
use of
with-
that Crown land. So
Yes, for
you
that
said that you're
Crown land.
considering continuing.
We're considering looking at a variety of options there.
options. So the original plan to turn into green space is no longer.
Well, it's a lot of it's open space, it's green space, and how we utilise that. We haven't got a fixed view on that right now. We're just looking at a variety of options, as I said.
Is there any, as part of those considerations, is there any consideration to ending the lease earlier than 2027, given that this has now been identified as one of the most dangerous greyhound tracks in Australia? 11 injuries occurred just on Saturday and 1 death of a dog. So is that part of the considerations as well, to actually end the lease earlier?
Well, that's not part of the considerations. We know that there's a lease that's going to end at a certain date, and we've accepted that is the case.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? I mean, obviously then...
There hasn't been consideration to close the operations or to end the lease agreement before the...
Is this something that you've been briefed on at all?
No, I haven't had a detailed briefing
If I could
on
clarify, the role of Crown Lands is the landowner, so other parties are involved in decisions about the
Yep,
future use of the
absolutely.
land, but the current situation is that there's a licence till 2027.
Thank you. With that in mind, Minister, have you met with the Minister for Racing or the Minister for Planning, as obviously, they will be part of that as well? And have you had any meeting with them, given that this is Crown land and will fall under your portfolio as well as theirs?
Look, just general discussions about the options on that land and what could be there in the future, and we're just working through ideas at the moment.
So how many meetings have you had with those ministers about this?
It may not even been meetings, but in phone calls, conversations, maybe not formal meetings.
Is there a timeline on when you're going to be making a decision?
No, it's just been general conversation at this stage, but we will in the future look at, nutting out what the best options are.
So when can we expect a decision?
Well,
This
I can't
year?
give you, I can't give that.
I'm not
Maybe
asking for a
this year,
specific date.
Maybe this year, maybe early next year. I can't give you that.
It's just that everything sounds a little bit
but it's
loose and
but
waffly at the moment.
You're not going to get me to give you a date right
So
now.
I just said I don't need a
Something
date.
hasn't even progressed.
Minister, I've just said I
sort of-
don't need a date from you.
Yeah.
I understand that you're not at that stage yet.
Yeah.
What I'm asking for is obviously some certainty for the City of Sydney Council, but also for the greyhound racing industry, everyone that's involved in this decision. The answers that you're giving me today are very waffly about the fact that it's on the table, you're having casual conversations, but there's no timeline, no decisions.
We will continue and have formal conversations moving forward, but at this stage, it's just early stages of conversation. So you asked me, where we are. I'm trying to give you, the best description of where we are.
Minister, at your last appearance in October 2023, I asked you about concerns regarding the use of personal information supplied by Valuations New South Wales by a former New South Wales solicitor to target vulnerable people to try to get their properties on the cheap. And I asked you whether you were aware of the concerns, and you said it was a concern that, and I'll read this straight off Hansard, just been brought to you. However, I have correspondence showing that the issue's been raised with you long before the estimates. In fact, you had responded to those concerns on the 7th of June prior to estimates. I can hand you up a copy of your letter and the letter that you received. Would you like to correct the record from your previous answer that you'd only just heard about the issues?
Yeah, look, I appreciate that. I appreciate that may have been how you interpreted my response, but my intended reference was to what was said in the question rather than the issue in totality. The way it was described in the question is what had just been brought to my attention. I was and remain aware of the privacy issues surrounding the provision of property sales information, and I understand that these issues have been addressed by Valuation New South Wales on behalf of the Valuer General. It's also important to note that the Privacy Commissioner has confirmed that the improvements made satisfy the relevant privacy concerns. And for any specific details about the steps taken by Valuation New South Wales, I'd ask that these be directed to Mr McLaughlin in his capacity as CEO of Valuation New South Wales.
And I will obviously have more questions for Mr McLaughlin this afternoon. But Minister, are you aware that this former solicitor is still apparently trawling court lists and distributing lists of people facing repossession? Are you aware that's still occurring?
I might pass Mr McLaughlin because I'm not aware.
Mr
But
McLaughlin
Mr
won't be able to
McLaughlin
tell me whether or not you are aware.
No, well, I'm not. I'm not aware.
You're
No.
not aware of it. So 2 lists have been provided to my office that were distributed this month, containing the addresses of numerous people who are potentially facing repossession of their homes. Does that concern you that that information is still being distributed?
Well, it concerns me that information has been utilised in that fashion, of course. But I mean, public property data, property information has been it's been on public record forever and a day. So how
Minister,
how
you
it's
do realise
manipulated-
that other states have actually made sure that that information isn't provided in that way, and it's just occurring in New South Wales.
I might just ask Mr McLaughlin.
Sorry,
to answer.
Minister. Again, the question was, are you aware of that? I have a lot of questions that I'm sure Mr McLaughlin will be able to answer this afternoon, but my question is, are you aware that Northern Territory, ACT, Tasmania, South Australia and Victoria, that information isn't provided in the same way it is in New South Wales, where people can be targeted in the way that they have been in New South Wales?
Well, I'm not aware specifically in terms of the differences between what information they do provide and we provide.
Have you been fully briefed on this issue as well, Minister? Or have you sought a briefing
Probably sort of briefed,
from
yeah,
Mr
and I've been
McLaughlin?
spoken to about it, but in terms of the particular detail and the comparison between what data is provided in one state and all the other states compared to ours, I haven't got that sitting in my head. in terms of the differences between the data.
What steps is your department taking that you're aware of then that, to ensure compliance with the privacy protections that have currently been put in place?
So, Mr. McLaughlin again, just to give you the great detail.
I won't use
It's the
Mr.
department.
Latham's time. I will speak
Yeah.
with Mr. McLaughlin this afternoon.
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Minister. Just back on Wentworth Park, isn't the key fact that the decision of the previous government to terminate the lease, or not renew it, was predicated on Jabota wanting to leave Wentworth Park, but Jabota's now flipped and said they want to stay.
Well-
And they're not making any plans to move anywhere else. It's the preeminent greyhound racing facility in the state, and it's a big deal and a big project and a lot of money to move them to a different facility, along with the football teams that play in the centre of the racetrack. So why would the government want to even be thinking about moving on Jabota now they've said that they don't want to move?
Well, that's right. That's right, Mr. Latham. And that's why we're looking at a variety of options, because there has been an interest to continue, and we're looking at what that would look like, and how we can better activate and get better value out of that side, and how we can all work together to do that, and have a mix of potentially community offerings there, maybe even revitalise activity, make it a real place that community can enjoy, and even attract tourism. Tourism to that
Well, I'm a
site.
tourist
So-
from Western Sydney when
Yeah.
I visit there and really enjoy it. So I hope it stays there.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it cost billions for the government to move the facility, given the cost of the grandstand, the track, the facilities? And you couldn't expect Jabota to do that.
And these are all
So the
things-
government's not examining the billions that are needed to move them to a different facility.
Yeah, well, what we're looking at is getting the best outcome, and if it can be a great financial outcome for the state. I mean, we should also consider that it's prudent if we can get a positive outcome there without it being of enormous cost to the state and enormous cost to move organisations. I think.
But there's no work underway on costing moving them to a different site.
Not at
which-
this
which
stage,
we'd be
no.
doing. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely not.
Just on a different relocation proposal, the government's received an unsolicited proposal from the Australian Turf Club to sell Rosehill Racecourse and the land around there for housing, and to move the training facility, quite substantial. It houses the facilities of Chris Waller, Australia's leading thoroughbred racing trainer, to move them to Crown land in and around the Sydney International Equestrian Centre at Horsley Park. What work's been undertaken on the feasibility of that?
I'll pass that on to Karen. See what.
So the unsolicited proposal process is actually managed through the Cabinet Office and not necessarily the Office of Sport. Of course, we are absolutely aware of the desire of the ATC to build a centre of excellence in a co-located fashion at the Equestrian Centre, at the Sydney International Equestrian Centre at Horsley Park. And we are happy to provide advice in relation to that co-location, as well as any sort of consultation process
what
with the
advice have you
stakeholders.
provided so far?
We have not as yet, because the unsolicited proposal process is in its very early stages, and
Right,
the
so
Office
there's
of
no
Sport-
work undertaken on the feasibility of it. Like, I mean,
Not from the office- not from the Office of
A
Sport.
proper racehorse training track is an enormous space of land, along with the stables, the walking machines, the swimming pools. Is there enough land on this facility? I would have doubted there's enough land on this facility to accommodate the relocation. Is that
So,
right?
I mean, the actual planning of that facility and the spatial requirements of that facility are not yet defined. I know that the ATC have been doing stakeholder consultation based on their own desires for the area, but in terms of the Office of Sport providing a specific and formal response to that, we have not yet been asked to do so.
No one's looked at the feasibility of the size of the land, if equestrian facilities need to be moved out, the cost of it.
I think you'll
Nobody's
find.
done anything on it
I
so
think you'll
far.
find that the ATC are currently out there doing some consultation on that. They might already
Have they
have some
consulted
spatial
with- have they
plans.
consulted with you?
We have met with them, also with the Cabinet Office, of course, in line with the unsolicited proposal process. But for the Office of Sport, we will be providing advice once we're formally asked to.
What was the outcome of your meeting?
The outcome of the meeting was a walk around the site.
Okay, and do you think
Just
there's enough land
familiarising
there?
everybody
do
with the
you think
site.
there's enough land there for
I
a
think
major training
I think it's
facility?
too early to tell at
Too
this
early to
stage.
tell?
Yep,
Right,
too
but
early
what's
to tell.
your own estimation from having walked around the site?
Oh, look, I don't have the specific dimensions or the plans of what the ATC want to put on that site. Again, that's all through the
Well, they
unsolicited
want to put
proposal
on there the
process.
training facility that they've got at Rose Hill. Could you fit Rose
I
Hill onto
wouldn't-
the land you've got at SIAC?
Look, I wouldn't say that it is an exact replica of what they would want. Obviously, being the Australian Turf Club, and anybody that would want to move to a new location would also like to contemporise their facilities and make sure that they're
bigger and more modern.
Well, I don't know if bigger is also what they're seeking. I think that is a conclusion that perhaps you're drawing, and not necessarily a position for the Office of Sport to make at
Well, I've
this
spoken to
stage.
some of the trainers, and they're expecting a more modern facility with updated facilities for their horses that would be bigger than what they've got at the moment. Could you fit Rose Hill onto vacant land at SIAC?
Well, that's not the proposal. The
But
proposal.
I'm asking, could you? Well, it's certainly what has been
Well,
spoken of publicly.
That's not. I'm not prepared to comment on that, Mr.
Okay, you've got no
Latham.
opinion. You walked around the site, but you've got no opinion.
No, Mr. Latham, that's not the proposal. The proposal is for a centre of excellence on our site, not a brand new racecourse.
No, the racecourse is the training facility. You understand that they get up in the morning at 4 a.m. and they train the horses and they run around the track that exists at Rose Hill right now. It's a racetrack that's also used as a training facility. Is there enough space for a training facility at SIAC?
Mr. Latham, we will consider the process of the proposal that is put to us through the unsolicited proposal process. I'm not prepared to speculate today about what can and can't fit.
And what about the concern of Chris Waller that it's too hot at Horsley Park, and he'd prefer, if government did this, to relocate to Melbourne, which would be a tragedy for New South Wales racing and tourism and investment and income, because we'd lose Australia's best racehorse trainer to another state.
I would suggest that the temperature difference between Rose Hill and Horsley Park is marginal. In fact, we actually have a station, a weather station, actually located on our site. So if whoever's making those representations to you, sorry, I forgot his name, but whoever's making representations to you, if they want to have a look at that weather station, Chris Waller. My apologies for that. Yep.
Okay, you don't know who Chris Waller is?
I do know who Chris Waller is.
Okay. And have you had any consultation with him to address his concerns? He's
Uh,
talking
again,
about moving
all-
to Melbourne. You know, I think we need to get ahead of the curve here and make sure we keep Australia's
Mr.
biggest and
Latham.
best racehorse trainer in our state. Like, I mean, the whole Volandis model of racing is we fight against Victoria. I think it's foolish to do so. Why would we be putting forward a proposal now where we lose our biggest and best trainer to the other state that's supposed to be our enemy?
Mr. Latham, I'm going to take that more as a comment as opposed to a question.
that's fair
From
enough. I suppose
from
it
the
was a
Office of
comment.
Sport's point of view, we will follow the right process, the unsolicited proposal process, and we will consider the proposal once it's tabled to
Is
us.
there a timetable for turning the unsolicited proposal into something other than a thought bubble?
That's a question for the Cabinet Office, not for the Office of Sport.
And Minister, we unfortunately lost Minister Crackenthorpe over this, but has there been any progress with the Hunter Newcastle Sporting Precinct redevelopment, a business plan from Venues New South Wales?
With Venues New South Wales, it's, I just want to say that we've focused on our business model over the last 12 months. It's been about getting the greatest outcome, financial outcome, on our asset base, and it's all about generating and continuing to generate positive revenue moving forward, so we can work on upgrading and improvements and changes to whether it's the Hunter or whether it's the south down at the south coast at Wynn Stadium there, and improving those precincts and doing what we can do there. We're currently looking at that at the moment. The Hunter Park, the Hunter Park redevelopment, it is a transformational project that the people of Newcastle and the wider Hunter deserve. Venues New South Wales has completed the initial stage of planning for the revitalised precinct, including a new entertainment centre and a relocation of harness racing that will result in a connected and thriving sports and entertainment destination. And Hunter Park will attract local, national and international sport and entertainment events and turbocharge the Hunter visitor.
Well, so the government's committed to this redevelopment, and when do you expect the final business plan to be available and made public to the people of Newcastle?
Oh, look, I'll take that on notice if that's okay.
And on another great sporting venture, are you happy with the success of the UFC, which I find where I live is very, very popular. Very popular. Fills the pubs and everyone's interested in it. Has there been an evaluation of the success of the initial UFC in Sydney, and when's the next one coming up? Because we're all looking forward to it.
Well, that was funded by Destinations New South Wales, but I was exceptionally happy with
You're
the
the
success
spearhead of it. What's the evaluation?
It was there was something like 100 million people tuned into the city of Sydney, and I was quite surprised by the support for UFC, by the amount of women that love the fight, professional people, a cross section of the community, which really got behind it. It was, I think we had, 18,000 spectators there on the day who were able to enjoy the event. Now, I think the next event, I don't know if the date's been set yet. I'm not sure about that. But
Destination New South Wales.
Destination New South Wales will have that information for you. But it was an amazing success, and there's another two events under the agreement with UFC.
Fantastic. That's
Thank
great
you.
news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Back to the opposition.
Minister, I'll pick up actually from Mr. Latham's line of questioning with respect to Rose Hill and the Australian Turf Club. You were at a boardroom lunch with the Australian Turf Club on the 14th of November. Was there any discussion from them about the sale of Rose Hill at that stage?
There
and
was
the redevelopment for housing?
no discussion with me in relation to...
Has anyone had any discussions with you prior to the announcement about the redevelopment of Rose Hill for housing?
No, well, there's been general discussions with many people around that. It's been a big ticket item in the media.
Prior to the announcement? Not post the announcement, but
No.
prior to the announcement? No discussions with Morris Yema or Graham Richardson in that regard?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, what is affordable housing defined as?
Affordable housing is essentially a discounted rental home that could be available to people, for key workers, or, that require housing.
Okay, Minister, in terms of the definition, so that you think is the
That
actual
generally,
definition?
yeah. I mean, it's there. It's housing that's available for members of the community, such as key workers that are requiring housing, and it has a discount environment. The owner of the property is bound to a discounted framework.
So,
And
Minister, let me
generally-
help you out with this a little bit here. So,
Yeah.
are you a discount to market rate kind of guy, or are you a percentage of income kind of guy when it comes to affordable housing? Where do you think it should line up?
A percentage.
Of income?
What are you referring to?
Well, it's affordable housing, so
Yeah.
how do you think it should be defined? Is it defined as a discount to market rate, or is it defined as a percentage of a person's income?
Look, I haven't really thought about the definition, which one, how it should be defined. But
Well, Minister, this
I'll
is
push
very
over.
important because you are,
This
in
is
fact...
Minister Jackson's...
No, you may say that, Minister.
yeah,
You may say that,
yeah,
Minister. But Minister,
you
you
try.
are the lead minister when it comes to the land audit.
Yeah.
Part of the land audit is a 30% affordable housing requirement. I would think that the minister who is responsible for that land audit would actually understand what affordable housing is.
The land audit is establishing unused government land that could be made available to deliver on our housing policy and housing delivery. So, but so that's the purpose of the land audit, to provide the details of that land. Now, I don't know how you're extending it to the question in relation to the setting.
And Minister, I can help with that if you'd like.
Leon,
You might need it.
Well, yeah, the minister's role is to identify land that can be used for residential purposes. It's not to come up with the government's policy on what is affordable housing or the eventual use of that land. So I don't think it's appropriate that the minister should be.
But you will concede that affordable housing is a big part of that land audit and about delivering affordable housing for the people in New South Wales.
No, the land audit is about identifying land that is suitable for residential use. What is then developed on the land and the percentage of affordable and social housing is determined by another part of government.
Yes, but it is a key government policy when it comes to that. But let's talk about the Land Audit Minister. You're, of course, responsible for the audit of government land with potential to provide housing, which the Premier announced in May and said would be completed within months. Considering it's been 9 months since the Premier made these comments, when is the audit set to be completed?
Well, the audit's ongoing. We're developing, we're developing a list of land that is most appropriate to get to produce the. Well, it's an ongoing process, and if you want to know the details in terms of where we are on it by percentile, I can ask Leon to provide you that information.
So,
Minister, you're supposed to be across the detail.
On a point
Yeah.
of order, Chair, it's not that hard to actually ask a question, and most of these comments are coming forward as statements. So can we have questions, please, as per the
Order.
standing
I'm hearing the
orders?
point of order from Mr. Latham, not the commentary
As
from
per
Mr.
the
Fang.
standing orders, questions are actually needed.
Yes, that is correct.
Answers are also needed.
No, I'm talking, you're listening. Okay, we'll try to listen.
so Minister,
It's a question, not a comment.
Minister, given you're saying in terms of the development of the list, has the developmental portion of each long list site been assessed yet?
There's a component that has been assessed, and there's been a prioritised list that's there. One thing we need to appreciate that the housing requirement moving forward is about I think 75,000 a year under just normal settings. We'd achieve probably 50,000 a year in New South Wales. What the audit's trying to establish is a component of land, or it will establish a component of government land that can be utilised towards increasing the delivery of housing in the state. Now, what we expect is potentially that the government land holdings could contribute to about 10,000 a year on average. So that's a very big part of the shortfall that we have currently. And I think we shouldn't take offence to a land audit, Mr. Farlow.
I'm not taking offence, Minister. I'm asking where it's
I
at.
think it's really, really important.
Minister,
work,
I'm asking-
and we're doing that, and we're doing that as we go, and we'll categorise that, and we'll prioritise.
Minister, your
But I
own
might ask
minister,
Leon just to clarify.
No, Minister, I'm
that
just going to
some
put to you.
of the-
No, I'm going to put to you as the minister. Your own methodology stated that the developmental portion of each long list site would be assessed by Q3 2023. Was that completed?
Minister, if I can add. The New South Wales government is probably the largest landowner in Australia, and so the process, as the Minister pointed out, will be ongoing. We've assessed about 3,500 lots to this point. From that, a short list has been identified of a percentage. A number of those sites have been identified for further assessment, and they will be going to the government for determination, which is obviously a cabinet and confidence process. But that process is ongoing, and I would expect that would continue in at least the next, 2 to 3 years ahead. I mean, that's the volume of properties that we're looking at.
Okay, well, let's get to the shortlist. So, wasn't it the case that on the shortlist that 30 sites per tranche would be investigated for primary due diligence by the end of Q3 2023? Did that occur?
That's an estimate. So the actual number depends on the attributes of the site. So the process, as you've alluded to, is that we simply look at a particular site. We then assess it based on those attributes to determine if it would be suitable for residential use.
So how many sites were assessed by the end of Q3 2023?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
But it's in the hundreds.
Okay. Okay, we'll continue on then. During Q3 and Q4, the intention was to identify and cost risks, identify opportunities for housing yield. Has this process started as well? Minister?
Well, it would.
Sorry, can you ask the question again? Sorry.
I said during Q3 and Q4 2023, the intention of the government was to identify and cost risks, identify opportunities for housing yield. Was this process completed?
It's not completed, it's ongoing.
Okay, ongoing. Okay. Have any site-specific delivery strategies been drafted or finalised for any of the sites?
That's for determination by the government. As I said, it's cabinet in confidence.
Okay, so it's ongoing as well, effectively. So
Yes.
nothing has happened, nothing has been completed with any of those site-specific strategies?
As you'd appreciate in one of your roles, getting a property to a position where it's development ready takes many, many months. So the initial due diligence phase has been completed, a government decision is required, and it then will be determined if it's a government development agency or a private sector developer that would be given the opportunity to develop those sites.
Okay. Minister, have any recommendations for funding and approval and eventual transfer of land to delivery agencies been submitted to the governance committees overlooking this process on the land audit? Have you signed off on any of those?
Take that on
So
notice.
Minister, if I can answer. So yes is the answer.
Yep, good.
And as I said, there's so the
I'll hear the point.
I mean, there's just this constant interjection from the Honourable Wes Fang and making comments rather than asking questions. And you ought to call him to order, and he ought to stop and treat the witnesses with respect.
I agree, the interjections are persistent, and if the member does persist, he will be called to order. And there will be a suggestion that we don't hear from him in terms of questioning the witness, and I'll just refer to Mr. Farlow for questions. I don't want to do that.
Well, we can't do that, I don't believe. Minister, when will the first home be delivered as a result of the land audit?
I can't give you that date, Mr. Farlow. I mean, it's
You don't have
it's
any
impossible. I mean,
projections at all?
Just to, what, you want me to take a punt? Oh, I mean,
Well, I would have thought you actually had. I would have thought you would have a
we're working
program.
fast. The delivery, the role that we're playing is to deliver the stock that's available to assist with to boost our housing supply. We inherited a horrendous settings for 12 years. For 12 years, your government did nothing to boost housing
When we
supply
came to
in New
government,
South Wales.
27,000 homes delivered by your predecessors.
When you came
We were
to
delivering on average over
government,
55,000
supply was
in the last
meeting
5
demand
years.
in the
Point of order.
marketplace.
Point of order.
We're doing what we can, and this is part of the process. Part of the process to assist with the delivery of housing. With the delivery of housing. I'm providing you a proper answer, and this is what you need.
Minister.
You've got to ask a proper question.
Order.
Okay,
Order.
can I take the point of order?
Well, it's probably going to be the same point of order I take, Mr. Primrose, but go ahead.
Well, I look forward to your
Seconds still on.
ruling.
Yeah,
I mean, my point of order simply is that under paragraph 19 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution, witnesses must be treated with courtesy at all times. I presume part of that courtesy is allowing them to answer a question that they've been asked without having a tirade of abuse directed at them by the person who doesn't like the answer that they're receiving.
Yes. See, pretty much exactly what I was going to say. We can't have this situation where members are shouting across each other from the room. It's not good for Hansard. It's not good for anyone. It's not good for getting answers. It's good for the imaginary media that are in the room that are taking notice of your antics, but it doesn't achieve anything else. So can we just follow the simple rule of question, answer, and let people finish and stop with the incessant calling out and silly comments? Mr. Farlow.
So, Minister, back to the original question. Do you have any time frame or projections in terms of actually realising development on any of these sites?
I can't give you a date when something's going to be developed. I can't give you a date when a house is going to be built. All I can tell you is that my office is working on the audit program that was required to deliver the stock or the list of stock that's going to be put towards housing supply. That's where it sits. You can't even pick what day you'd finish a house renovation today,
But
right?
Minister, you're not working to any time frames
I'm not going
in
to
terms
buy
of
into
delivery.
that. All I'm just saying to you is we're doing what we've got to do to contribute land which will provide the housing that this state desperately needs.
So Minister, there is no time frame for delivery. Is that correct?
What are we delivering? We're
Homes.
delivering.
Homes.
We're delivering the land. We're delivering the list of the land, which government will then work out how it's going to develop, and how it's going to be delivered. That's a separate question. Maybe you can put that to the appropriate minister.
So Property New South Wales has got
how about
no...
you just put that in your pocket and keep it for the appropriate minister?
Okay, so you're not working to any time frame in terms of delivery?
I'm working to a time frame of delivering the property list that's required, so we can move forward.
Okay, and that was a time frame that the Premier said when he announced this program would be completed in months.
Yep.
And now we are looking at 9 months, and it still has not been completed. There still is not the first parcel of land to be developed on. Is that correct?
It's an ongoing process. You know how
an ongoing process. The Premier claimed would take months.
That it's to put together and to start a project within 9 months is not a really. It's not a reasonable thing to expect, and I think
so. The Premier was unreasonable expecting this to be completed within months.
This questioning is just unreasonable.
No. So the Premier was unreasonable in expecting this to be completed within months. Is that correct?
I can't quote the Premier. I can't.
Do you believe? Mr. Walker, I just wanted to ask the Minister. Minister, do you believe the Premier would agree with your assertion that these questions around when New South Wales residents will be able to access land is ridiculous?
But you're not asking the Minister.
You have to ask the Premier.
That's been charged with delivering the actual housing. We've been asked to deliver, basically a list of property which is suitable for housing,
right.
and then for government to make a decision on. So the line of questioning, is off the mark.
And there's not one property that you have identified yet, and have actually brought to the level that it could actually be delivered by the government in terms of new housing.
Well, that's
at
not
this
correct.
stage.
That's not correct, Leon. Could I ask you to clarify?
So point to the property. Point to the property that the government's commencing a development on.
Let's answer that.
Yeah. So as mentioned earlier, the process is working very well in terms of the fact that there's been a large number of properties initially assessed. A proportion of those properties have gone through to a short list where they're having more detailed due diligence undertaken. That's gone through a government committee process to review the opportunities, and government will be shortly reviewing those opportunities with a view to making decisions on those sites' availability for residential development.
So, Minister, given the transport-oriented development program and the changes to low and mid-rise housing, will this impact the priority locations at all, considered under your land use order?
This is probably a question for Kirsten could answer. I mean, it's a planning
Well, no, but this
question.
is okay. So this is a government policy, and I appreciate Ms Fishburne's attendance here today. But this is a government policy. It, of course, has bearing in terms of the yield that would be able to be realised in certain locations. Has that influenced your land use audit at all?
I'll have to ask Leon.
Minister,
I'd say it would have.
Minister, the answer is yes. So, I mean, even without that announcement having been made, it makes sense that the land audit, because of the sheer volume of properties that the government owns, should concentrate in areas that provide the greatest opportunity for residential dwelling supply. So around transport nodes like train stations and the like, it makes perfect sense that that's where we should start our effort.
So as part of that land use audit, are you looking at transferring any commuter car parks, for instance, into residential developments?
Sorry, do you want me to answer? There's no property that's not in scope other than things like National Park and the like. So if there's a state government owned commuter car park and it's determined that there's a higher and better use in the form of residential use, which doesn't necessarily exclude commuter car parking, residential can obviously be built above a commuter car park, then it's on the table for assessment.
Minister, will the government be selling land found in the audit to private developers?
Well, that's a decision to be made later on. I mean, that's through.
So the government's not ruling that
process.
in or out.
Essentially, the government's objective is to deliver housing. How it delivers the housing, that depends on, I suppose, in many respects on the particular site. But the objective is to deliver housing. Look, it's really important to us as a government that we deliver the housing that's required because of as I said earlier, the previous 12 years we've just fallen so far behind.
Okay, so Minister, that is a decision.
Chronic need in the society.
Minister, that is a decision you have not made as of yet. Is that correct?
Well,
that decision has not been made,
each particular site, has its own merit, has its own unique attributes. And there may be a situation where, as long as we get the housing outcome, that's what's the most important thing here. But
so, Minister, wouldn't that fly in the face of your promise not to privatise public assets?
It's in accordance with our housing, but we need to deliver housing. And if we're going to utilise government land to provide housing, how that eventuates, how that works within the transaction, that's yet to be determined.
So the government will break its commitment
I'm not
to
sure.
not privatise public assets?
These are no, it's not a breaking of commitment, not privatising.
Well, how is the sale of public land to a private
entity
whatever the breaking of your commitment?
And essentially, if the government builds housing and then sells that housing, is that a privatisation too? It's about delivering on the housing needs.
Public land,
it's essential that we deliver, and how we do that and what mix of transactions that'll be determined.
Thanks, Minister.
Ms. Higginson.
Okay, thank you. Minister, thank you. Just following on from where my colleague was going in relation to the land audit, there's a concern here. Can you just make clear, have you made any decisions with your colleagues about whether public lands will be sold to private developers for the purposes of delivering houses to New South Wales?
No, I haven't made any decisions because in my capacity as the Minister for Property, my role has been to deliver the property audit, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
We've done that efficiently.
Are you aware of any decisions, or are you receiving any pressure that this is part of the delivery program going forward?
I have not been part, or am I aware of any decisions on any particular...
Thank you, Minister. So at this point, is it your understanding that your government and your role in supplying possible land for housing, that will not be for the purpose of selling to private developers for the delivery of housing?
Look, I think...
It's a yes or a no.
It's not really. I mean, I think at the end of the day, with these land holdings,
so you think you will end up partnering with private, selling private
through
land?
Partnership arrangements and a mix of settings that will deliver the housing requirements that we need. So don't want to be fixed on any particular
as the Minister for Lands,
half in, half out. So
are you advocating that perhaps the best approach from where you sit is that we maintain these lands in public ownership and deliver public housing?
Look, my personal opinion is we need to deliver as much housing to the market
as
possible, and that includes 30% social and affordable. And how we do that, there could be a variety of ways in which we deliver that.
And I didn't hear any public housing in that. Is that...
I said affordable and public housing.
No, you said affordable and social housing. Do you understand the difference between...
Social housing is public housing.
And public housing. Yeah.
So, as in Homes New South Wales provides to people in need, yeah.
And is it your intention, or is it the intention of the Land Audit Working Group that once these lands are assessed and put on the table for available for development, is it your understanding as one of those lead ministers in that, is it your understanding that you will partner with Landcom as the main housing provider? Or is there a different plan?
Well, that hasn't been totally determined, and that's my role won't be at this stage hasn't included conversations around that, but I think
can I
there's
add, Minister?
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, Landcom is one of the government residential delivery agencies. There'll be some sites that are suitable for Landcom to develop, understanding that they're usually developing residential subdivisions, not necessarily houses on those sites. There'll be other sites that go to the Aboriginal Housing Office, and yet other sites that go to the former Land and Housing Corporation, now Homes New South Wales.
So is it fair to say, Minister, that from your office, the drive is that once this audit's completed, once these, just to digress on, firstly, I understand it now from what you've given, this is an iterative, ongoing process that you, and please correct me, Minister, if I'm wrong here, that you have already delivered some potential sites and that will continue, and that you're doing that in tranches. Is that kind of a fair understanding of what the evidence you've provided today?
I don't think it's even tranches, it's just an ongoing process. As I said, the New South Wales government is probably the largest landowner in Australia. There's tens of thousands of lots.
So that we can understand this a bit better in terms of the shortlist, have you prioritised that shortlist from locations where you think these the greatest demand, or how did that initial shortlist that you've delivered as potentially usable and available land, what determined that that's the first shortlist?
It's multifaceted, so there's some sites that landowning agencies had already identified are underutilised or surplus. Even under the previous government, those sites were constantly being brought forward to try and get a better, more productive use. And then the audit has been established, and it has looked at, as say, transport-orientated sites.
So is it fair to say the transport-orientated sites was a criteria that fed into the first shortlist?
Well, it's feeding into the work that we're doing now. I wouldn't say the first shortlist, because, as I say, it's just ongoing iterative process. So we're reviewing as many lots as we're able to with the team that we've got on that project. The other aspect is obviously regional sites. The regions are neglected in this process, and so we're looking at a number of regional.
And so is it fair to say there are regional sites on that first shortlist?
Yeah, don't hold me to a number. I think it's about 8 or 10 regional centres where we're looking at opportunities as well.
Minister, we're talking about $11.5 billion worth of land value. What additional corruption safeguards have you put in place since the revelation of the Department of Planning fiasco and the referral to ICAC?
Well, I think that's best.
I think what you're referring to is a planning matter, not a...
Absolutely. We're talking here about $11.5 billion.
Land, defining its
potentially
dynamic,
available
and
for
that's
development.
What we're doing, and it's government land.
Minister,
and the government's going to make a decision on that land. I don't
Minister,
get that question.
Right now, New South Wales cannot be guaranteed that this land will not be available for private developers into the future to develop housing. We know that right now this is a hothouse for profit-driven, and where we see that, we see elements of corruption. What anti-corruption mechanisms and safeguards have you taken the initiative to assist your department and your office since the revelation that we're already seeing potential corruptive behaviour when we're looking at development
I'm just trying
for housing?
We're just defining property.
So is that no? You've done nothing?
It's defining property. No, it's not about done nothing. It's
so what
let's
have you
try and
done?
define what you're asking me to do.
Minister, the last time your party was in government, we saw corruption out of this world. Could you please tell the inquiry now what measures, if any, and if the answer is none, please just say none.
My office is not dealing in the property, it's evaluating.
You are evaluating land.
It
is $11.5 billion worth of land.
And then
on a point of order, Chair, again, there needs to be a question rather than statement.
I'm asking for the answer. Could you please answer yes or no?
I'll ask.
I'll hear the order. The point of order's been taken, so I have to actually rule on it. We can't just disregard a point of order because it was resolved. can we once again keep the statements to a minimum or to zero and just questions? Okay, you might not like the answer. Time for statements and evaluation of the minister's answers is during PMSs or adjournments or other motions in the House, not here.
Minister, could you just answer the question? It's a yes, I've done something, or no, I've done nothing in relation to any further anti-corruption safeguards, given we're talking about $11.5 billion worth of property in New South Wales, potentially available for housing and private development.
So look, I might pass you on to Kirsten Fishburn, who's if whatever's been done.
Sorry, with respect,
the
Minister.
planning portfolio. So
with respect, Minister, this is a question to you. It's a very simple question. What have you done? If the answer is nothing, that's fine, Minister. Just tell us. Have you done nothing?
I'm not selling nothing. My ministry is not selling anything. It's providing information. So I really don't
Minister,
understand where you're going with the question or reference to historical situations.
Minister, respectfully,
Yeah.
have you done anything to implement or discuss even any further anti-corruption safeguards or mechanisms within your department, within your office, in relation to the land audit and since the revelation that we are seeing potential corruption in government and in the bureaucracy in relation to the delivery of housing in New South Wales?
Well, I'll ask Leon.
Can I pick that up, please? Conflicts of interest in the department are managed by myself as the secretary. We take accusations of corruption very seriously. I'm not going to speak to the specific matter which you're referring to, which is currently before the ICAC. That would be inappropriate for me to do that. In relation to conflicts of interest, all senior staff need to make a conflict of interest declaration annually and update that if matters materially change.
Thank you, Ms Fishburn. Chair, can I just finish this question?
No, the bell is gone, sorry.
Have you done nothing?
Sorry, the bell is gone.
Bell's gone.
The bell is gone. You can pick it up in the next round of questions. It's my turn now. Minister, last estimates I asked Ms Halen about the inquiry into land acquisition and the recommendations that were made by that committee. There was 10 recommendations. 9 out of those 10 recommendations were related to government doing something or government taking action. Some of that was legislative. I asked the Minister about what was happening with that. She's done the 5/8 flick pass to you now that it's your responsibility. So I now ask you that same question. Where are we up to with implementing those 10 recommendations? I note that your party, when you were in opposition, supported all of those 10 recommendations.
That's great, and I must note we both spent time on the Value Generals Committee. We've done some most fantastic work together on that, and acknowledge the question too from the Chair. The compulsory land acquisitions are necessary at times to allow state infrastructure and other public projects to proceed for the benefit of the wider community, such as schools, roads, water and electricity infrastructure projects. Land may be acquired by agreement or compulsorily. Now, compulsory land acquisitions are not undertaken unless it can be demonstrated that there is a significant benefit to the broader public. The government's framework for property acquisition strives to strike the right balance between the rights of landowners and the public good derived from essential public infrastructure. However, there's always room for improvement, as reported by the Legislative Council Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport Inquiry in 2022 into acquisition of land in relation to major transport projects. Now, in late 23, the New South Wales Government, led by the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, commenced the Land Acquisition Review. Now, the Land Acquisition Review will include a legislative review of the Land Acquisitions Just Terms Compensation Act 91, involving both New South Wales Government and public consultation, and a review of the whole of government approach to acquisitions. Now, during the review, the department will consider stakeholder comments, relevant legislation in other jurisdictions and feedback from the public, consultation on this discussion paper. The department will also consider feedback and information from previous reviews into the Act, including the inquiry. The department commenced internal government consultation in September to provide acquiring authorities and key agencies an opportunity to provide detailed, evidence-based information about potential amendments to the Act and the whole of government acquisition process to address current risks and inconsistencies. A discussion paper is now being drafted to assist to guide the public consultation. The community will be invited to have its say early this year in order to put forward recommendations to New South Wales Government late this year.
Well, great.
Thank you, Wes.
Minister, so we don't have an actual date yet for when that discussion paper and that consultation goes live?
It will be shortly.
Shortly, okay, thank you. Can I just go to some Crown land issues? I'm not going to go too deeply into the Cooper Island issue because I know that's being handled, but I'm interested to understand what level of engagement you've had with fisheries on this matter. We, as you may be aware, we pay upwards of $500,000 out of recreational fishing trust money for access officers. So I'm interested to hear what level of engagement your department has had with those access officers, if any, around the Cooper Island issue particularly.
Look, I might ask Mel to assist us with that, who's had a fair bit to do with engagement.
Thanks, Minister. So this was raised with us in response to a change in the situation down there whereby people began using a Crown Causeway for recreational fishing. The local council and the police raised concerns with us about shared access of what is quite a narrow strip of causeway, which is used by a landowner to access his residence and business. Our involvement's really been around safety of access and egress and making sure that there is an ability for people to share that space. We are engaging in discussions now with council, the police, the landowner, and local interests. But I'm more than happy to engage with fisheries if you think that that's appropriate.
Well, I'm asking whether they've actually engaged with you. As I said, we paid their salaries out of our trust fund to manage and secure access and protect
they may
access.
very well have at the local level. I can take on notice who exactly is talking with who, but just to be clear, our involvement here is as the landowner from the point of view of safety, community and public safety using that strip of land and to prevent conflict of use. Yeah, sure. Can I just go more broadly on this point?
Obviously, your department deals with a lot of Crown Lane Road issues and Aboriginal land claims. One of the projects that's been funded out of the trust fund to the tune of $150,000 is to, review high volume of Crown lands, road closures, Aboriginal land claims and other public land disposals to secure angle access for the future. It seems like the Fisheries Department is taking money of our trust funds to do your job. It seems like that would be that's your role to manage Crown land closures.
I can't really speak for another department,
no,
but I'm happy to go talk to them about their remit versus ours.
Have you? Well, this was a project that was put to a trust fund committee to agree or not agree with that expenditure. Were you consulted by Fisheries as to the appropriateness of this project?
So down to the level of funded projects, I'll have to take on notice the local consultation that's occurred. I personally haven't discussed it with the head of fisheries, but there may very well have been local connections and discussions around projects that have been funded by our colleagues in fisheries.
Well, this seems broad. It's not just a local area. It's across. It seems like this will cover the whole state in terms of inland waters. So it shouldn't. I would imagine it wouldn't be handled by a local decision.
So you were talking about a funded project?
This is a funded project to look at access on Crown lands, Aboriginal land claims across the whole state relating to inland water access. And it seems like it's been, it's clearly crossing into your remit of work. And it seems like they haven't consulted you on it.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said I'd take on notice the detail of that consultation. It may very well be that my exec director is liaising with his counterpart on that topic. We are involved in a number of cross-disciplinary committees across the sector looking at land use access. So, for example, with transport and with other agencies, I'm not across the detail of this particular project, but I'm more than happy to take it on notice.
Sure, thank you. Minister, just in the last 2 minutes, can I just start talking about the recent announcement to provide $13.9 million for community language schools. You were obviously featured in the press release by the Premier on that. Why is this voucher system not being means tested while we've made decisions on other voucher systems for them to be means tested, like the sports vouchers and the creative kids vouchers? Why is this community of language school voucher not being means tested and being offered to everybody?
Yeah, I mean, this was a commitment before the election that we made to boost and to assist families and to assist families to when they're sending their children to learn a second language, and it's also assistance. There's part of that funding is also an assistance to the schools per head. It's a comprehensive package, but it is something that's been delivered through Minister Carr's office. So if you want the greater detail as to why, and how it's been rolled out, I think it's probably best asked to Minister for Education.
What level of input did you have in terms of how that funding would be distributed? You talked about additional funding to these schools. Is that going to be done in a similar way with the RAM funding that's handled out to normal schools in terms of it being based on the FOE index? So socio-economic status, or is it just going to be a blanket?
From what I understood, it was basically a per head payment to the schools for every student that completed, and plus there was a payment to the parents.
So it doesn't take into
But I might pass on to Joe for the greater details if he has any on that.
Through you, Minister. So, Mr. Banasek, great question. It's applied equally to every child. So each child. So what was happening was there was other states that were investing more in their per head community language program to encourage kids to be involved in community languages at schools, and so the government, as an election commitment, made the commitment. Now, I work very closely with the Department of Education around the advocacy, access into schools, ensuring that funding is appropriately distributed. From time to time, you'll hear individual examples where language schools or schools themselves aren't getting the access that was committed under the government's commitment to give them 3 years, or aren't receiving the funding in the timely manner that they would like, and we advocate on their behalf back through the Department of Education. But as the Minister said, it's very much under the remit of Deputy Premier Carr.
Thank you. We'll just throw to the opposition. We'll work out the time.
Minister, you have several portfolios, right? From the answers you've given today, it would seem fair to say that small business doesn't seem like a priority of yours. You're a pretty fun-loving guy. You prefer to be going to sporting events, being in the members' box, being wined and dined. You love your sport. You much prefer to be doing that than being the small business minister. Isn't that correct?
He's our cricket captain.
That's a question.
You should go.
You haven't asked any questions.
I just did. You just talked over my question.
Order.
Yeah.
That was a long
Order.
You prefer being wine and dine than being the small business minister, isn't that right, Minister? It was a long run up. It was a lead in. It was a
You're not a fast bowler.
Order. Not a spin bowler either. Can we just repeat the don't go with the interlude? Don't go with the long intro again. Can you just repeat the
Minister?
The
You would have
final part
heard
of
my
your question?
introduction to the question. Do you prefer being wined and dined than being the Minister for Small Business?
Could you ask that question again, please, Mr. Feng?
I think I've just asked it. You prefer being wined and dined than being the Small Business Minister, don't you, Minister?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I enjoy being the small business minister. I've spent a lot of time with the small business community throughout my period as.
Do you think your disclosures reflect that?
You just have a look at the forums that I've addressed.
Do you think your disclosures reflect that?
Just have a look at the meetings that I've had with the small business community. Unfortunately,
we didn't find that many.
Unfortunately, what you keep doing is you keep looking to the diary. You don't realise that events aren't reportable. It's meetings. So you fail to actually see the events.
So you haven't asked the Premier.
You.
So you haven't asked the Premier to release you from the small business portfolio.
Absolutely not.
All right, that's the answer. Stakeholders have stated they find it difficult to get a meeting with you to discuss pertinent issues around small business, things like workers' comp insurance, payroll tax, electricity costs, skills, etc. Before the election, the Minister for Small Business and the the Premier stated that a Labor government will prioritise small business and financial support. Minister, when was the last time you visited a small business?
I visit small businesses regularly. I communicate with small businesses.
When was the last
regularly.
time?
My whole life was around small business community.
You're talking at me. You're not providing an answer. When was the last time you visited a small business?
I visited small business all the time. I can't give you that date, but I'll take that on notice when the last time was.
Okay.
Could have been this morning, could have been last night. I'll think about
So,
it.
Minister...
I'll think about it.
Okay, that's great. I mean, like, if it was this morning and you can't answer me, that's pretty astounding. But anyway, we'll move on. What explicit financial support is being offered by the New South Wales government for small businesses?
Well, let's just make it clear.
No, let's just answer the question.
Small
Let's
businesses.
just answer the
Small
question.
businesses aren't. I don't know what you've done in your
just
life.
Answer.
I've
run small businesses, Minister. I've run small businesses.
My experience with small business, they never have their hands out. They don't want for much, Mr. Fang.
Yeah, and I'm asking
They want support.
is available.
Unlike
Minister,
the last
answer the
term
question.
of government.
Order.
Answer the question.
I'm telling you.
Like,
what support's available?
Wes? Are we? Is it slow?
trying to get
Is
an
it
answer,
slow learner week or something this week? Like,
Well, I'm just trying
I've
to get an
told
answer.
several
I've never
times. I've
experienced
mentioned
this in my
several
life.
times. Let's not talk over the top of each other and have a shouting match across the room. That's for both of you, because at this point, both of you, Minister and the honourable member, were doing it. Can we just stop with the constant shouting over the top of each other? It doesn't serve anyone.
He's just covering for an
No.
answer.
Can you now ask your next question, and then we'll have
I'm
an
going to
answer.
re-ask the previous question. Minister, what explicit financial support is being offered by the New South Wales government for small businesses? You're the small business minister.
The support, when you define financial support, I mean, when you're assisting a business,
just tell me
when
anything.
you're
Tell me
assisting a
anything.
business
Tell me
through an
anything.
obstacle that
Tell me
sat
one
there
thing.
because of the lack of attention
One
that
thing.
your
What are you
government,
doing?
your
What are
previous
you
government,
doing? Someone's here to save you. It's all right. Someone's here to save you. It's okay. It's all right.
No, my point of view is just basic.
Ms. Gibbons will save you. It's all right.
Basically decency and respect. We have a Minister of the
If
Crown
you
here.
don't know, just give up the portfolio.
You're talking over. Just decency and respect. You have a Minister of the Crown here at the table, endeavouring to answer your question. You're just talking over him. So, Chair, there has been a fair warning, I think, given to the honourable member.
Just one support program, Minister.
And look,
Just give
I
us
mean,
one. Just one.
Now he's talking
Now
over.
he's
Talking over the order,
You know?
Mr. Fang. I'm still
Energy
doing the point of
rebates.
order. You are wasting your time and everyone else's time, but more importantly for you, your time.
simply remind the member to show due respect and courtesy to the Minister at the table.
Stop running cover for him, Greg.
Can we-
He doesn't deserve it, mate.
Repeat myself for the upteenth time. Stop yelling across the table at each other. It is disorderly. You've got now 1 second to ask a
He
question.
hasn't answered a single
Well,
rebate. Not a single
you
rebate.
can-
He
you can
couldn't
put
even
out a-
provide a single answer.
You can put out a press
Shame
release.
on you, Minister.
Can I just say, whenever I start to answer a question, he interrupts and asks another question within my answer. I mean, it's just,
There is no answer,
It's
Minister, that's the
continuous.
problem.
It's been happening from the moment we've started this morning,
It's-
Chair. So I don't know what
It's
you
been
expect me to do. I've got to try and speak over.
It's been-
speak over that.
I'd just like an answer.
It's been
Just an answer.
it's been noted, but based on my previous experience in a past life, trying to speak over the top of someone and raising your voice doesn't solve the problem, because the other person just invariably raises their voice. If we could just all, when we come back from the break, maintain a level of decorum, or find our level of decorum that we seem to have lost. I'll now, if we're just about to go to play lunch, unless the government has any questions. No questions?
We're well and truly satisfied with the Minister's response.
Okay, excellent. All right, we can all maybe go have a cup of tea. And we'll...
No Becks.
No Becks. And we'll...
You should have big lunch as well.
Return at 11:15.
I don't get wined and dined like you, Minister. Cost of living crisis
Thank you.
over here. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back after that brief interlude. I will throw back to the opposition for the remaining 15 minutes of that session, and then we'll go to crossbench.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, are you aware of the changes to the local sport defibrillator program that has limited eligibility to certain postcodes?
Yes, yes, I am aware of those changes, and there was some concern that the clubs.
No.
Clubs and social. Was that a question?
No.
Was that a question?
Mr. Tambo, I suggest you don't encourage interjections by inviting them like that. I would just continue with your answer.
I'm just trying to establish whether it was a question.
No, it wasn't.
Are you offended by me having information that I can provide you?
I think he was
an
giving you the
answer?
heads up.
Is that the issue?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you need to get a note.
Yeah, of course, and that's right. And I've got wonderful public servants that assist me with running, with operating my portfolios, and that's really important that we celebrate them. I must say, before I became a minister, I had a different perspective in relation
to... Minister, your love for the public service is well known, but let's get to
absolutely
the
right. And I've got champions sitting
program.
all behind me, and I want to acknowledge them. I think that's extremely important. Over and above the interjections, I think we should interject and do that.
Local sport defibrillator
But the local
program.
sport defibrillator
Don't worry, it's hard for me to pronounce as well.
Grant program is aimed at improving availability and access to automated external defibrillators in community sporting and recreational facilities for use in emergencies involving cardiac arrest. Prompt access to the device in the first few minutes following a cardiac arrest can make a critical difference in their health outcome for the person. Now, I personally have a personal friend that was actually saved by a defibrillator over in my electorate, and I stress that it's so important that we try and roll as many out to our sporting communities.
So Minister, given
and
that...
in 2023... Sorry?
I was just saying, given the importance of that program, in the Penrith electorate, the Penrith Giants Junior AFL club based at Grey Gums Oval within the 2749 postcode are not eligible for a defibrillator, whereas the Penrith Emus Rugby League club, just a 3-minute drive away across Andrews Road in the 2750 postcode, are eligible. Can you explain to the Penrith Giants why they are not eligible for this vital defibrillator?
That specific situation, I might pass to Karen Jones to provide some information.
Well, Minister, with due respect, we can ask Ms Jones some questions on this in the afternoon. But, Minister, it is a choice of your government in terms of the criteria for this program. So can you, as the Minister, please explain why one club wearing the Penrith name gets a defibrillator, whereas another doesn't?
Well, it's under the program guidelines, which have been put in place and set by the Office of Sport.
But you approved those guidelines, didn't you, Minister?
Yes, I did. But if you want to, you're asking
so
about,
Minister, it is a question for you.
You're asking about one specific club. So I
but
think
Minister, I'm asking you the question in terms of the program guidelines which you have approved.
Yeah,
why have you approved them in such a way?
The program approved in a way because the lower socioeconomic groupings, the clubs were missing out on a defibrillator grants in the past, and it was about boosting it and making sure that we even that out and get it across as many communities as we can. And
so the Penrith
situation
Emus Rugby Club,
if you're from a really wealthy, strong club, and you'll get a defibrillator, but the clubs that weren't as strong financially were actually missing out. Many times because of their...
So are you saying the Penrith Giants Junior AFL club are a wealthy club?
I've asked Karen Jones to specifically reply in relation to that.
Thank you,
so
Minister.
if you
Thank you, Minister. Yes, it is actually part of the program guidelines for this year's program. Can I just reiterate that the defib program, instead of saying defibrillator.
Easier to say, yep.
The defib program is an incredibly important program, and this government has continued that program to the tune of $500,000 a year. And yes, you are correct in terms of the program guidelines. The program guidelines do actually rely on the CIFA index and primarily focuses on those communities that have a lower capacity to pay. In terms of getting priority funding for defibs for their clubs. This year's program, under those program guidelines, was highly successful. In fact, we had to close the program early because of oversubscription, and that was solely based on those postcodes that you talk about. And in fact, we had about 195 applications, or successful applications in DFIBs going to the community through this year's program.
Thank you, Ms Jones. So, Minister, with that being said, 2 clubs bearing the Penrith name, the Penrith Emus Rugby Club and the Penrith Giants AFL Club, in adjoining suburbs where they play out of course, would have the draw of members across the Penrith district, but one club gets a defib, one club doesn't. You think that's fair?
Well, I mean, that's just the way the program's been developed to try and get to a greater amount of communities and clubs.
But the Penrith Giants are missing out now.
Well, I mean,
well, again,
Karen.
Minister, in terms
with
of that
due respect,
issue,
Minister, this is a question for you. This is a decision of government, not a decision for the bureaucracy. You think this is fair?
The decision wasn't specifically to that example. It was a general position we took to try and make sure that a greater amount of communities had access to DFIBs. And as I mentioned earlier, it was so important in saving the life of a very good friend of mine.
And we understand the importance, which is why we don't think it should discriminate on postcode. But Minister, I'll give you another example. In East Hills, the Mapera Lions Football Club play in postcode 2214. They are ineligible for a defibrillator, while the Condell Park FC in postcode 2200, just across Milpera Road, are eligible under the program. Will you explain to the Milpera Lions why they're not eligible?
Well, I'm advised that the CIFA index highlights those areas that are most vulnerable. So,
but Minister, don't you concede that the draw for these clubs is not necessarily on the CIFA index? That the draw from these clubs, if you're playing for the Penrith Giants, you're not necessarily AFL club. You could be drawn from anywhere within the Penrith district. Don't you concede that that's the case? That people are drawn from all over an area?
Yeah, look, I concede that when you embark on a program like this, you do get those oddities where there's just there's a border where there's one that's in and one that's out, and that goes with many programs that government runs. And yes.
Minister, you've talked about the life-saving work of defibrillators, which I of course agree with. But do you think heart attacks rely on postcodes?
Well, I think I took a position to support this approach because I don't think that people that are lower socio-economic grouping should be disadvantaged over others that are, and this was one way of addressing that issue. So I still believe that. I think it'd be lovely to have funding for every single club and every single sport code. It would be, but we're trying to do the best we can with the funding.
So Minister, on the Central Coast, the list includes all 4 Central Coast Labor electorates, but excludes the only Liberal electorate, Terrigal. Can you explain why this decision was made? Was it a deliberate decision of your government?
I'll ask Karen, who's more in tune with the...
Thank you, Minister. Again, it's based on the CIFA index, which goes to those groups that are in the lower socio-economic group. I think the issue of the electorates, and particularly in terms of LGAs, where you're saying that some suburbs are eligible and some are not, or in this instance, some clubs are eligible and some are not. On the whole, that's really reflective of the sort of diversity that we have across our communities. And you do actually, when you are looking at prioritising those communities that have a lower capacity to pay, the CIFA index is an appropriate tool to use.
So, Minister, of course, priorities, and this comes down to priorities. Did you implement the CIFA index because funding for this program was actually cut?
No.
Minister, that's a question for you, not for Ms Jones, it's for you.
Well, no.
No? So the funding has remained the same?
It's remained the same. There was just a concern that there was a...
If I can, Minister, under the former program, under the former government, the program was for $1 million, but it too was categorised. It actually had 3 different zones that were eligible. And again, if you were in Greater Sydney, then you had to pay more for the defibrillator because there was a co-contribution required under the former government's program. Under this government's program, we are looking at a program that is $500,000 per year. The program is ongoing year on year, and for us, as I said before, highly successful. We had 195 successful applications. There were a number of ineligible applications because they had actually already received defibrillators under former programs.
Thank you, Ms Jones. So, Minister, the program was at $1 million a year. It is now at $500,000 a year, and you state that that is not a cut.
Well, I'll pass that back to...
No, Minister, this is a question for you. You were the one who made the assertion.
Well, it was a
Minister, you
different
made the assertion that
program.
the program was not cut in its funding. It was the same. It's $500,000.
Configured differently, and as Ms Jones said, that it required a co-contribution, so I'll ask Karen to confirm.
No, Minister, the question is for you. Minister, the question is about the funding, and the funding which is being delivered under this program. You've had to change the availability and the eligibility of this program because you have had a cut to funding. That's on you. That's not on Ms Jones.
Minister, if I may, if I can actually talk between the former program and the current program, I do think that the Minister, it would be unfair of the Minister to provide any sort of commentary on the former program, given that he wasn't the Minister at the time. But what I will say is under the former program, yes, you're right, it was $1 million a year, but that program was undersubscribed year on year.
Okay, so the program was undersubscribed, now it's oversubscribed. Minister, will you be advocating for more funding and be changing the eligibility requirements for this program?
Look, I'll be reviewing the program, definitely.
And will you be reviewing the application of the program to certain postcodes?
Well, I'll review the whole program and see what we can do better in the future.
Do you commit to not making further cuts to the program?
Well, but yeah, look, I'll just take that on notice in terms of what the cuts were and what the. I think it's detail that I haven't got in front of me.
So Minister, does it concern you that within the electorate of Leppington, the Gregory Hills Football Club play in the 2577 postcode, and they're ineligible, while the Esquill Park Football Club play in 2588, just 7 minutes drive away, and that they're eligible?
Look, I'll take that on notice, and I'll provide you detail.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And Minister, are you concerned that people may have heart attacks in some of these postcodes that are ineligible, and that they could have actually applied for a defibrillator if the CIFA index was not applied?
Yeah, look, I'm always concerned if people have heart attacks in and around a sports environment. And
Parliament House, we need a few here, don't we?
Yeah, we need.
We've got it.
Yeah,
We've got them.
I am concerned, and that's why I said I'll be reviewing.
Thank you, Minister, for that. In the lead up to the last budget estimates, the Premier announced that Moore Park Golf Course would be reduced to a 9-hole course, creating more green space within the inner city. Do you recall we put questions to you at estimates previously on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Since then, there's been reports on 2GB that further facilities being reduced in size to create more green space. The strategy is to push the Minister to provide the details as to what's happening in relation to that. Minister, on the 10th of November, you met with Golf New South Wales to discuss the Moore Park Golf Club. What was the outcome of that discussion?
Well, I met with we discussed many things on the day, and in and around golf, but Sorry, could you ask the question again?
On the 10th of November, you met with Golf New South Wales to discuss the Moore Park Golf Club. What was the outcome of the discussion?
Well, the discussion was, we discussed a number of things. Moore Park was a very small part of it, but there was a number of issues raised in relation to golf, and they also provided me with some fine detail in terms of the high participation.
Well, there's no detail there, but Minister, the noting your diary disclosure that you... No, don't waste my time.
No, point of order.
There's no...
Point of order.
I'll hear the point of order.
Don't waste my time, Gregor.
The Minister was answering the question. You just simply jumped in again, straight over the top. You didn't say you're going to redirect, you just cut him off.
Well,
now that's just not reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Conscious of time,
Thank you.
If you don't redirect politely.
Minister, noting your diary disclosure that you met with Golf New South Wales after your last appearance at budget estimates, why haven't you met with the representatives from the Multicultural Park Golf Club?
I was just saying I met with Golf New South Wales. That was the original question. You've changed it, but that meeting it touched on Moore Park, but it did
Just
progress
on that
to
issue,
a greater conversation
has the Office
about
of
golf
Sport
and the
offered any
vibrance of
assistance
golf.
to Moore Park Golf Club?
So look, the Moore Park Golf Club, as we've said. Yep.
No, you can answer it.
Oh,
You
yeah.
finish it. I got the question. I got the question in
He
in
got
time.
the question in, so he has the minister
Yeah.
gets to answer it.
Conversation around the decision around Moore Park, that falls with Minister Scully, and you keep asking me questions that don't relate to my portfolio mix, and
Even when we
appreciate
ask
if
you
try
questions that relate to portfolio,
and keep it within my portfolio. I'd really appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Are you saying that Moore Park Golf Club is not in your portfolio area as
Order.
Minister for Sport?
Order.
Is that your answer, Minister?
Mr. Fang, you'll get another go. Miss Dr. Con.
Thank you. I'm interested to understand any progress being made towards pay equity for women in sport. The government's gender equality budget statement said that in the absence of significant action, pay equity is unlikely to be achieved in the short term. What updates been made on projects in the gender equality budget statement?
Equal pay and equal prize money in sport, it is a complex issue, and I think we've had conversations in and around that. I've met with the member privately on this, and together with representatives of equal pay for equal play, and achieving sustainable pay equality where women's sport is valued equally to men's requires buy-in and a significant shift in mindset across the entire sport ecosystem. This includes sports, organisations, governments, news media, fans, broadcasters, corporate supporters, athletes, players, associations, and international sports bodies. Now, the New South Wales Government is committed to addressing gender inequality. Our election commitment to increase funding to state sporting organisations to $5 million in 23-24 and $10 million in 24-25 and 25-26 will see New South Wales become one of the highest funding states in terms of direct support to these organisations. Now, the commitment includes agreeing with state sporting organisations on specific outcomes for female participation, including providing plans to move to equal prize money for their events. This is a strong message.
Yeah, Minister, if I could ask you to be more specific, we discussed this at last budget estimates, and we discussed specifically the collaborations with state sporting organisations for equal prize money, which is an excellent initiative, but I'm asking specifically about pay equity.
Well, I'll pass to Karen, who's got more to say.
Thank you, Minister. And yes, I did speak to this at last budget estimates, and I did also acknowledge the excellent work that has been done. In terms of the organisation support program, and as the Minister has spoken to today, the organisation support program has actually been increased in value to $5 million for this financial year, and then it will increase into $10 million for next financial year. And conditions on sports, so sporting organisations that receive funding through that program have specific targets around women and girls participation, and that goes to board composition, it goes to prize money, and it also goes to female coaches and officials. And in fact, we also gave $250,000 to Sport New South Wales to continue their program around female coaching as well. That's a start for us, and then we will also work with them in terms of achieving more gender equality across the whole of the sports sector. I do also want to, and I think I spoke to this last time, talking about the importance of World Cups and profiling women's sport, and I'm very pleased to acknowledge the success of the FIFA Women's World Cup, and also good luck to the Matildas this weekend in their Olympic qualification. But it's by profiling those types of events that we're also attracting additional people, additional viewership, which then results in greater commercial outcomes and greater sponsorship, which also then goes to the issue around pay equity as well.
Thank you. Acknowledging that there's an indirect link between many of those initiatives and pay equity, is the Office or the Ministry doing any work to actually track the impact of those programs on pay equity?
Yeah, absolutely. So as part of this funding that's provided to sporting organisations, there is an acquittal process where they will actually have to demonstrate to us how they've complied with our requirements, as well as their own women in sports strategies as well.
To be more specific, is there any tracking on pay equity, noting that for some of those grants, for example, it's about participation?
I'll have to take that on notice as to whether or not we're specifically tracking that.
I was also pleased to hear you acknowledge the success of the interest in the Matildas and the Women's World Cup. I'm interested in what the government's actually doing to improve access to viewing women's sports more broadly.
So that's actually a Commonwealth issue. Sorry, Minister, through you. That's actually a Commonwealth issue in terms of the siphoning rules around broadcast. But I am pleased to say that through the regular meeting of sports ministers, that there is a greater piece of work that's being undertaken through a national lens around how we can improve commentary on female sport through all avenues of media.
And in addition to broadcast, during the Women's World Cup, there was a huge interest in public viewing sites and public events, not just watching televised sport. What work's being done to promote attending matches as a spectator for women's sport or other public type events?
So again, through you, Minister, the actual viewership, or if you like attendance or fan attendance at female sport events, is really driven by the sports and the promotional activities by the sports. Of course, as much as what we can do through the Office of Sport, we assist in that promotion activity.
I've got a question about the Level the Playing Field program, which states its aims to increase utilisation of sport and recreation facilities for people with disability, First Nations people, LGBTQIA+ people and people from culturally and linguistically diverse communities. I'm interested to understand how that program was targeted in advertising or promotion to attract applications from those particular communities.
Well, I think I'd ask you to provide the information.
The Level the Playing Field program, $30 million program specifically targeting sporting facilities and infrastructure that will help promote women's participation. For us, a unique component of this program is the requirement for applicants to generate an equal access policy to ensure that even though the government is investing into new facilities, that there is also a policy that underpins that investment that requires equal access for female sporting teams or individual female participants. In terms of your question around promotion of the program, of course the Office of Sport put the program on its normal channels, as well as broadcasting it through our stakeholder groups. I can say that promotional activity was highly successful because we have received a number, in fact oversubscription of that program, and the program is currently under assessment.
Data from the 2020 Pride in Sport Index national survey showed that 40% of LGBTQ people were fearful of being a personal target of homophobia in sport. And data from the Out on the Field study showed that 80% of people have either witnessed or experienced homophobia in sport, with 75% believing that an openly gay person would not be safe as a spectator at a sporting event. I've been advised that grants such as Level the Playing Field are really hard to reach for sporting organisations at a grassroots community level, because those organisations are largely staffed by volunteers who don't have the resources to apply. What support exists or might be planned to actually assist that level of organisation engaging with these programs?
Yep, if you could answer that.
Again, we go through our stakeholder groups, and specifically the state sporting organisations, who are the overarching governing body of many of those grassroots clubs. Another important stakeholder group that represents those grassroots sporting clubs are local councils, and in fact local government is the highest, the one that has the most number of sporting facilities within their portfolios. So I would encourage that if there are any grassroots clubs that are struggling to get access to our programs, then by all means they can contact the Office of Sport directly. But more importantly, to get the extra support that they might need to help prepare their applications, contact with the relevant local council and or their state sporting organisation as well.
Thank you. I'll come back to this afternoon, but I'm running out of time. Has the Office of Sport publicly promoted the Australian Institute of Sport's concussion guidelines that were released earlier this month?
Thank you, Minister. Yes, we are absolutely aware of the concussion guidelines that have been released by the Australian Institute of Sport. We are currently reviewing those guidelines. We have put in a request to the Australian Institute of Sport for their representative to actually come out and to brief not just the Office of Sport, but also to brief the relevant state sporting organisations on those guidelines. Our response to those guidelines is still in development. The guidelines were only released a couple of weeks ago, so we're still working through them.
Okay, thank you. As part of that consultation, is it planned to do engagement with those state sporting organisations and promotion? I understand that type of work was previously undertaken in 2018 and is now out of date.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the guidelines were actually prepared in response to the parliamentary inquiry that was held at the federal government level. And now that those guidelines are released, it is now entrusted with the relevant state jurisdictions to share those guidelines across state sporting organisations and to feed information or feed any feedback back to the Australian Institute of Sport, and we're going through that process.
Thank you. Is the Office of Sport doing any work to aggregate data on repeated head trauma?
No, I'll say no to that. What we do is we do actually leave that up to the several research organisations around concussion and around head trauma, and then of course they do provide that information back to us. There are a number of organisations, particularly universities, that are specialising in this space, and the Office of Sport has a good relationship with those universities.
There's only 4 seconds left.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, can I just ask you some questions about Crown Land Management Act that you have carriage over? How many Indigenous land use agreements have you signed off on in your time as Minister?
Oh, I'd have to take that on notice. I wouldn't have those numbers in front of me right now.
Have you signed off on any, or do you recall signing off on any?
Could I?
Oh, can I prefer the Minister to answer?
Yeah, no, but I'd like it if Mel could provide an answer for me, just to give you an accurate answer, Ms. Malik.
So the land agreements, as you're aware, are binding agreements. They're available to us under the legislation to facilitate.
How many has the Minister signed off on?
Well, they're complex and long period. They're long negotiations. They can be quite complex, but we are in the process of implementing a number, and the Minister has visibility, in particular, of actions we've taken to complete the Aboriginal land agreement in Orange, which facilitates the transfer of a number of parcels, provides certainty over tenure over those lands, and will facilitate development that will benefit the wider Orange community too. So they do take time to complete. We have a number in train.
Thank you. Minister, can you explain your understanding of how the Crown Land Management Act applies to Aboriginal land claims?
It's the Aboriginal Land Rights Act.
That's your understanding?
Yeah.
Of how it applies to Aboriginal land claims?
I know. Can you provide me with a question, a specific question, rather than general?
They're very specific questions I have. Okay, Minister, have you or your department used its powers under this Act to extinguish any lease or licence due to a land claim?
Look, I'll pass on to Mel in relation to a specific.
Yeah, thank you. So in Crown Lands, we administer a section of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act that refers to...
You make the final determination, don't you?
Well, it's a statutory process with non-discretionary criteria. We follow that process. Those criteria are set out in the Act, and it hinges on lawful use and occupation of the land on the date of the claim.
Okay. Minister, how many staff in your department are involved in administering this Act as it relates to Aboriginal land claims?
You've got 15 assessors.
Minister.
Well, there's 15 assessors. I think we increasing, or we have increased it recently.
So there's 15 assessors?
Yes.
Okay, how many of those are Aboriginal or identify as Aboriginal?
I don't have that number in my head. Can we take that on
We
notice?
can take on notice. We obviously, it's up to somebody to identify that they're Aboriginal, but if you want to know how many of the assessment team are Aboriginal, we can take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Can I just, at the last budget estimates, and it might have been yourself that provided that advice on behalf of the Minister, but there was 545 claims approved last year.
No, well, just keep in mind there's a backlog of I think 40-odd thousand. So
I don't know if it's a backlog.
From what I
don't know if
over the last
backlog.
2 years, there's been a great increase. I think around 15 to 16% in applications. No, processed and
Yeah.
approvals. But
So can you explain that there's been an increase in the process? What do you mean?
well, the
Or
amount of
the
land
amount of
claims
land
that
claims,
have
yes.
been successful. Was it about 15%? I think.
Yeah. So
increase in.
If through you,
Yeah, if you
Minister.
could-
So
you
in the
could do
last
that.
few years, obviously we in the past inherited a significant number of unresolved claims, and we're taking steps to basically improve our capacity to process those claims, because it's in the interest of all to have certainty over tenure. So we have increased the number of people working on the assessment of claims, and we've done a number of changes to the actual process itself, and in particular changed the way that we work with land councils and other stakeholders. The net result of those steps is that we have picked up the pace in being able to process the claims. Now, they are assessed against non-discretionary criteria. Some are refused, some are approved, and the pace with which we're able to do that has increased over the last couple of years.
Okay. Are those land claims subject to any council rates or land rates, to the best of your knowledge, Minister?
The claims themselves are not.
The claims themselves are not. No.
Not the claims, but the land itself. Once the claim has been approved, are they subject to land rates or council rates?
Well, they would be subject to land rates, but I'll pass to Mel to give you some more
I
specific
think they're actually exempt
information.
from it, Minister.
Yeah, that's correct, because the statute is set up purposefully as a compensation regime to compensate.
You might want to explain that to the Minister, because he's just said they were subjected to land rates, but
Well,
they're
once
not.
it wasn't, the claims themselves are not, so the
No,
Minister's
the
correct.
land
Once the
itself, I'm
land is
referring to the land.
transferred through a successful
Okay.
claim process, that's correct. There are
Are you familiar with all the
discounts.
land claims at the moment in Central Coast, for example, Minister? Have you had any discussions with any of the departmental staff about any of the controversies around some of the Central Coast land
Well,
claims?
if you could be a little bit more specific.
Well, I'm asking whether anyone's approached you
I come
within the
across
department or
thousands of
Minister.
issues a week, so
I know you come across
so,
a lot of
so
issues.
seriously, if you ask me on
All right.
specific, and it's you're
I'll-
not really describing. The
Okay,
actual
I don't want to describe it
particular
too
claim.
much because I don't want to make it too complex for you. So,
Yeah,
Minister,
no,
can I
that's right,
just
that's-
can
thank
I
you for-
just
thank you
ask?
for that,
Yeah,
Ms.
can I'll move on to another area that I want to discuss with you, and that's the Faith Council. And congratulations on setting that up finally, that solutions warehouse that you've set up for New South Wales.
Oh, thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Mahal.
Can I just ask you, Minister, have you had discussions with members of the Faith Council in relation, or have they discussed with you directly their concerns in relation to some of the moves in recent times to erode much of the religious rights that these institutions have in places of worship, i.e. through the recent move that Greenwich has indicated with his equality bill, which has now been delayed for a couple of weeks. Have you made it clear your view on some of the legislation that's being proposed in regards to that bill?
No, I'm allowing the Faith Council to meet and to discuss these issues and to process these issues and produce their position. Essentially, that's the purpose of it.
How many times have
is
you
to
met with the
actually-
Faith Council?
I've met with the Faith Council. We've had two meetings of the Faith
When were
Council.
those meetings?
The inaugural meeting I was at, and also
One at the end of the year through you, Minister, Ms Mahalik, one at the end of the year and one just in February.
In February, okay. And was any of this type of legislation raised, and the concern that members of the Faith Council have, that there's an attempt to erode much of the religious freedom rights that these institutions currently have?
Look, the conversation in relation to those issues, that's happened without me there.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and I think it's important that the Faith Council's able to express themselves.
So you'll support
freely
you'll support their view when it comes to discussions in the cabinet.
We'll take essentially we'll look at what the Faith Council's position is on a number of issues. And we'll take advice. On occasions we may not agree. On occasions there is greater public interest out, which is contrary to the Faith Council's position. But it is a great platform for them to be able to discuss these issues and be able to communicate directly with us. Nuanced arguments or whatever that we may miss if we don't have the Faith Council working together in the way it is. And I think it's really important that we appreciate the genesis of the Faith Council, but it was all in and around the period of COVID when we had all the faith communities just get together and work through some very,
No, I
very
know, but the
difficult
Faith
times.
Council
And
was set up last year, and the
yeah,
first
it was
two
set up
bits
last year, but it's in the spirit of that.
legislation
It
that
was
they've
in the
had to deal
spirit-
with
it
are
was in
actually
the s-
attacking their very institutions.
But the
that are currently
ability
full
of
power.
our faith communities to work together to try and solve problems within our community, it all started from that, and we thought it's a fantastic model. And if we can continue, if we could move forward and formalise that grouping, it would be a positive thing for government. We're finding that a lot of the interaction is extremely positive, and in many respects, there's, when you have a variety of positions from
Has
different
anyone from the
different
Faith
groups.
Council raised concerns with you about this legislation actually eroding the ability for these religious institutions to be able to hire and fire staff that don't uphold to their faith and values?
Yeah, look, they've raised a number of issues. These things are concerns, and we're
But you
waiting
agree,
for a process.
you do agree that
Well,
what they're raising is
I agree with many things,
huge
and I
concern.
disagree with other things. I won't go to
Through you,
every-
Minister. I
yeah.
think, Ms Mahalik, the obligation of the government and the Minister and the agency is to create a platform to listen to and take advice and feedback from, but that's not, to the Minister's point, necessarily to affirm their positions.
Well, the Minister is the chief person that's been delegated by the Premier the power to work with religious groups
Correct.
in this state. Correct. I'm glad you agree with that. And so it's really important that he be their advocate
Yep.
when it comes to decisions that are before Cabinet.
Yep.
And there's legislation that's currently before Cabinet that essentially will erode the rights of these religious institutions.
Yeah, and I think the Minister has fulfilled his obligations in being an advocate to listen
With
to
two
them and
meetings.
create a platform for them to be able to freely express their views. But as to the Minister's point, he's got a number of different interests to balance. Theirs is one. So we've created a good vehicle for them to have direct access to government, and I applaud the Minister and the Premier for doing so. And I think many of the faith communities are very happy about that. But that doesn't mean every issue they
Most
raise,
of the
the
faith
Minister
community
has
has
to
a
applaud.
variety of views on every issue. So it's about them making a contribution, and if we can get a general consensus on a position, it's pretty valuable to us to know that, and it's also a platform that's created nice direct consultation with government. I think that's really good as well. And I meet with, you say I went to 2 meetings, but I meet with the leaders of the faith communities and the representatives on a regular basis, and I think there's value in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition.
Minister, thank you. We're back on? Yep. Minister, can you provide us an update, please, on the progress of the new Sydney Fish Market project? Is it still set for completion by the end of 2024?
Yeah, look, in terms of if there's any changes to the dates of completion, I can ask Tom to talk on that. But before we do, I mean, when we got into government, there's just like everything else, there was a lot of unfinished work that was left on that project. There's some disputes and legal disputes between government and well, actually, I'm not sure whether I should actually speak more about that, whether I'm precluded to speak on that. But the progress is, it's still very much on budget and on target. It's going to, it includes $750 million worth of construction.
Okay. So,
And,
Minister, that
Projects New South Wales
just,
is watching
if I
over
can
that.
just redirect you here for a sec. So that $750 million was the 2019 figure. In 23-24, this was revised to $850 million. Has it been revised down now to $750 million again, or is it still at $850 million?
836 or
836. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
836.
Do you expect that figure to grow at all? Or?
Well, I at this stage we don't, but I might ask Tom if there's been any movement at the station there of recent times. Tom?
Sorry.
Oh, he's got to be sworn in. That's important we ask Tom that. Because
Well,
he's on top
I'll
of
ask
the
you some
database.
questions while
Yeah.
we wait for
Yeah.
Mr. So, Minister, considering the importance of this project to the seafood industry and regional communities, can you comment on the status of significant design concerns that have been raised by the seafood industry stakeholders to both the previous government and the current government as well?
Yeah, I can. I mean, we've got to appreciate that design, the facility, was all contractually agreed to from day dot, and there's been a number of times when we've looked at concerns that they have raised, and we have modified where we've needed to. But essentially, there's been some contractual disputes there. We've made sure that we've helped. They've actually been assisted to represent themselves against us. So I mean, we've been more than helpful in terms of the co-op actually getting the right representation. And we've also developed a peer review process, which is ironing out all of those, all of that commentary in relation to the design. And I think Tom could probably give us a bit of an update in relation to where that's gone. But firstly, Tom, in relation to the budget, I just want to confirm that we're pretty much sitting on the number we...
Absolutely. Yeah, the $750 million relates to the actual construction of the new Sydney fish markets. And the difference between the 836 and the 750 are the costs associated with direct delivery costs that the government might incur, and other incidental things that are outside the contracted amounts that we've got with Multiplex for the delivery of the building itself.
Thank you, Mr. Gellibrand. Minister, in Sydney Fish Market's publicly released annual report for 22-23, they reference a significant write-off of more than $7 million due to inefficiencies, and I'll quote, inefficiencies and issues in the planning process conducted by Infrastructure New South Wales. Are you aware of what these inefficiencies and issues are?
No, I mean, that's a statement by them.
Okay.
Yeah, I know inefficiencies whenever there's a loss in someone's P&L. Generally, there's an inefficiency occurring, and whether it's in-house or whether it's out-house, I don't know what they're referring to. Whether it's decisions they've made, to pursue certain paths, and and they've lost money during that process. I can't comment on that.
Okay, Minister. Minister, what's the current status in relation to the signing of leases in the new market, in particular in respect of the current market grandfathered tenants? Have you got any visibility on that?
Look, that's a responsibility of the head tenant, which is City Fish Market Authority, and City Fish Markets, I should say, which they're the head tenant, and then the subtenant arrangements are a matter for them, not for government.
Okay.
Is that now? Could I just have that, Tom?
That's correct, Minister.
Correct? Yep.
Thank you.
Sydney Fish Market is the head tenant, and then they've got subtenancy agreements with those people you refer to as the grandfather tenants. There's some 20 odd in the existing building. The idea being that they'd come across to the new building.
Thank you. And Minister, can you confirm the government's stated positions regarding sustainability, use of renewable energy and delivery of vibrant public precincts will be delivered by the new Sydney Fish Market? Are you still adhering to all those commitments?
We're adhering to the commitments within the contractual arrangement 100%. I've actually went out to and met with a lot of the wholesalers and shop owners, and that were concerned about some of the commentary that was being thrown around in relation to energy supply, and I cleared that up. I looked at them in the eye and told them we've committed contractually to deliver what we're committed, and they're comfortable with that. The fact that the Minister went out and spoke to every single one of the subtenants on that.
Minister, keeping with the foreshore, can you provide an update on the Coffs Jetty foreshores revitalisation project?
Yes, that's a great question. Look, we made my 2 years prior to us forming government. I did a lot of regional work and met with a lot of regional communities, and the general situation in the regions was, we want activation precincts, we want more housing where there's a lack of housing, there's a lack of places for employees to work, and we want progress by way of to development or for tourism to promote particular regions. Now, it was really as soon as I became minister, what came across my table was the opportunity to develop the Coffs Jetty precinct, and that included around 220,000 concept in and around over a few hundred apartments and key worker housing, general housing and social housing opportunities there. Plus the revitalisation of the jetty, which and commercial opportunities in and around that jetty to revitalise Coffs Harbour, and we're moving forward with that, and we're really excited about what that will do for Coffs Harbour and what it'll do in terms of attracting greater tourism to Coffs Harbour and the housing, and housing for people that want to work in Coffs Harbour, want to work in and around that areas and can't find housing. And so a lot of the small businesses that I spoke to throughout that 2-year period were saying, we've got nowhere for our workers to live, nowhere to stay. Well, this is going to be part solution to the problem out there in that region. So very excited about it.
Great, thanks, Minister. Minister, do you consider the A-League Unite round to have been a success?
I think the A-League Unite round it's the first time we've done that, and it was a great concept, and where you determine success over a period of time.
Did you attend any of the matches, Minister?
I think no, I was away at the time. I couldn't attend. I would have loved to have attended, to be honest.
Do you know what the attendance figure was?
No, I'm not across the attendance figures.
Is
I'll take that on notice.
47 and 250 odd?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was also an opportunity to showcase, all of our local teams in one spot, and to create a momentum, a new approach to try and build some momentum in football. There's also an issue around the grand final that was really vexed and was hurting the football community.
Just drilling down on the figures, the Unite round was a double header. Was the 47,250 number individuals attending both matches?
Look, it's Destinations New South Wales that basically is.
So you're not aware.
Responsible for Unite. So
I believe you put a press release out, and you.
I could pass you. I mean, you may have some information on that. I don't know.
Ms. Jones.
Yes. So the actual agreement with A-League around Unite Round rests with Destination New South Wales, and so therefore any evaluation of that program or of that funding is a question that's best left for Minister Graham.
Okay, we might ask Minister Graham those questions when he comes up later on, one of our colleagues. So, Minister, of course there's been a changeover from Venues Live to Venues New South Wales. Can you explain what has taken place with Venues Live at Accor and Comback stadiums and their management?
Yeah, look. I think that this is. I mean, it was. Well, what I might do is I might pass on to Kerry to give us some greater detail on what the difference is between, and why we went down the path.
Minister, I'll ask while Ms.
Can I just? Sorry, can I just? While Kerry's making her way up to the table, we just might need to confirm if Kerry needs to be sworn in.
You've been sworn in, Kerry?
Okay, while that's arranged, I'll ask you, Minister. Minister, why did you decide not to issue a media release or statement with respect to the New South Wales government regarding the change?
I thought we did, so I'd take. I'll stand to be corrected. I thought that there was.
Okay, will you take that on notice then?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Can I just pause there, Minister, and say that there's some confusion about witnesses having to be sworn in. It was only if your position changed between last estimates and this estimates that we are swearing you in again, or if it's your first time appearing. So from our recollection, we have covered everybody that needed to be sworn in. So
Ms. Mather certainly appeared last time and answered questions.
Yes, so you should be right. You do not need to be sworn in, unless your position has changed in terms of a title. No, good to go.
Well, I just asked Kerry to just give us detail in the change in terms of the contractual arrangements and the in-house provisions that have been made with venues.
Thank you, Minister. So the contract that you're referring to expired on the 31st of December last year. as a result of that, the food and beverage, which was the largest part of that operation, was re-tendered. So there was an extensive procurement process that was conducted last year. The winner of that tender was the Gemma Group, who are actually a Western Sydney business. And what we were excited about with their resulting bid was they're actually bringing the best of Western Sydney's diverse culinary culture to both Accor Stadium and to Combank Stadium. Is there anything else you need to?
Okay, well, no, I think that's fine from you, Ms. Mather. Mr. Kamper, or Minister Kamper, I should say. So was any financial feasibility study undertaken before the decision was made?
Absolutely. I mean, it was an important decision and one that would. I'm not sure how much I can talk about
What was the question?
Well, any feasibility done, financial feasibility done in relation to this, and there was, and a decision's been made in and around probably the best potential model moving forward.
And Minister Kamper, how many jobs were lost as part of the change?
Well,
I'll answer that, Mister. The catering, the new catering provider, Gemma Group, actually took all of the catering staff, and all of the operational staff were offered employment, continuing employment, and about 80% of them actually took up those jobs. And then there were a handful of senior management or duplicated senior management positions and some duplicated back office administrative roles that didn't continue, and a number of those continued with the existing organisation.
Thank you, Ms. Mather. And how much in redundancy was paid out to employees as part of this change, Minister? I'd
have to take that question on notice.
Okay. And could you also take on notice whether that was considered as part of the financial feasibility?
It was part of the financial feasibility, and the savings, the significant and ongoing savings more than paid for those redundancies.
Okay. And Minister, to continue with venues, it's been reported, of course, that the South Sydney Rabbitohs would like to move from their home ground at Accor Stadium to the new and improved Allianz Stadium. Minister, what's your view on this?
Well, you say it's been reported. I haven't necessarily had that.
They've never reached out to you on that?
From the South City Rabbitohs.
Okay.
No, so
I might answer that question if you like, Minister.
So, Minister, the Prime Minister's never touched you on the shoulder about that one and said,
absolutely not.
Get the Rabbitohs playing in at Allianz?
No.
The Rabbitohs actually have a contract to play at Accor until 2030. The members of Accor actually love the Rabbitohs content, and they have a very strong following in the market around Accor Stadium. They're contracted
so why do they want to move to Allianz then?
Well, they're contracted to play eight games a year, on average over the course of the contract, 10. We'd love to have the other two games that are uncontracted played in New South Wales and in fact in our network of stadiums. So we've talked to them about Allianz. We were successful in securing what was an Indigenous round in May last year. That due to scheduling conflicts, we couldn't actually make it happen this year, but we're hoping that will come back on the program for next year. But we'd love to see more content.
And Minister, given that both stadiums are operated by Venues New South Wales, do you agree that the value of $1 made at Accor Stadium is the same as $1 spent at Allianz Stadium for Venues New South Wales?
The value of $1. Could you rephrase that? Yeah, ask it again.
The value of $1 spent at Allianz Stadium is the same as the value of $1 spent at Accor Stadium when it comes to Venues New South Wales. They're both your stadiums.
Yeah. So the value of the dollar.
Yeah. So
yep.
Why does it matter where they're contracted to play, so to speak? They're both your stadiums.
Yeah.
Why can't you accommodate them at Allianz like the fans want?
Well, I mean, I think Kerry clearly stated that there's a contractual arrangement there, and to be quite frank, I don't know whether the Souths have actually expressed to me on any occasion that they wanted to move. I mean, you hear a lot of talk from fans who prefer them to be playing at Allianz, but I haven't been approached by South or at any stage to have them moved.
Well, Minister,
Now,
I'll ask this question.
Are you a South supporter?
I'm not actually. I'm a Tigers
okay.
supporter, so I've got to say it
Oh.
hurts me a little bit to be asking these questions on behalf of the Bunnies. But anyways,
We'll get out to Campbelltown and get
Ms.
rid of
Mather,
these
can I ask to you through the Minister,
One more at
have you
Campbelltown
had any
to make
requests
it
from
better.
South Sydney to move to Allianz Stadium?
What's important to understand is that there are each stadium is like an ecosystem, if you like. So Accor Stadium actually has a naming rights and commercial program, and it has a very significant membership program as well. And those commercial arrangements are actually underpinned by content.
With all due respect, Ms. Mather, the question was, have you had a request from South Sydney to move to Allianz Stadium? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Minister, just as we talk about the Allianz Stadium, have you at all looked at a roof on Allianz Stadium, or done any assessment, or seen any business cases with respect to a roof on Allianz Stadium?
Look, I've had general discussions about it, but at this stage where there hasn't been a real formal.
And what about a
approach
core
to it.
stadium, Minister? Have you had any assessment of putting a roof on a core stadium, or have you seen any feasibility studies of
We've
that
had
program?
conversations around that and the costings around
I
that.
can update on that one
and
too.
I mean, Carrie's got great detail on that. If you
Yeah,
like.
thank you, Minister. Actually, the former government provided a grant for the design, the development of a business plan and the development of a business case for a roof on Accor Stadium. That will provide a massive competitive advantage actually for New South Wales, both domestically and internationally.
Well, I'm sure for all the
And-
Swifties, if they're heading out there and
Absolutely, we could
it's
more,
raining
we could
on Friday,
accommodate more
Saturday or Sunday or
concerts.
Monday, I'm sure.
We could get more concerts, but it would certainly enable us to compete very effectively against Melbourne. They have a number of stadiums and arenas with operable roofs, and we actually have none. So we're now at the stage of the final business case, which is nearing completion, and then we'll be going through the INSW gateway process.
Okay, so that's something that's being actively considered, is it, Minister? A roof
Not
on
at,
a core
not at this
stadium?
stage,
Not
not
at
at this stage, but at the appropriate time, we'll be putting that forward.
Okay, thank you. Minister, in terms of the South Sydney Rabbitohs, if they were to put a proposal to you in terms of moving from a core stadium to Allianz Stadium, is that something you'd consider?
Look, always happy to receive proposals. Considered.
So the door's open,
the
Minister.
contraction rate, but look, from what I understand, the Rabbitohs are very happy. They're very happy with their current situation and the contractual arrangement that they have.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, just in terms of, we've got 27 seconds to go, so I'll find the next one. In terms of Penrith Stadium, in 2021, the New South Wales Liberal Government announced $309 million to build a new stadium at Penrith. It's now 2024, and construction is not expected to begin until 2025. Given your accounting background, why haven't you provided for inflation when it comes to the stadium? And as a result, you see that the people of Penrith are only receiving 1.5 grandstands instead of a new stadium.
Yeah, look, you made reference to the previous government and all its commitments. Its commitments were all over the shop, and it was all focused on Stuart Ayres' seat, and they changed the conversation every second day. But the truth is, we made a rock solid commitment that we'd commit to Penrith Stadium, and very early as Minister, I went out straight out to Penrith, sat down and said, this is the cost envelope that we've got to work with, and we'll work from that and deliver a top-class facility for Western Sydney, for Penrith. And we've gone about and done that with Projects New South Wales. Has sat down and worked out, I believe, an excellent scheme. And there is an increase in seating. I'm not sure what the exact amount is, but also the facility is going to be world class. It'll be opened up to available for greater use than just sport, and that's important. Venues New South Wales will be taken over the management of the stadium. We're quite confident that we can do that successfully with profit, and it's really important that we appreciate that venues is capable of generating revenue so we can reinvest in all our other stadiums. Like when Mark, you mentioned earlier about our approach up north. Well, that all helps when you've got revenue, earning capacity, so you can actually then turn around and borrow and rebuild or refurbish and repair our stadiums across the board. And I believe that Penrith is a fabulous outcome for the local community, great for sport, and great for Western Sydney.
Half a stadium.
Thank you. I'll throw Ms Hurst and then to Mr Latham and we'll see how we go.
Thank you. Minister, I understand that many Crown Lands offices in regional and rural areas are not currently open Monday to Friday. Is the intention to increase funding in the upcoming budget to allow these offices to open daily? Or is that something that you're going to be advocating for?
Yeah, look, I might pass on to...
Thank you.
I'm not really familiar with that, our offices not
I'm
being
not
open.
aware of the issues that you're talking about. If you've got particular offices, I'd be happy to discuss it, but I'm not really sure what you mean by we're not open for business.
Sorry, the question is that not all of the offices are currently open Monday to Friday, so they're not open every single business day, Monday to Friday.
Which offices are you referring to?
Well, I don't have a list in front of me.
Okay.
I can provide one.
Yep.
My question was to the Minister as to whether or not he will be advocating for, in the upcoming budget, for funding to make sure that these offices can open daily, Monday to Friday, in rural and regional areas. If I understand that you don't understand.
No, I understand.
don't have a
I'm just
list
not
in front
aware
of
of
me.
any offices that are shut from Monday to Friday. I'm not, and Mel's not familiar with that either. So
If I'm able to provide you with a list of the offices
Yes.
that aren't open every day, Monday to Friday, will you advocate for funding so that those offices can
well,
open?
I'll advocate for those offices to be open Monday to Friday.
I think if I may, it would be obviously fantastic to know which locations you're talking about. We do have a workforce that covers the entire state, so they do travel, and it may be that you're talking about offices, say, out in Griffith, who cover a large land area, and we drop in and share office space with other government partners. So I just would like to clarify which offices have been raised as concern and then come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I understand that some assessments are taking up to 8 years or more to complete in relation to the sale of Crown roads on private property. Are you able to explain why there's such a backlog and what is being done to actually reduce that?
Well, I mean, I've been in for a year, and in terms of processing those, I move them out of my office as soon as possible, once they've been assessed and determined. But in terms of what's happened over the last 8 years, I'll ask Mel to give us some
I might come back to you in the afternoon to get a bit more detail on that.
That's good.
I wanted to ask as well about synthetic turf. I understand the government's response to the Chief Scientist's report is still being finalised. Is that the case?
Yeah, look, yep, no, I might pass to Kerry and then to Karen, sorry.
That's all
right. Sorry, my question was just that.
Yeah.
Sorry, order. My question was just, is your position still being finalised?
The answer is
Yes,
yes.
the position is still being finalised.
And so can I ask what the delay is? Why is that taking so long?
Well, it's probably a question for Kirsten. It's a planning. It's a planning.
Have you met with the Minister for Planning and encouraged him to prioritise the government's response to the Chief Scientist's report?
If I can just provide some further information, because this is a matter for Minister Scully, we have received a significant number of submissions to the report, so we're consolidating those and to provide advice to government so that they can make a final report.
Thank you. Minister, there's very serious concerns about human health and environmental impacts of the synthetic turf being used on playing fields, as well as the high temperatures that they can reach. What are you doing as Minister for Sport to take action on this issue?
Yeah, and I've spoken to Karen a number of occasions about this and what we need to be doing. We're still waiting for a position from the Minister for Planning, but Karen, could you just give us an update on what we're actually...
That's all right. I can come back to Ms Jones in the afternoon. I guess my question then to you, Minister, is, I guess another question is, have you given any further consideration to imposing a moratorium on funding the installation of new synthetic turf, given
Yeah,
the
so look,
concerns and the delay in a response?
Yeah, and this is a concern. There's a lot of work in progress. There are a lot of projects that are occurring. There's been a dependency on synthetic pitches, especially in football and a number of other sports over the last 5 to 10 years. I talk about synthetic pitches in my electorate, in my community. I've got, I think, 5 or 6, and I know how much the community depends on those synthetic pitches. There's the high utilisation of those pitches, which is so important for our sporting community and our local community. We've got to balance that with the health risks that are associated with the way we've constructed
Sorry,
and built them in the future.
When I'm talking about
and
a
what
moratorium, that's talking about further funding for more use of this.
Can I have Karen just give us an update on what's happening there?
I don't really need an update right now, Minister. I'm asking
you're asking
you what
for
you're doing and what your position is on it. So can I ask you that is your approach essentially to do nothing until you hear about the Planning Minister's response to the Chief Scientist report?
Yeah, we'll take the position once we get the response from the Minister.
So the approach is do nothing until you get that response?
Essentially.
Have you met with the Natural Turf Alliance, who are strong advocates in this space?
No, I haven't, but Karen Jones has.
Are you willing to meet with them, Minister?
Absolutely willing to meet them.
Thank you. I have some questions about asbestos as well. There's been significant concern, obviously, about the recent discovery of asbestos at numerous locations across Sydney, including several Sydney parks. Yesterday, it was revealed that bonded asbestos was found at a sports centre as well. Have any investigations been undertaken to determine whether there is a risk of asbestos at any other sporting fields or ovals or other locations where children or adults are playing sport in New South Wales?
Yeah, look, I mean, the asbestos issue is obviously a deep issue. It's a concerning issue, and it's a whole of government problem, which we, obviously the contractual arrangements that were put in place, which have delivered this problem now. It's something that we have to manage, and it's a whole of government approach. All agencies are working with the lead team. So I've got to ask Kirsten just to give us a breakdown on how that's happening.
Yes, thank you. So the EPA is the lead agency and responsible for asbestos. There has been a whole of New South Wales government task force established. In relation to the Minister's portfolio, we have a representative representing public spaces and Crown lands, which crosses Minister Scully and Minister Kamper. We also have a representative, and I think this probably gets to your question, representing Office of Local Government, who is working directly with councils. As you would be aware, most sporting fields are run by councils. Local Government New South Wales are also involved in those discussions, so we're making sure that we're coordinating and obviously taking direction from the EPA as the lead agency.
Thank you. Minister, prior to this wave of asbestos discovery, did you have any safety requirements in place for New South Wales sport grant recipients, such as checks for asbestos or regular audits?
Yeah, Karen could probably answer in terms of the history.
Thank you, Minister. The normal standards would apply in terms of asbestos and treatment of asbestos. There was no reason at that point in time to impose any additional conditions in relation to sporting facilities.
Thank you. Minister, I just also got some questions for you. I know that there's been some questions already about women in sport, but I've just got some specific questions for you as the Minister. In regards to the Her Sport, Her Way strategy, is it the intention of you and the New South Wales Government to renew the strategy in 2024?
Is it we're going to renew it? Yeah, look, we're currently working on another version of that strategy. So
is it going to be something a little bit different?
Yeah, we might.
Can you give us any details about how that's going to be different?
We're currently working on.
Okay. Do you have, Minister, any specific targets, goals or strategies that you want to see implemented in this term of government regarding women in sport?
Look, I want to do as much as I can to promote women in sport. I think was it Karen spoke about earlier about the momentum from the World Cup, but it's beyond that. It's their performance in many sporting codes and have inspired have inspired the community across the board. I think we're a long way to go to making sure that we have the adequate facilities for women in sport and where they feel comfortable to go and get changed and play from. So that's been a focus of ours with the Level the Playing Field grants, and we're going to continue to do more in that way. We've focused on.
Sorry, Minister, I'm just going to interrupt you because I've only got 20 seconds left. I just wanted to ask if you're collaborating with the Minister for Women in relation to these issues, and whether you'll be working with the Minister for Women in regards to the new strategy you're proposing for 2024.
Absolutely, we're always collaborating with the Minister for Women, and many times we make out the announcements in relation to what we're doing in women's sport together.
Mr. Latham.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. Minister, what's being done to ensure Sydney keeps its iconic New Year cricket test match and fights off poaching from South Australia and other outlying states?
Yeah, look, that's a good question, Mr. Latham. Again,
you are the captain, the glorious captain of our parliamentary cricket team, so
and
I expect you to be in the forefront of keeping cricket at the SCG.
Yeah, I think why don't we just call it out there? We won again.
The media's hopeless
at the time, so we beat the media on the last occasion, and but look, that falls in the hands of Minister Graham, unfortunately. But you know,
keeping the cricket test.
It does.
He's yet to strap on a pad.
We're doing that. We've had positive conversations.
He's never picked up a bat.
I'd really hate to see. I'd rate to see such an iconic
what
test
are you doing to
leave Sydney. I'm working to convince the relevant parties that it's a good thing, and we should be doing whatever we can to support cricket through the process, not just for that event, but overall.
So you get
I think cricket's
wined and dined. Yeah.
And we're yet to see you at the cricket match or in the parliamentary team. So, mate, when you strap on a pad, you'll have a bit more credibility to talk about cricket and other things. But staying at the SCG, Minister, do you support the permanent retention of the parking in front of the Hordern Pavilion? Because when there's big events at Allianz and the SCG, you can have the new facility built, but there's still going to be chaos. We've got to keep that parking, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, and we've made way to make sure that we continue, and we've extended the parking arrangements there for a period of time up until we got. Is Kerry here? Maybe you could speak more about the parking. I think it's really good to.
Yes,
just in relation to the parking and what we're proposing in the future, and how what we're doing in between in relation to the existing grass parking there.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So some appropriate transition arrangements have been extended to ensure that we've got sufficient multimodal access actually for our patrons. The cricket is particularly important because we do see large numbers of attendees actually coming from regional New South Wales down to Sydney, and parking is actually quite important for them. We are building on our own site a multi-level underground car park, which will actually create some green space on top, and it will allow the green space across the road to actually be returned to public parklands. So we're working very closely with Centennial Parklands at the moment, collaboratively to look at what we can do to establish an appropriate transitional arrangement to enable the delivery of that multi-level car park in an accelerated way.
Right. And Minister, what's the next priority in terms of NRL investments? Because there's been a lot over the last decade or so. Allianz, which the government now supports, Combank, ongoing investments at the Olympic Stadium, the Brookvale Fulton Stand is a major upgrade, the Tigers Training Centre. You mentioned the Panthers approach, which is the right one, not to kick harness racing out of Penrith. Is the government funding the Dragons Training Centre? Very important priority. We need a lot of help.
Well, yeah, we need a lot more training to occur. Look, yeah, thanks for that question, Mr. Latham. Look, we're actually just discussing now what future outlook we have in terms of suburban.
What about the Dragons
stadiums
Training
to
Centre? Is that being funded?
That's already funded. The
That's
Dragon
already
strategy.
funded.
Yeah,
so
that's
going
that's
ahead.
already
Well, that's
funded.
good
It's
news.
going ahead.
So what's
There's
the
been
next
some
priority?
delays there.
What's the next priority? Because there's a lot of complaints down in the Shire about Shark Park. The Sharks get a soft draw every year. Somehow they make the top 4. They can't win a finals game, and they've only got about 12,000 in the ground. What are you doing?
Yeah, look at that.
Poor old Speakman did nothing for 12 years, of course, when he was in government. But what are you doing about Shark Park?
That's a privately owned facility, so yeah, that's there's a different.
So nothing for Shark Park. What about an upgrade?
I'm not
for
saying that
Cogra?
there's nothing. What I'm saying is we're looking at our suburban approach moving
What's the
forward.
next priority? Is it Cogra or Shark
We
Park?
haven't. Cogra's, look, I was out of Cogra the other night.
How'd
Mark and I
how'd we
thought
go? No good.
Cogra's quite a good quality facility, and we've still got our fabulous hill there. Yeah, we haven't lost our
You
hill.
were in the
And
box.
it's
You
so
weren't on the
important.
hill.
You weren't there at all.
I wasn't, but my 5 of my grandchildren were on the hill, and
Good
I
on
went
them.
across.
You
to
can't
meet
even
up
get him in the
later.
box. Come on,
I'm
Minister,
sorry,
that's-
but
Come on, where's your
I had to present the
attendees
show.
urgent? So we're waiting for you to attend any of these events. and
I'm not
show
here
an
to play
interest in
cricket,
sport.
Mark.
You're looking to play cricket next time.
I'm not
okay.
here to play cricket, mate.
You're not here to play cricket.
No,
We're gonna
I'm
get
here to
Stuart
do a
Clark
job.
Send a few
I
bouncers
love this
down too.
interjection now. It's good.
But
Give them
okay, so
time.
you're looking at Cogra and Shark Park, and an announcement is imminent.
I wouldn't characterise it as that. But look, we're looking at all of the suburban needs, and we'll sit down. We'll work out a plan in the future.
We'll make
But,
sure
I
you
mean, we've
include
gotta-
Wes. He's a sporting ground
Yeah,
expert.
Wes, who do you go for, Wes?
I go for the Nats. I'm
the
here
Nat.
for the Nats.
Well, there you
yeah.
are, mate. They're homeless and groundless and got no interest in sport. They're only interested in underground cables. Finally, what recommendations of the outstanding Mookie Public Works Committee report into the contaminated land at Syack, Horsley Park, and Equestrian New South Wales grant have been implemented, which have been rejected, and why was there any rejection?
Look, I might pass that over to.
Thank you, Minister.
Karen,
And I think out of fairness, that report was handed down before the Minister came into government.
It's a good report.
Yes, and thank you for your input into that report.
You're welcome.
So from the Office of Sport's perspective, yes, we did respond to the recommendations from that committee, and we have been implementing the recommendations. In terms of the status of those recommendations and the implementation, I'm happy to take that on notice and I'll provide that information.
And is the
to you.
land still contaminated, and what assurances can be given to users about the safety of the facility?
I think that was all fully explored during the actual inquiry
so-
hearing, and the facility is still heavily utilised actually by a number of
Do
stakeholders.
they still have emu parades to try and pick the contaminated plastics out?
They still go through a quality assurance process, making sure that there aren't any contaminants that would pose any sort of safety risk on the
thank you.
surface.
I cede my time now to.
I'll pass to Ms. Fairbairn. So you'll have 5 minutes at the end after the opposition.
You've got 3 now.
Yeah, great. Minister,
Thank you, Mr.
the
Lane.
Auditor General wrote to you on the 14th of June last year, as well as the 2nd of August last year, asking you to, I think, ensure that the Catholic Metropolitan Cemeteries Trust opens its books for the auditor. What was your response?
What was my response to
That's
the
right.
Auditor General? There was a conversation with the
Let's
Auditor
just
General.
start. Actually,
is it a conversation?
did you respond? Did you respond to those written letters with a written letter to the
Well,
Auditor General?
I actually had a meeting with the Auditor General who came into the office, and we discussed the Catholic cemeteries situation in detail.
I understand
and
you met
what-
this.
I mean,
The
what
the
the-
letter to you on the 14th of June says thank you for the meeting. So that's the meeting you're referring to. So the Auditor General meets with you, expresses her concern. What does she say to you? That the CMCT, let's use that acronym, is a state-controlled entity, the only one that's not opening its books. Told you how serious that was. What did she say? Something to those effects, Minister?
Yeah, look, I can't recall the conversation, but we agree to disagree on a number of things, and but by the same token, she was quite familiar with our position in relation to cemeteries moving forward. That's no secret. That's been quite.
So when you're
open
saying
and
agree to disagree, you as the Minister for Lands, you're disagreeing with the Auditor General that this body, this state-controlled entity, needs to have its books audited by the Auditor General. Is that what you're disagreeing with her about?
No, I wasn't disagreeing with that. We understood that we had to look at changes moving forward till we can actually meet our audit requirements. There's been a judicial finding, the Supreme
Which
Court,
didn't help your cause.
But there's 100 pages of there.
So in relation to, so you have read the letter, I assume, where she says that her office has not been provided with any access, and then she said this situation has not been encountered previously and should not be seen nor accepted as appropriate. Continues to say that conducting these financial and performance audits, as in rejecting that, should not be normalised nor considered appropriate. She's written very strong words to you, Minister, on the 4th of June, and I understand again. What was your response to her with this?
I'll take on notice what my response was. I can't.
Well,
remember
what's
what
your
I've
view
written.
now? This is
Well,
budget
my view
estimates.
now, I mean, I'm looking at where we are
Minister.
now. And there was a judgment on Friday, which essentially
should the CMCT be opening its books to the auditor?
The CMCT have their books audited every year.
As a state-controlled entity, not by the Auditor General.
The definition and the status of the trust, that's all changed in many respects. Friday's outcome has probably supported the CMCT's position on this throughout the whole period. And we've got, I think it was about 100 odd pages.
The CMCT contests that it is a state-controlled entity and sought judicial advice. That came in on Friday, and we're working through that advice to understand, how to take it forward. So there is a contest here about the status of that entity as to whether it is state-controlled or whether it is in the control of a charitable trust.
And part of the process would have been, if we were to move forward with the two-operator model, part of the process would have been that we would have looked at an audit to comply with all of the requirements.
So you didn't respond to the Auditor General as Minister responsible for the CMCT.
I'll take that on notice. I can't
So
recall.
You're aware, just in the State Finances audit that was tabled just last week, the Auditor General's extremely strong words about this, that the CMCT remains the only just unprecedented state-controlled entity. You're comfortable with that?
No, I'm not comfortable with that. We said, and I've made commitments, that we're going to produce, get to a position where there is an audit process occurs, and we don't have
by the audit office.
Compliance. Yeah, things have changed since then. Things have shifted also with the result from last Friday. So that we need to really sit down and evaluate what impact that has moving forward.
Can I check as well? I understand that the CMCT has been operating under the repealed Crown Lands Act 1989, using several extensions under the savings provision, up I think to 8 times. That the last time that was kind of really allowed. I understand Parliamentary Council were incredibly resistant to these extensions, and it expires at the end of February. That's the last extension. What's going to happen with the CMCT? Are they going to be rolled into the new, well, not new, it's 6 or 8 years old now, but the Crown Lands Management Act, is the CMCT going to be rolled into that?
Well,
or considered under that?
We need to work through the judgment. The as I said, 100 odd pages, and we'll work through that in due course and see what impact that will have on.
So everything in relation to how you as Minister and the Government Department is suddenly resting on this one judgment on Friday. I mean, I'm not sure if you're aware of that when the Auditor General met with you last year.
There's an argument there that the position the Treasury took, the position that was taken in the past, was probably, there's 3 Supreme Court judges that have produced a unanimous decision in relation to the controlled entity status and the status of the trust. And it's a complicated judgment. I think we need to go through that judgment and establish where we move forward in terms of our position to have a two-operator model, which includes the presence of the Catholic cemeteries.
So, what is it now? Tuesday? If you're saying it was handed down on Friday, what do you understand of it? If you're saying there was many pages and it's complicated, have you had a summary? Has your office briefed you on exactly how that is supposed to impact the fact that the CMCT, the Catholic Metropolitan Cemeteries Trust, has been offered and given extraordinary special treatment by the last government, but now, as we know, by your government?
Judgment was Friday.
Friday.
We really haven't had time to sit down and get a proper briefing. I think it's got to all be digested and see what impact it's going to have. If I can ask Mel to give...
Yeah, if I may, just to your points about the Parliamentary Council and where we're at. So the status of the CMT is significant as to how to move forward. And we've had discussions with the Parliamentary Council about the need to potentially extend the transitional reg until we've sorted out their status.
Sure, I bet they weren't very happy about that.
They understood that it was pending a judicial decision, so they understood that it wasn't a delay for frivolous reasons.
And so why has there been that delay? Why have they asked for so long to continue under the savings provision and not be treated,
I can't comment to the past, but we have been working, as you know, we've had multiple discussions about this to resolve their ongoing status going forward. And with this incoming government, we have made progress in moving forward with respect to setting up the MMP and with seeking to resolve the status of the CMCT in the future market. The judicial review and the advice goes to what is the status of the CMCT. And if it is a charitable trust, then it's not simply a matter of rolling it under the Crown Land Management Act. We need to tease it through and understand their status going forward.
With $300 and something million of government assets.
Minister.
Public assets.
Minister, we didn't get a clear answer from you last time regarding this, so I'm going to ask you again. Can you advise whether last year you attended the Antiochian Easter service at Punch Bowl or at the Greek Orthodox Parish and Community of Cogra, or did you attend both of the services?
For Antiochian, I attended the Antiochian Friday night service. I think when they walked the streets with the cross. And
I'm asking. So did you attend
and
one
on the
both
Saturday? I believe on the Saturday night. Yeah, well, the Saturday night Easter service agreed.
So, Minister, last year you stated that that you attended you've attended there in the past for weddings and funerals. Can you inform the committee about how many of your family or relatives may be parishioners at the Greek Orthodox Parish and Community of Cogra?
I think that's really personal. My family members are. I know my mum was always active in the church, but the status of my children or brothers or sisters in relation to their activity in and around.
You're refusing to provide. You're refusing to provide that
No,
information.
I can't give you information on whether they're active parishioners.
Okay.
What constitutes an active parishioner? Someone that visits a church, or someone that's part of a church committee? It's a really,
Minister, since the last budget estimate session, did you look further into you or your family's connections with the church and diocese of any of the connection to Multicultural New South Wales or the relevant agencies and that may be coordinating the funding agreements for the next election commitment?
Could you kind of pitch that question against me in a way which is kind of like...
Okay, since the last budget estimate session, did you look into your or your family's connections with that church and disclose any of this to Multicultural New South Wales or the relevant agencies that they may be coordinating the funding agreements for the next election commitment?
What's the definition of family? What's the definition of family?
Well, it's probably less difficult to answer than what the definition of affordable housing is.
I don't understand where there's a conflict. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get at. Are you having a shot at me because I'm Greek Orthodox or something? Or is it like, what's this all about?
Are you serious?
Well, where are you going with this? I don't understand it.
Do you recall the questions that we asked you last session?
Yeah, and I thought they were out of order then, and they're out of order now.
Well...
suggesting that I've got some type of
undeclared interest.
What, that I got married at the Cogra Parish 40 years ago?
I'll move on.
Is that?
I will
I mean,
move
I'm
on.
trying to establish what you're asking me.
I'm asking
And
you. I'm asking
I mean,
if
all
you
you've got
or
to do
you-
is ask a question. Like, give us a
I'm
straight-out
asking if
question.
you or your family have any undeclared connection to the religious organisations that received funding under your last round.
Well, give me the definition of connection.
Well, I think
And what's-
it's in the ministerial code, Minister.
Yeah, no,
but,
just give us a connection. Am I on the board of the parish?
Minister, I'll move on.
No,
In relation to the
I'd
election
like to answer
commitment-
the question, but I want the question to be asked in a way where I can answer it.
Well, I've
I'm
asked
trying
you,
to get
have you
some
made any
definition out of it.
made any additional disclosures to Multicultural New South Wales?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. In relation to the election commitment, has the funding agreement been finalised and signed off on?
I can help there.
Yeah, but ask Joe.
We'll, Mr. Laposta, we will ask you. We will ask him later on. I've got one more question. And I've got 1 minute.
Which church, Mr.
We will. I will find the details and come to you afterwards.
You can't just jam
No,
it in.
no, no.
You're
Order.
already jamming
I'm
enough questions in
redirecting
every
now.
time you
I'm
ask a
redirecting.
question.
I'm redirecting. Minister, when was the last time you went to the St George Motorboat Club at San Susi?
Point of order.
I'm asking the question.
Order. No, this is just
I've got
the
30
epitome
seconds left.
of ridiculousness.
No,
Just think
the,
about it.
Chair, can
Oh,
I
there's
simply
a couple of
say
weeks ago at a
that
funeral service.
In
Okay.
relation to
All right.
the
Thank
question,
you.
the question appears to be making an adverse reflection on someone. And I believe
wanna
under
put the question to the
paragraph
Minister
13
again.
of the procedural fairness resolution, if that's asked, then surely the Minister must be given the right.
So,
to
Minister,
actually
confirming
respond, rather
the
than
question that I
simply
asked,
saying,
when was
"I'm
the last
redirecting,"
time that you went to the
and
St
letting
George
Order.
Motorboat Club at San Susi?
The last time I went to the St George Motorboat Club at San Susi was for the wake of Chris Minder's father-in-law.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our time with the Minister. But can I just say, when a point of order is taken, don't just assume that you can continue asking questions or continue making comments after the person that's giving that point of order has finished speaking. The chair still has to rule on that point of order. You may find that I rule in favour of you or against you, but you at least have to hear me out to rule on that order, even if it means we run over time or out of time. If I'm treated with fairness, I will treat you with fairness and give you that time back, if possible. But don't just talk over the top of an order, or point of order being decided upon. Thank you. Minister, that concludes... Oh, well, I'll go back to the opposition if they have any questions for the remaining 10 minutes. Yes, Mr Murphy.
I've got a question, Chair, on behalf of the government.
Yes.
Minister, look, I think quite unfairly the opposition earlier on tried to make out that the only things that you attend are those events recorded in the periodic diary disclosures that are published by the New South Wales Government. Those diary disclosures only include scheduled meetings that are required to be included in them. Is that correct?
That's correct. They don't include all the events that I attend, and I attend many events.
Yeah, so would it be fair to say that in any given week, most of the nights, you'd be out in the community, meeting with people across your portfolio areas, talking about things such as with local business chambers, with advocacy groups, with multicultural
I visit business
groups,
chambers.
and at sporting activities?
Absolutely, every night. I mean, there's nights you have 3 or 4 events a night. I mean, they're not included within the diary entries that they're referring to. So, you know, it's a little bit, it's been a little bit cheeky.
So it
trying to
would be
present it as
completely wrong to create the impression that that's the only thing you've done. Because none of those are included in the disclosure
I wouldn't
summary.
say it's completely wrong.
That's
I don't think he
correct,
does
Mr.
half the
Murphy.
things that are in his diary.
That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Chair, if I could direct a question.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, there was some line of questioning earlier today about defibrillators and the provision of those. Are you aware, Minister, of any reductions in funding to the local defibrillator grants program prior to the government taking office last year?
Well, I'm advised that the program was reduced to 500k a year in 2022. So, I think I was correct in the first instance when I said that the 500,000 was not a reduction from the previous year.
And just my final question, and I put this preface, you given the exchange at the end with the last line of questioning from Mr. Fang, you may wish to reserve and read the transcript to inform yourself, but were there any matters that you wanted to place on the record before you leave today's hearing in regarding to that last line of questioning, or would you like to review the transcript and respond once you've had a chance?
I'd like to review the transcript in relation to my religious connection. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your time and dealing with a very boisterous audience and panel. You have probably taken some of those questions on notice, and Committee Secretary will be in touch regarding those, but I imagine that some of those questions taken on notice will come back in the afternoon session, and that'll reduce the workload of the Secretariat. We'll now break for lunch and
Thank you, Chair.
return
Thank you, the committee.
at 2.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to this afternoon's session. We will continue straight away with questions from the opposition.
Thank you very much. So the CEO of the Office of Multiculturalism in New South Wales put me off my preparation to begin with. So
You did better than Kamper.
we'll come back to it now. So we'll start. We'll start with Mr. Laposta. The questions we asked previously were with respect to multicultural media. Just looking, independent multicultural media are worried about any increases to the spend dedicated to them won't actually flow down. Instead, it'll continue to be allocated to intermediary agencies who translate material or put together in-language resources and creatives that are then requested to be published on their channels for free. The government's election commitment media release stated that it does not appear that the review even touched on this, at least not according to multicultural media outlets that have contacted us. We undertake a further, more detailed review that actually addresses what the election commitments of the government outlined.
So, as the Minister said before, this is a responsibility of the Minister for Customer Service and the Department of Customer Service, but because of the nature of the stakeholder and our established relationships with them, we've been involved as an intermediary and an advocate and those sorts of things as well. It's a tricky time, Mr. Farlow, because the overarching government spend is being increased in media overall. And then there's conversations about increasing the percentage. And again, it's an announcement for Minister Dibb, so I can't talk to the specifics. But there's a conversation in line with the election commitment to increase the spend to multicultural media. So we're trying to make sure that it is a holistic increase in spend. And then the second thing is I share a number of the frustrations of our multicultural media small businesses that are out there, because there are a number of buying agents and intermediaries that do operate in this space. One of the things that we've been doing with them this year is a pilot to help them in, I guess, educating all the different parts of government of their unique value. So, you know, there's a safe work campaign, for example, where we're doing a pilot with them to, you know, to tell if we're looking to engage a middle-aged Arabic men demographic around a safe work campaign, or looking to engage older women that might be their mothers around what the awareness should be for their sons or daughters before they're walking out the door to work. They're the sorts of target groups that we're looking to do, and we're trying to take as many findings as we possibly can to best help inform how to position this group and their unique value right across government. It's also happening in a regional and a rural sphere as well through, and I'm sure Mr. Fang's across this, through the advocacy of a number of the regional newspapers. All of that being said, it's an announcement for Minister Dibb, and I understand that the Cabinet's made a decision and the announcement's imminent.
Thank you very much. With respect to that imminent announcement, during the process, Independent Multicultural Media Australia was to assist with the sustainability of the member organisations until the review was completed and the policies implemented. What's happened to this? Has that occurred?
Yeah, they're ongoing. So we don't see the fulfilment of the election commitment as the end of working with the Independent Multicultural Media Association, or Australia, or whatever the acronym is specifically standing for. And also, not all of our multicultural media partners are a member of IMA as well. So it's really incumbent that we continue to engage right across the board. I mean, you know, publications such as Indian Link and others that I know you're familiar with don't necessarily formally sit as a part of that group, but have a loose affiliation, have a common interest. So our obligation overall is we're not in the game of seeing multicultural media agencies vanish. We think they play an important role, and that we want to work with them to make sure that they can tell their unique story, that if the Office of Sport's doing an active kids voucher or a specific initiative, that Karen knows what the value of that publication or that publication is in disseminating that messaging on the ground to help those young families understand what support is available to them from government. That is one of the hundreds of examples that I know the Department for Customer Service is looking at the moment to try and help improve government's communication to different subsets of society.
Thank you, Mr. Laposta. And Mr. Laposta, is there any grant funding that's available at present for multicultural media agencies?
Only the standard grant funding that we have through our programs and projects grants, which is an annual grant program where recipients are available up to $40,000. I think we just need to check their business status to make sure that they're eligible, but if they were compliant with the business status, they would be able to apply for some of those grants. But Mr. Farlow, to your point, there was a specific grant during COVID to help sustain their operations because all of their advertising spend had dried up and it was very difficult to print during the pandemic. And we specifically needed those publications to keep printing during the pandemic to disseminate critical health information. There's no such example of that at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Laposta. Mr. Laposta, while we're on grants, in the last budget estimates we found out that the Safe Places for Faith Communities program only had $3 million advocated to it in this financial year. Following that hearing and when the funding round went live, it was increased to $5 million. On the record and on behalf of the Shadow Minister, I'd like to express our appreciation to you and to Multicultural
of
New
the
South
Minister,
Wales,
Mr. Farlow,
and indeed to the Minister for listening to the committee's calls for greater funding in this financial year. Are you able to advise what will now be available in the following financial years, noting they were previously $4 million per year?
Well, the election commitment was 15 in totality, and we cleared that up at last budget estimates, of which we've made 5 available this year. Those applications have now closed. We've received over 266 applications in the safety and security round.
Answer
of funding.
my next question. 266.
Yeah, estimation in terms of over $18 million of applications that's a part of that. Our team needs to do a thorough and independent grant assessment of those entire 266 applications, work with colleagues right across the government, and I'm very pleased and acknowledge the work of Michael Shaw from our community engagement team in working with Premier's Department, New South Wales Police, Public Works and a number of others to make sure it's a holistic decision that's made by government to administer that grant program. We'll go through that process in the coming weeks, get a recommendation up to the Minister and probably have some reasonably honest conversations about whether that $5 million, if there's any sort of flexibility in terms of that $5 million to accommodate what has been a very, very popular grant program in these current difficult times.
Thanks, Mr. Laposta. And of those 266 that have applied, how many are to be successful under that $5 million?
There's not a limit. So my understanding is, again, I'm happy to take the exact specifics on notice. Is it between 5,000 and 250,000? 50,000 to 250,000. So, some applications have no doubt asked for $250,000. Others have probably asked for 50,000 as for safety and security cameras and additional fencing and some of those things.
And to continue on the grants message,
Yes.
are you able to advise us how many organisations were supported through community grants programs?
Oh, I can take the specifics of that.
You can take it on notice, that's
on
fine.
notice, but there was a small underspend in the agency that the Minister was very supportive of going straight directly back out to community. I estimate in the latest round of grants, I think in the vicinity of about 112 or 120 community organisations were supported with the latest round of festival and events, and that's only this current round that will sort of kick off from June to December.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Mr. Laposta.
Mr. Fang.
I don't know what that interjection was, but I'm sure it's not helpful. Mr. Laposta, last year you'll recall that I asked some questions around the details of disclosure made by the Minister, and you'd be aware that it was in relation to the projects that we discussed briefly with the Minister in the last round of questioning before lunch. Part of the response that we were given in the previous hearing was a commitment to fund these projects was made by the then opposition prior to forming government. Multicultural New South Wales has a funding agreement in place with the Greek Orthodox Parish and Community of Cogra. Multicultural New South Wales is yet to finalise a funding agreement with the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of Australia. One would assume from this that the Minister did know about the project, given that the announcement was made prior to forming government. Mr. Laposta, therefore, were you provided with a disclosure from Mr. Kamper in relation to his association with that parish?
Mr. Fang, the question created a fair bit of by-product and sort of discussion before. The Minister hasn't disclosed any pecuniary interest to me around either of those election commitments, but I also not sure he's obliged to for the reasons that he outlined before, where he clearly stated that he didn't have any interest in any of those facilities. So I'm only going off what the Minister said before. I can't provide any more advice than that, and that we have finalised the agreement with the Greek Orthodox Parish and Community of Kogarah, that project's paid and completed, and the Greek Archdiocese of Australia, the funding agreement's ongoing. We're just trying to make sure that our terms and conditions are adhered to by that community, and that the objective of what the then opposition leader and then shadow multicultural minister, who are now the Premier and multicultural minister, asked for in the lead up to the election, is adhered to.
Mr. Laposta, were you provided with any disclosures or notified of any conflicts of interest between any Member of Parliament regarding any of the projects under the Multicultural Capital Partnerships Fund?
I was not, but I don't know if that's necessarily unusual or unreasonable in the circumstances if the Minister's already clearly stated that he didn't have any conflict.
Not just that minister, any minister. Oh, sorry, any Member of Parliament?
No, Mr. Fang.
No. If you did not have this information, will Multicultural New South Wales seek to request this from the Minister or any related colleagues around any associations with any of the grants?
Look, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay. I'll pass back over to Mr. Fang.
Thank you. While we're still on the Multicultural Capital Partnerships Fund, this was, of course, a fund that was outlined by the government when they were in opposition, as you've rightly indicated. Have you gotten any information provided to you as part of the incoming briefs or the directives from the incoming government with respect to the criteria that was used or the ranking system to determine these grants?
Can I take the specifics of that on notice? I only say that because all election commitments that were made that are now new government priorities were tracked through a central system and were effectively allocated to each of the responsible different departments. Ours no different to, I'm sure, the Office of Sport and many other sort of different departments right across the government. So effectively, Mr. Farlow, we're given our writing instructions that these are commitments that the new government has made. It's our responsibility to ensure that the intention of those commitments is fulfilled. And with regards to the respectives in the specifics of what direction was provided or so forth, I'm happy to take those on notice. But effectively, if the government's made an election commitment to a community and that is clearly tracked through the election commitment processes and then allocated to our agency to deliver, well, it's our responsibility to make sure that that is delivered and that it demonstrates good value for the taxpayer and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Laposta. Mr. Laposta, following the election of the Minns government and your receipt of these priorities, did Multicultural New South Wales conduct any assessments to ensure that these projects could be completed with the funding allocated from that window?
Yeah, good, excellent question, Mr. Farlow. Yes, so that's why it's probably taken some of our community organisations a little bit longer than they would like for us to finalise every funding agreement. So every single election commitment that was made has a funding deed and funding agreement, which is a government issued legal contract and understanding that makes sure that the intention of what the New South Wales government sought and associated funding parties and respective milestones and so forth are adhered to make sure that we are delivering value for the taxpayer in terms of all of those different election commitments. So our team has been satisfied in terms of all of the election commitments that what was said is what's going to be built, and if it's not built, then there is recourse for us to follow up with each of the respective parties.
And Mr. Laposta, are there any changes to the cost of these projects? And if so, will the government provide additional funding under the fund, or will the organisations be left to cover the costs?
That's a very good question, Mr. Farlow. So there's a couple of different ways that each of the programs was administered. So the capital projects and the sort of smaller grant projects went through a closed sort of application round in terms of how they were assessed against the criteria and the standard criteria. The capital partnerships are a little bit different because they were commitments made to no different to in the 2019 election that I know you're familiar with a number of them, like independent aged care facilities or associated sort of church foundations or these sorts of things, not-for-profit organisations to help them deliver really important aged care services or deliver important refurbishment works to, educational assets or community halls or these sorts of things as well. So with respect to the process that we've run on each of them, at this stage, all of them are on budget, but that's not to say, as was the case in 2019, that there may be extenuating circumstances such as COVID, natural disasters, escalating building costs, capacity to be able to engage contractors, all of those things that doesn't have an impact on the election commitments that we're here to fulfil. We'll just continue to work with them because each of the capital works has milestone payments, and I tip my lid to our Director of Corporate Services, Ms. Catherine Davies, and her team. Each of them has milestones. So if they start to fall off track, then we report that up to the government and to the minister and say that project's lagging, or they're seeking additional funding, or the funding that, one such project that's a significant one is the Sydney Jewish Museum, and I'm really proud of the work of the New South Wales government in partnering the Holocaust and the Sydney Jewish Museum. They've got a significant quantum of independent funding that they need to generate through the community, and they're going through that work at the moment. So how we can help them with that's really important, but equally that's their independent responsibility to be able to generate that funding. So we're finalising those legal agreements. Once they're all in place, we can get on with supporting them, and hopefully these projects are realised, they need to be realised before the 2027 end of financial year.
Thank you, Mr Laposta. Mr Laposta, you talked about independent aged care facilities. One of those under the program was $2.5 million provided to the Antiochian Church for completion of the 80-bed facility.
Yes.
Is this facility the same project that the former government committed $6 million towards as part of their election commitment?
It is, Mr Farlow.
Okay, thank you. And in the opposition's PBO costings, it was referenced that organisations receiving funding would be required to sign an MOU with the government in the delivery of public outreach programs upon completion of these capital works projects. Has that been completed?
We're still working through those at the moment. So, that's a good example where some of the assets, and we've had this conversation, with a number of groups, including, for example, the Melkite Catholic Eparchy in Guildford there, where they're looking to... Yep, you do. I think we've been out there together.
We may have.
The reality is they're building a educational asset, a community facility, and a part of that community facility isn't exclusive to the Melkite community. It's about supporting a lot of the neighbouring communities that are there. And I tip my lid to those established faith communities for doing that work because, and I draw reference to my own heritage. The Italian community that were the newcomers in the 50s and 60s are now incredibly established, and I think it's incumbent upon those established communities to help support our new and emerging communities as well, particularly those that are facing disadvantage or finding it harder to get there. And that Melkite project is a great example of that. So yes, we're still working through a lot of the MOUs for those use agreements, and our intention will be that all of the programs that we partner with do have community and public access as a part of what they're doing.
Thank you. And how long will those agreements last for?
I'll take the specifics of that on notice.
Okay, thank you very much. And will the government provide any financial support in order to assist organisations in the delivery of the public outreach programs?
I can't speak on behalf of the government in terms of what it intends to do going forward, but our writing instructions are pretty clear. Deliver on what the commitments are to date.
And will these programs be designed by the organisations themselves or by Multicultural New South Wales?
It'll probably be a co-design process. Like we can't put obligations on them that aren't realistic or aren't receptive of what the primary use of those assets will be. But at the same time, we also don't want them to be assets that aren't available on an as-needs basis. Everyone around the table knows that getting access to community facilities and community halls, regardless of whether it's sporting or the local Afghan women's, employment group, accessing our community facilities and maintaining those assets is really important. So the more multi-purpose assets that we can create, or the more communities that have been supported by current and former governments to then allow those facilities to become available on a 3 or a 6 or an 8 hour a week basis is really important.
Thank you. And Mr Laposta, of course, Multicultural New South Wales has gotten a big funding boost in 22-23 budget, the 23-24 budget. If this funding is not continued and renewed by the government, what will be the impacts on Multicultural New South Wales and any of the programs that you support?
Significant, and that's why it's the Minister and my number one priority, Mr Farlow.
Thank you very much. And has there been an additional financial drain on Multicultural New South Wales and the agency due to recent tensions in the community and the work of Multicultural New South Wales in terms of managing that and increasing community cohesion?
That's a very loaded question. As I always look to my colleagues to the left and the right, we would love more staff at Multicultural New South Wales, but we're very mindful of the current physical climate that we're in. And so, like everyone, we're trying to do more with the same. But as I said to you before, the Minister and my sort of number one priority in this portfolio, as well as being open and available to all community groups, is to try and shore up our funding, not just to be fixed term funding as has been the case for my agency for a long period of time, but hopefully ongoing funding.
Thank you, Mr Laposta. And Mr Laposta, in terms of Complan, how many times have the members met since October 2023?
Good question. Can I just give me a moment? I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you in a little bit.
Sure. Resilience New South Wales was a member of Complan. Has any other agency or representative filled this position?
The membership of Complan at the moment, and I've been in my role now about 5 years, is probably as impactful and as it's probably the most serious I reckon the government's ever taken that forum, which is, I think, testament to the recognition that the Minister and, you know, partners such as the Premier's Department and others have put weighting on that forum. I mean, as an example, the Secretary of the Premier's Department actually attended one of our recent Complan forums and really set a strong tone for why he thought this forum was very valuable. And we've continued to run those forums on a regular basis. In terms of the exact number, I'm happy to take that on notice, and I am reliably informed that the Reconstruction Authority are now active members replacing Resilience New South Wales.
Thanks very much for that.
Thank you. I might just start with some questions before passing to one of my colleagues. Mr Laposta, just wanted to go to the commitment around the prevention panel on racism and extremism. Do you have any more detail as to who will be on that panel, what they will be actually tasked with, and any details in terms of how the estimated cost is going to be spread across that initiative? Because there's two parts to it. It's the prevention panel on racism and extremism, and then there's a youth network platform as part of that. And the PBO said it was going to be around $43 million for two panels over the cost of the forward estimate. So
wasn't aware of that.
Any detail of where that $43 million is going to be spent?
Okay, so
would be great.
Can we approach this question? I know you ask me lots of these sorts of questions and I say they're not directly under my remit, like the Community Language School.
Yeah.
I intersect with it, I provide advocacy for it, but it's not directly under my remit. And the good news is the person that is responsible for it is the Premier, and it's led by the Premier's Department, and he's in estimates tomorrow. So around the Premier's panel on hate and extremism, it is an initiative led and chaired by the Premier's Department. Multicultural New South Wales is a member of that panel, as a number of different government departments that sit as a part of that as well. The group has met now, I believe, twice to date. Obviously, a considerable focus of that group has been on community tensions in light of the October 7th attacks and the subsequent tensions between Israel and Gaza and in that region of the world. In terms of how that group is funded and so forth, again, it's not a question for us, it's a question for the Premier. In terms of the Multicultural Youth Network, that is under our remit. I wasn't aware of any costings from the PBO, and none have been provided by my agency, but
It seems the combined cost of the prevention panel and the youth network is that 43, is how I'm reading it. It's at $43 million combined between those two.
Well, I'd love a bit of that 43 million, but
I'm sure you would.
That's not, at the moment, the Multicultural Youth Network, which is our responsibility, is focused on how to create, this will be no surprise to anyone, how to get better at engaging young voices to help us co-design better community engagement policies, solutions, responses as a government. So we have just closed our expression of interest process. I believe there was over 25 young people that sought to apply to be a part of that Multicultural Youth Network, and we'll go through the process in the coming weeks of vetting those people, assessing those people, and then trying to help embed them into our regional community networks. And Mr. Fang, before you jump in, yes, there's one in the Riverina area in Wagga and that part of the world, and we'll have them right throughout regional New South Wales, where we're trying, Chair, through you, to bring in the voice of young people in each of the different regions to make sure that we're not missing that perspective as a government and as an agency.
Sure. Can I just go to another announcement the Minister made in conjunction with the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs regarding the Aboriginal Business Advisory Initiative? Does Multicultural New South Wales provide any similar or like support for businesses that are being potentially owned or started up by people of a different cultural background?
I mean, with respect to engaging small business, we have some very capable colleagues here that is their DNA.
Yeah.
As you and I and others in the room know, the percentage of new businesses that are started up by migrants is disproportionately higher than those that aren't migrants, and that's even higher again when you look at our refugee cohorts in terms of setting up small businesses.
Yeah, and to pick up on you said about your own heritage and how, the Italians and maybe the Greeks, when they came in the 1940s and 50s, they did a lot of that heavy lifting in terms of setting up those businesses, working in industry, and they did a lot of that without support. But obviously there is still that need for multicultural business support, so I'm just wondering where that's coming from.
Ms Gibbons will probably be able to help you because we do lots of work together.
Sure. Ms Gibbons?
Thank you. So the Service New South Wales Business Bureau was established in October by the government. It is a organisation that builds on the work that Service for Business was doing. It provides a number of different services for small businesses across New South Wales, including those for multicultural businesses. We know that 1 in 4 small business owners speak a language other than English at home. So we know this is a really important cohort for us to invest in and look after. So the Bureau itself has a number of different supports. It's got free online language translations and with over 50 different languages on our website. It's got a number of different newsletters that are translated in multiple languages. It has Business Connect, which is a program of work offering specialised advice with advisors speaking many different languages and being able to help give tailored advice on specific topics such as marketing, inventory, bookkeeping, and lots of different services and specialised areas that small businesses need support in. They may not be able to afford that, and the Business Connect program will provide that free of charge for them.
Okay, and how do you track engagement with those support services? Do you have a mechanism that you?
These are contracted providers, so they have KPIs that they have to meet, but overall we've got a customer satisfaction for this service of 96%. So these customers would recommend the service and have followed up and utilised the services and advice provided.
Sure, thank you. Just back to you, Mr. Laposta, about Harmony Dinner.
Yep.
Full disclosure, I have paid for a ticket. I'm not one of those freeloading politicians that get a freebie. I've just had concerns represented to me from community members about the cost.
Yep.
And how for some of them it is sort of out of reach.
Yep.
For some of these smaller community organisations, and I know there's corporate packages and other sponsorships. Is there any thought being given to how we bring some of those smaller groups into being involved in this event?
Love it. So 2 things. One, there was momentarily a moment on our website where we communicate, and this is just for complete transparency if anyone's made representations to anyone around the table, but there was a moment on our website where it said corporate packages or tables are still available. The minute that I was made aware of that by one of our community organisations, we took that down and made more community tables available. It is the largest multicultural dinner in the country, which is, I think, something that New South Wales should be incredibly proud of, that we play host to that and the Premier and the Minister play host to that. In terms of the event itself, for those that are involved in any events, you'll know that event running and management costs have escalated considerably in the last 4 to 5 years. It costs us roughly, and again, this is just being completely transparent with you, it costs us roughly $400 a seat to sit each of the community members on there through the sponsorship of people like Cassandra, the Business Bureau, DCJ, the Commonwealth Bank, Settlement Service International. I could go on and on. We've received over $205,000 of commercial support for that event. Every single dollar that is put in by those commercial partners goes to offsetting the cost of that dinner. So the cheapest ticket around the table is about $100 that we sell to our community language schools. Our community tables are at $125 a seat. And then, our corporate tables sort of offset those community things. So yes, would I love to make them free? Absolutely. Would I love there to be less comps for some of our politicians right across the board so that we can have more community people, yeah, absolutely. But it's also a balance in terms of having the right level of political leadership and others sitting around the table with our community groups. So it costs us roughly $400, and we offset that by charging somewhere between $100 and $125 a ticket to community groups.
So are you, not that it's always about making a profit, but are we at least breaking even, or are we running at a loss?
And this is part of our, as Mr. Farlow asked before, around our budget position going forward. There is a small investment that the government needs to make. My aspiration is that we continue to deliver commercial support so that it's cost neutral, but it's a very modest cost after ticket sales, corporate sponsorship, and those sorts of things.
On notice, could you perhaps give an indication as to what that cost is?
Yeah, and my team will be very proud because I love telling everyone it's cost neutral, and I've owned the fact that this year it's slightly below. And that's, again, like if you look at venue hire costs and food and beverage costs, it's...
Yeah, everything's gone up. Yeah, totally understand.
We're doing our best.
Excellent,
But yes, I'll take it on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. I might pass over to a crossbench. I'm just looking for someone to...
Happy anyone.
We'll start with Dr. Con.
I'll come back to Ms Jones, given that you were answering all the questions I put to the Minister this morning anyway. Coming back to the playing field program, which on one hand I'm pleased to hear was oversubscribed because there's obviously plenty of organisations doing equity and inclusion work. What are the plans for that program moving forward? Is there going to be further funding?
That's actually a decision for the government. It is definitely something that, as an agency, that we will be looking for, particularly as our new women in sports strategy is developed.
Thanks. I'm also interested to know if there's a pathway for community organisations to access facility upgrades for universal design, noting that gender diverse athletes are most commonly getting changed in their car because they can't access gender neutral or universal facilities.
So the Office of Sport has a number of grant programs, which I would encourage those organisations to have a look at, and details of those grant programs are available on our website. The most relevant would be the Level the Playing Field grant program, but there are others that do allow for perhaps smaller levels of investment, but not specifically targeting universal design.
Okay. And is it correct for the Level the Playing Field that a government authority such as a council is required to make a co-contribution?
Correct. So under the Level the Playing Field grant guidelines, if you were a council, then yes, you were required to make a co-contribution, but if you were a sporting club, that requirement for a co-contribution was not there.
Okay. My other questions are coming back to the organisation support program, which we also touched on briefly this morning. You talked about some of the milestones that organisations are now being measured against. What are the consequences for failing to meet those milestones and how they're tracking?
So recourse will go to their funding. So they have a funding allocation every year. And if they are unable to achieve the requirements and to fully acquit the funds in accordance with their funding agreement, then the recourse is their funding is at risk. Important to note, though, the organisation support program, like I mentioned in this morning's session, it's $5 million for this year, and then it increases to $10 million next year. With that will come a program redesign around some of those accountability measures, and also allowing for sports to go up or down the scale in terms of how much they actually receive, which doesn't exist at the moment. But we're doing that redesign in consultation with the sports sector. So I just want to put that on the record as well.
Thank you. And since the last estimate session, how have those organisations been doing? How are they tracking?
So the program only opened just after our last budget estimates session and has only just closed. So those organisations now that are entering into those funding agreements, we look forward to their deliverables over the course of the next few months.
Okay, thank you. I will look forward to asking about it next time.
Sure.
In terms of those plans for equity, do you take into account any public-facing inclusion statements as well as the internal work that the organisations are doing?
Oh, absolutely. So anything that they've done public-facing will also contribute to, and I encourage organisations that are prepared to make commitments around equality, that they also make those commitments public and be held accountable to those statements. So absolutely agree with you there. The importance of those plans, though, is to make sure that they are quite workable and achievable. And so again, we will work with sporting organisations to make sure that whatever they're putting in terms of equal access is something that they can deliver and does actually achieve the broader government objective, which is to ensure that women and girls have fair access to play their sport.
Thanks. I'll hand the rest of my time to Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Can we just go back to the land audit work that's happening? And actually, Mr. Walker, can I just ask you something that you said, if you could elaborate on, that you answered earlier, about the department's understanding or view on the difference between social and public housing? You expressed that there is no difference.
Well, it'd be interesting to get the Secretary's view as well. From my perspective, social housing, public housing, the one and the same thing, but it's not my particular field of expertise, so I'm happy to be corrected.
We generally define housing under 3 categories. There's market housing, there's affordable housing, which is basically the 30% discounted rate, and then there is social housing, which is public housing.
So it matters not then from that perspective who's managing or who's dealing with that public housing. It doesn't.
The Land and Housing Corporation, now Homes New South Wales, are responsible for social housing. The affordable housing piece is the slightly more complex one. That's delivered by community housing providers. Yes.
Yeah, I see.
Yep.
I see. And so, yeah, it's just interesting because I don't necessarily think the sector kind of sees it quite like that. But you know, that the idea that public housing is actually public housing managed by the public housing providers as opposed to those private social housing providers.
Managed by the state, yes.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that the community housing providers may not be providing a residence or a dwelling for somebody who could be on the social housing environment. So it's without getting into the depths of something that really is a Minister Scully or Minister Jackson question, there's the tenant mix and then there is the provider mix, and there can be some overlap between the two. So a CHP may have properties that they manage through community housing that are made available to social housing tenants. Does that help explain the
I just
complexity?
I'm just wondering from this agency though, this department and this agency and lands, whether, you know, culturally, whether those definitions actually mean, they don't mean anything, or there's a merging of those meanings of public housing administered by the state compared to or housing that is administered for the purpose of social housing by private social housing providers. In terms of the land audit and making land available, I'm just curious that there's no difference there.
So the distinction at the moment, sorry, Leon, I'm stealing your thunder. The distinction at the moment, so the government's commitment is 30% social and affordable housing on government-owned land. There is a whole raft of other housing affordability measures through the planning system, but we can take those up with Minister Scully. In relation to that 30%, ultimately government will decide what that tenure mix is. I would say, without preempting a decision that would be made by a range of different ministers, the tenant mix would be different depending on the location and the need. You would look to probably increase the number of social housing places in an area where there was a significant wait list.
Sorry to interrupt, it's always time. I'm just curious though about how it is feeding into the land audit in terms, or it doesn't. You're doing a more objective.
There's a very tight link. So
yeah.
The governance framework that we've discussed last estimates and touched on today, the land audit working group that's been discussed, that has representatives of Landcom, now Homes New South Wales and Aboriginal Housing Office on it. And I mean, they really have first dibs on the properties that come through the land audit. So, you know, if they express an interest in the property, they've got first right of refusal.
To simplify it, there will be parcels of land that are much more suitable for AHO development because there's particular community relationships there. There will be parcels of land that, for instance, are better suited to Landcom because they're already in a development phase in that particular area. And part of, as Leon said, that land audit working group is to work with those particular government-owned property developers to determine which parcels of land. Ultimately, it's the decision that's outside of our hands. It's the decision made by government which goes where. But part of the information that LOG, terrible acronym, the LOG provides is advice on what the agencies are saying. So Homes New South Wales might say, this one's terrific for us. We know we've got a really big waiting list. AHO might say, this is a regional community of significant Aboriginal community. It would be really beneficial to us. So we will provide that information as part of the data set that government will consider.
And we've actually, I can't disclose the location, but we've actually had examples where Landcom and now Homes New South Wales, they're looking to, have sites beside one another because they have different tenant mix.
So how many sites have now been identified or and recommended for housing?
I can't go into too much detail because it's cabinet in confidence. So I can say we've reviewed 4,300 lots to date.
4,300?
Yeah.
And out of that, are you at liberty to say how many have actually been identified as and recommended to that group?
So we've got over 300 that are going through to that further more detailed due diligence. So as I said earlier, there's a lot of sites that, because of their zoning or particular attributes, are just not suitable for residential use.
But so at the moment, out of those 4,300, 300 have gone to that next step. All right, thank you. Just starting.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to continue on land audit as well. So we'll have a little bit of flow at least on this one.
Sorry, can I just correct something I said this morning because it clearly wasn't clear. There is 8 to 10 regional locations that are being focused on in the land audit. Apparently, it wasn't clear in what I said this morning. So
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Now, just for clarification again, I'd taken down in my notes this morning in terms of the sites that have been assessed, there was 3,500. Just checking on the figures, so it's 4,300?
So I think I misstated. You gave a specific point in time. That amount was for the point in time.
That's for Valentine's Day.
Valentine's Day.
I mean, Mr. Fallow, I always like to get something interesting on the record for you.
800 since Valentine's Day. That's addition. That's love was obviously in the air when it came to the land audit. So, okay, thank you. Now, in terms of that part of the audit, in the last estimates, it was said, and I think we've had it restated today, that the audit is ongoing. No decisions have been made about individual government-owned sites. When is it envisaged the audit will progress to the next stage of finalisation?
I
know there's no final finalisation, but for that tranche of, 300 that have proceeded to due diligence, when do we expect that to
ultimately,
progress?
that'd be a question for the Minister. Yeah.
Okay. I don't think you would have been able to answer it this morning. So from the due diligence, what is the next stage of the land audit? So for those 300 properties, so they go through due diligence?
Yeah, so we get an approval from the government, and then subject to the recommendation that's approved, the land is transferred to the relevant entity to develop or whatever other action is determined.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the audit and the ongoing nature of it, is it viewed that it will always be ongoing and that the audit will continue?
Well, it's obviously subject to funding. So the program's funded currently through to the end of this financial year, and there's a funding bid in for next financial year.
Thank you very much. Now, in terms of the assessment of the land as part of the land use audit, and now there's 4,300 that have been assessed. Are all of those assessed as suitable for the use for housing? No? So what other uses are they assessed as being suitable for?
Look, it's everything. So open space, if a lot is assessed and it's heavily forested, then we wouldn't propose that it's knock down all the trees and develop them for housing. Some are suitable for open space, some are suitable for commercial uses. It's a wide range.
Can I add as well, there's also a temporal aspect here, because there might be a parcel of land that could be in the future suitable for residential development, but one of the criteria we look at is what's the current zoning, and is there, for example, contamination. So just because something doesn't make it through this first flush, we're looking for things that can be brought into the housing mix sooner rather than later.
It's a really extensive process. If a site's bushfire affected, flood affected, there's a whole range of factors. We're deliberately not wasting taxpayer money by putting forward sites that realistically are never going to be suitable for housing development or safe to live on if they were developed.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And so, of those 4,300, how many have been determined as suitable for housing at this stage?
That was the comment earlier. It's over 300 at the moment.
Okay. So that's the.
Sorry. I should clarify that comment. Over 300 have gone through the next stage of more detailed due diligence, which includes looking at issues like contamination, more detailed
biodiversity, residual zoning,
planning assessments, a whole range of things.
So effectively from that assessment, 4,300 have been assessed, 300 have been deemed to be suitable for that next stage of due diligence.
Yeah.
The other 4,000 are no longer to be considered as part of the audit. Is that correct?
I think what this is assisting to do is identify sites that are also underutilised or unused or surplus to requirements. A process that had been established under the former government as well is I guess you call it, within government, it's like a classifieds process where we make it known to other government agencies that land is available or suitable for other uses.
So, for instance, a school could go on the site, or, as you indicated before, Ms. Fishburn, a park, or
correct, exactly right.
Yep.
Okay.
And because that's another important. I mean, you've touched on another important element here. It's not just about putting more housing out there. I mean, for housing you need parks, you need open space, you need hospitals, schools. So, it's a great opportunity to look at land that can be made available for those uses as well.
Thank you. And in terms of that next stage and past due diligence and the like, and a cabinet determination, is it intended that there'll be community consultation that will take part on that site?
If a property goes through to the next phase, it would be the usual approvals process from a statutory perspective. I can't say the word. Perspective. Thank you.
We all stumble, especially with defibrillators.
So. Look, if it was as of rights use and it just needed a council approval for a single dwelling, that would be a relatively straightforward process. If it was a site that has medium or high density use and needs to go through a more involved process, yes, there would definitely be community consultation.
As per the EPNA Act.
That's right.
And in terms of this and the development of the land, we had the question to the Minister before in terms of the potential, a decision hasn't been made in terms of the potential private sale of that land for development. Is there any investigation which has been undertaken in terms of alternative uses? For instance, that the government would hold the land on a 99-year lease or the like and have a private developer? Has there been any assessment on that, for instance?
No, that would be unique to the specific site, but there hasn't been any determinations at this time.
Okay. And in terms of the land audit as well, and making use of the land, and it being... sorry, just let me go back to my notes on this part for a second. In terms of the organisations, what government delivery agencies for housing and other infrastructure are consulted as part of this process?
It's absolutely subject to the site, so it depends who the government landowner is. This is not done independent of them, obviously, and then there's two government committees, whole of government committees that assist us with this process. There's the law that's been referred to that has the housing delivery agencies.
So that's Landcom, now Homes New South Wales?
Yeah, for Land and Housing Corporation, Aboriginal Housing Office. I think it has the Cabinet Office and Treasury on there as well, but let me take that on notice
Yep.
and I'll confirm. There's also a group called, and it needs a better name, Property Strategy Collaboration Committee.
Yeah, it does, Leon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PSCC, okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it gets called.
I don't think
And-
Minister Jackson was happy with the log, I remember from last estimates either, so...
Yeah, and that committee has much broader representation, so that includes health, education, communities and justice. So there's a very wide oversight of properties generally that are passing through this process, and the ability for them to, particularly if a site is identified as not being suitable for residential but might be available for another use, that gives them full transparency of those sites.
And when it comes to the engagement with government agencies, of course, you've got the big beast, so to speak, when it comes to health and education and the like. Are there any recalcitrant agencies, so to speak? Have you gotten good cooperation from all agencies with respect to the audit?
I guess what has been, I don't know the right way to put it, but previously government policies in this general space have only been relevant to general government agencies. And so state-owned corporations have been excluded from government policies in regard to land use. Under the Premier's directive last year, SOCs and PTEs are required to participate in this process.
And they've all been cooperative in that participation?
I'd say we've gone through a learning process, but no, they've been generally
That's very
cooperative.
diplomatic of you, Mr. Ward. Okay, and in terms of that 300 that you've identified for due diligence, are there any that come from a SOC at present?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, you can take that on notice, that's fine. And in terms of the 30% affordable housing requirement, is that envisaged to be on every site or across the whole program?
Oh, that's a question for Minister Jackson.
Okay. Now, have you assessed lots just for the provision of housing on the site, or have you assessed them to support housing in neighbouring areas as well? So, for instance, back to that park example or the like, have you assessed that maybe you couldn't put housing on that site, but you could put a park and that would then open other areas for housing, or potentially that site could provide an access road for a development or the like? Have you made that assessment?
It's not the primary consideration, but what this process has been very effective at doing is, it's enlightening in terms of identifying government sites and what they could potentially be used for in case of need.
Thank you. And in terms of the engagement so far, has there been engagement with local councils around the land audit as well?
We're not at that stage yet. No.
Okay.
Can I stress though, Mr. Walker, because I obviously speak to the local councils all the time, local councils have indicated a willingness to put their own land through a similar process, and it's some of the work that Office of Local Government are doing, and we'll obviously make available our metrics that we use and our information that goes into our land OQ to any council that wishes to do it. We're very keen to see local government be provided with the same type of intel.
Yeah, it's a very good point that you raised. So part of what's been developed was actually being done just in advance of this process being initiated, but it was well timed because it's been incredibly important in terms of the volume of properties that we have to assess quite quickly. The Land IQ tool, which really just draws on information on land from a wide range of government databases, that's being made available progressively to councils so that they can run their own land through that tool and assist them with their land use decisions as well.
They've been very appreciative of that.
Yep.
So to pick up on the land IQ, I'll go on to a few questions on the land IQ as well then. So what uses does land IQ have in the department to help ease the housing crisis?
Well, it as I say, it's a land use tool. So if we have a site that is surplus to education, that's the tool we use to undertake an assessment of the lot to determine whether it's flood prone, bushfire prone, what the planning controls are relevant to the site, a whole range of things, and it really accelerates the process. So something that might have taken us 6 or 8 weeks to do quite manually previously, we can, I don't know the exact time frame, but yeah, we can do in a day or so for a lot now.
And when was Land IQ first used by the department?
I think we launched it it wouldn't have been last financial year, the year before, but I can confirm that.
Thank you. If you take that on notice. And when did the department first investigate using Land IQ for this process?
Oh, it was just
a given from the beginning?
Yeah, just a given. Yeah.
With respect, it said that for the first time, this takes full advantage of the government's own data. What data does Land IQ use? And what's sort of that amalgamation of data that you have being fed into the program?
I'll take it on notice. I can describe the types of things, but let me provide you a list on notice.
And with respect to the land audit data, where is that information being held? On what sort of program are you using to compile that data? And
that's
the
another
results?
technical question, but I'll take it on notice. It is being drawn by drawn from other government databases.
Okay.
So planning. There's a whole range
Obviously,
of
it uses the cadastro as a starting point.
Yeah, it's a spatially enabled tool, so it starts from there and then draws on information from environment, heritage, planning. It's a whole range of sources.
Thank you. And with respect to the log, following the changes to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, congratulations, and the establishment of Homes New South Wales, has that changed the composition of the grouping at all?
Yeah, so let me confirm for the record. So the LORG has members from Treasury, Cabinet Office, Property and Development New South Wales, Land and Housing Corporation, which is now Homes New South Wales, Landcom and Department of Planning.
Okay. And have any recommendations been submitted to the governance committees for funding and approval to transfer land to delivery agencies?
Sorry, can you just
have any recommendations been submitted to the governance committees of the LORG for funding approval to transfer land to delivery agencies?
So to be clear, so the governance committees are just dealing with the recommendation to transfer and the proposed use. The decision about funding is a matter for the government.
Okay. And with respect to the 2023 year in review report, stated Property and Development New South Wales is leading the government property framework policy reform to increase the adaptive reuse of surplus government property. That is the land audit, I take it?
That and other projects. So I'm happy to elaborate on other things that we're working on. So another good example is the government owns or Property and Development New South Wales, Departments of Communities and Justice and others own a number of heritage listed assets across the Sydney CBD and the state more generally. The City of Sydney has a scheme called the Heritage Floor Space Scheme. So if we haven't finalised, we're just about to finalise a business case to take advantage of that scheme to do capital works to those buildings so that they're brought back to a standard that enables us to apply for those heritage floor space rights. So
is that a transferable FSR scheme? Or
yeah.
Okay.
So
you effectively transfer the FSR rights and get a payment for it?
Yeah, because for these assets, I mean, they're precious state assets. There's no reasonable prospect that we're going to build a glass tower at the top of them. So, but they're being underutilised because of their condition. This scheme provides a basis to secure future revenue so that we can maintain them in the condition that they should be.
And in terms of this surplus government property and the adaptive reuse, have any of these properties been considered as part of the land audit?
Those wouldn't be similar.
For housing
those wouldn't
in
be
particular?
suitable. If I was to draw on another example, we also have a number of sites subject to contamination. A good one to draw on an example is Waratah, the former gasworks in a suburb of Newcastle. As was done in the past, they built residential houses over the top of a former gasworks. Someone put a shovel in the ground one day and it disappeared down a former gas well, I understand. We've gone in there effectively in the last resort capacity. We're remediating the site and then making that site available again for housing in the future.
Thank you. And going to the Hunter actually on this regard, and I think this is more for Ms Hawes than it is for you, Mr Walker, but Crown Lands is the owner of historical Walker Waterworks, which has been largely fenced off over the last 18 months due to asbestos contamination, including the Southern Lawn, which is a play area for families. How much money has the New South Wales Government allocated towards the decontamination of the South Lawn on Walker Waterworks?
Thank you. So we have, just bear with me, we have collectively committed several $100,000. It's being done in stage, and I'll probably take on notice each stage to give you the full projection. Crown Lands has provided a letter of support confirming $1.5 million in funding and co-contribution for these works. And that includes $835,000 in the last financial year, with $665,000 provided this financial year. But there are further projections out to completely remediate the site.
And when do you expect that to be completed?
I don't have a date for now, because as we go along it can become more complex in terms of the remediation and the works that are required. But I can take on notice the current sort of thinking as to the tranches of work we're contemplating.
Okay. Now, there have been concerns from the community that this has taken longer in a regional area such as Maitland than it would if it was a metropolitan area. Does the department have any view in terms of why it's taken so long to undertake these works?
I would be interested in knowing the source of that concern, because when this was raised with us, from my perspective, we moved quite quickly to be able to contribute to the clean-up, so it would be helpful to understand the source of that concern. I do reject the notion that it makes a difference what your location is. We do our best to respond to contamination where there is a serious risk. So I'll probably leave it at that.
Okay. And with respect to Old Maitland Hospital, what's the progress in terms of the preparations of that site?
I probably need to take that on notice. I think that's actually not in the Walker
So
remit.
that property
different, yeah.
continues to sit with the local health district and the Ministry of Health, so that question would actually have to be directed to the health
So
minister.
that doesn't fall under Crown Lands with the Old Maitland Hospital?
No, the actual, I think there was incorrect comments made in the public domain up there. I think what they're referring to is the former hospital itself. It's obviously quite a substantial health campus, and that sits with health.
Okay, thank you very much.
I should add, sorry, for completeness, that the council is undertaking a plan of management and conservation plan for the whole site.
The Walker Waterworks site?
Yeah, so we're working with them in that regard, and as I say, we have contributed funding for the first stage of the clean-up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with a few questions to Mr. Laposter, if that's okay. I have a couple of questions about the $15 million Safe Places for Faith community grants. There's been some concern and confusion from certain groups as to why only $5 million of the funding has been made available in this first funding round, as opposed to the whole $15 million. I'm just wondering if you can explain why that decision was made.
So the $15 million was a commitment over 4 years, not $15 million a year. There was a little bit of confusion around that, but I think we cleared that up. And the press release by the now government, when they made the announcement, was pretty clear that it was $15 million. For the length of their term. With respect, I think Mr. Farlow asked before, we were able to increase the amount in the first year from $3 million to $5 million. So that's the amount of money that we have available. But as I said to Mr. Farlow before, we've received overwhelming interest, 266 applications, valued at over $18 million. So we'll be looking, at least open dialogue with the Minister to see if there's any further funding from that $15 million that we can bring forward to this year.
How will you prioritise those applications? Has that sort of been thought through yet?
Yeah, so because it's a new grant and it's sort of the first of its kind in how it's currently being administered, we're relying heavily on the expertise and advice of the Public Works Department, the New South Wales Police, Premier's Department. We're inviting the Cabinet Office involved as well. So it's a holistic decision-making process that we just, as well-meaning public servants in Multicultural New South Wales, we've got no idea about the level of intensity of structure of the bollard needs to be to ensure that a public space is safe in front of a church or a mosque or whatever. So hence why we're involving that subject matter expertise from across government to make a holistic decision-making process. We've set up the grant guidelines. It's now, expressions of interest have closed, and we'll start the assessment process herein.
Yeah, thank you. I note that the Anti-Discrimination Amendment Religious Vilification Act came into effect in November 2023, which prohibits vilification on the grounds of religious belief, affiliation or activity. Has the department received any complaints about religious vilification that have been referred to New South Wales Police since the law commenced?
So one of the challenges that we have is, and I think someone was asking sort of this question in a roundabout way about how do different cultures appreciate the nuances of the language of government. One of the challenges that we have is trying to educate and inform community around what different mechanisms exist to be able to report racism, discrimination, hate, any of these different sort of forms, of which I condemn all of them. We have no place for any of those abhorrent behaviours or conducts in such a thriving multicultural society. But with regards to the Anti-Discrimination Act, it's limited to where it can be applied, whereas what we're looking at the moment, and I commend the work of the Premier and the government around reviewing Section 93Z, which is our race hate laws, to look at how we can make sure that the intention of that law enables more successful prosecutions against that at the moment, because one of the challenges with 93Z has been the threshold to ensure a successful charge against 93Z under the DPP, but then also to ensure that those charges are upheld as well. And so, yes, there has been reforms to the Anti-Discrimination Act, which we think are good, and a number of our faith leaders have commended. There is the ongoing review from former Justice Bathurst and the Law Reform Commission about 93Z, and I guess it's our role, Ms Hurst, to make sure that the education that goes out to community about which is the right lever to pull at the right time and who to contact is effective, because one of the things our agency isn't, which your question touches on a little bit before, is that we're not a reporting agency. So anecdotally we'll hear feedback from community of tensions that exist or instances where they feel they've been discriminated or been a target of hate, and it's our obligation to connect them to the right part of government to be able to report that. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So Multicultural New South Wales will sort of have an educational role in the implementation of that new law, but that's kind of your involvement in that?
Yeah, and working really closely with the Anti-Discrimination Commission on exactly that as well. So, I tip my hat to that team. They're getting better and better at working with us. Vice versa, our team's getting better and better at working with them around the engagement in terms of any changes to legislation and reform, and the best people to have sitting around the table from a community leadership point of view to help inform government. But then equally, once the new, whether they're legislation or policies or whatever are implemented, how we can empower community with that information to disseminate them. So someone asked me before around the membership of our Complan committee. That includes the Premier's Department, Department of Education, Health, Anti-Discrimination, New South Wales Police, Reconstruction Authority, Local Government New South Wales, and Kirsten touched on before their important role they play, Department of Communities and Justice, and obviously MNSW. So if there's any changes to the Anti-Discrimination Act or Section 93Z, we'd be empowering all of those different players to make sure that they're aware and can work with community.
Thank you. I also have some questions about the GROW pilot. Is that also to you, Mr. LaPosta?
Yep.
Great. I was wondering what kind of work people have been able to secure in the Murray and Riverina regions as part of this program.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit... I've had to check my bias a little bit. I thought that this would have been more sort of people leaving Western Sydney. So the essence of GROW, for those that aren't aware, it's growing regions of welcome, or the acronym being GROW. It's a little bit more better than the acronym I heard a little bit earlier. That's all right, it's not competitive. But it's effectively about getting these regional communities to be welcoming towns, welcoming cities, welcoming regions for these new refugees that are experiencing what we call resettlement. So they'll settle in Fairfield, Liverpool, Cumberland, wherever, and then they'll find that, yes, it's great to have their network and their community and the language and the shops, but employment's really, really tricky. So what we've been doing is working with Wagga, Leeton, Griffith, Walla Walla, Albury, to help them be as best prepared as they can for supporting these new refugees, to help them settle into these regional areas. Obviously, housing's a key consideration, education, yada, yada. I thought you would see a larger influx of sort of primary manufacturing agriculture, we've actually seen really pleasingly doctors, lawyers, these sorts of really professional practitioners. And I think we're now up to 25 individuals and their families that have moved from the city into that regional area. So again, it's not about the total number of people. It's more around setting up a pilot to take some learnings to then help inform the hundreds of millions of dollars that the Commonwealth Government and the millions of dollars the state government invests in trying to support our refugee communities settle.
Thank you. Given that this was originally a 3-year pilot, I assume it's coming to an end in June 2024.
Yep.
What are the plans in terms of the future of this program? Will there be an evaluation?
Yep.
Will it be extended to
Yep.
your knowledge?
Yep, so we're evaluating the program. It coincides with the completion of the contract of our Coordinator General of Settlement, Professor Peter Shergold. He's away at the moment. My intention is to have discussions with him about continuing in that role, fingers crossed, and then also what we'll be looking at once the evaluation is completed, then working with other parts of government to either hopefully inform them of what the findings of that pilot have been to either shift their existing funding models, or it'll be a part of our New South Wales government settlement strategy that the Minister has endorsed as well, to help get the New South Wales government more focused on doing more in this space.
Yeah, great. And how much funding has the pilot program received since June 2021?
It was $3 million very kindly from Training Services New South Wales. There'd be a significant amount of in-kind labour from our team as well that would sit on top of that. I can take the exact specifics, but roughly about a $3 million pilot.
Thank you. And so will there be consideration around expanding the program to new regional locations as well, given any kind of evaluation and what comes out of that?
Miss Hurst, I feel like you've been in the room with me. My hope was that we would go hand in glove with the Commonwealth Government on this, so it's a great opportunity for state and Commonwealth to partner. The former Commonwealth Government that had some pretty ambitious targets around 50% in regional areas, 50% in metro areas. There were some challenges around how strategically they were going to do that. By just moving people to regional areas doesn't mean it's successful. So our hope was to actually do 4 pilot locations, 2 in sort of northern and northern western New South Wales and 2 in southern and southern western New South Wales. So once we've got the pilot, once we've done the evaluation, that will hopefully inform that. And yeah, my hope is that it becomes, if we're moving people to regional areas and you're focusing on refugees, they're probably the hardest people to settle. So it'll inevitably help any migrant that's looking to settle into a regional area, because those townships will be hopefully more welcoming and more supportive and understanding of what the needs and the social and the physical infrastructure to make that settlement journey as successful as possible.
Thank you. I might try and squeeze one question into Mr McLaughlin, which will be very simple, and we'll talk more later. But at the last estimates hearing in October, you indicated that new contracts will be put in place with enhanced privacy provisions, and that they'd be in place early January. I'm just wondering if those contracts have been put into place.
You can definitely squeeze that in, Ms Hurst. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just back on, heading back to the land audit stuff, if we can. Thank you. How are you storing that? You've got Land IQ, you've got all these tools, but how are you storing the actual data? Is it per property in terms of its suitability and having run it through the matrix, or is it stored across various platforms?
The source information resides in the home platforms. The Land IQ tool just pulls it from that source. Then I'll take it on notice and give you a more fulsome answer if you'd like, but when they do the analysis of the property, that obviously generates its own report.
Okay, as in literally per property,
Yep.
all those things will be compiled into there.
Yep.
And that builds as more
Yep.
information comes about that particular lot and within the DP or wherever it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just ask you quickly on, just going back to something, just on the e-tendering portal? Does anybody here have any oversight over the e-tendering portal?
Obviously, I got full oversight in my own department, but I could not answer a single question on it. I'm afraid I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay, if you could, the thing I'm interested in is there's no current or active tenders, is my understanding through at the moment, and I'm just looking to see
For what?
Tenders for any particular projects within this through the e-tendering portal, and I'm looking to know whether there is
any plans, any tenders or expressions of interest through that e-tender portal, and we're just looking at whether there is any process around or any ambition for any greater transparency around that, or is it a defunct function or...
We follow all our reporting requirements for tenders, which I believe is over 50,000. I'm just looking at my other colleagues. Yep, Greg's got it. We publish all of those as we're required to do so.
Okay, thank you. In terms of any acquisitions that the agency might have...
Are you saying property acquisitions?
Yeah.
So again, we'll take it on notice, but if it meets the requirements under New South Wales government procurement guidelines, then it would have to be disclosed.
But
that might not be us. I mean, if it's health, for example, buying properties for new ambulance stations, they would be the ones reporting, not Property and Development New South Wales.
And so as far as I could see just looking, I can't see any current or active acquisitions. Is that your understanding?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's reasonably... we don't acquire a lot of property. We deal with the property that we've got because, as I said already, that we're a fairly substantial landowner already. So,
can I take that one on notice, because it and we might want to return that to that in Minister Scully's as the minister responsible for the Office of Strategic Lands, which is the main land purchaser for the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. So we'll take that on notice and return at that particular session if that's useful.
Yep, thank you. Other than the threatened ecological communities, what other assessment criteria in the environment group has been activated for the purpose of the audit?
Can I take that on notice?
Sure. How many, out of the 4,300 properties, how many assessed lots failed to get to the 300 due to concerns about the environment? Is that something?
I'd have to take that on notice.
All right, thank you. On that, I've got a few questions in that stream. With looking for specific answers. One is, how many sites had greater than 50% of those threatened ecological communities by area? Is that something you could take on notice too?
We'll take it on notice.
We'd have to take that on notice. It's a multi-criteria assessment process.
This is hence why I was asking about the data and how all of this is being stored.
Yeah, I understand. So obviously you would be looking... The residual zoning would have a material impact, particularly in relationship to biodiversity and conservation. We can take that on notice. I just suspect the answer is not as simple as 50 of them were knocked out.
Well, so the difficulty I see with that, and I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate that, but, we've got areas all over the place that have chosen not to zone lands as a bit counterintuitive, as one would have thought. You'd sort of go, oh, that's threatened ecological communities, therefore they would be zoned conservation, but they're not.
No, there is a significant proportion of unzoned land, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so perhaps if I've got just a sort of bunch of those questions, perhaps I can submit those as
I think we'd need to mine into the data a bit to answer them, so we'd just have to take them on notice for the purpose of today. If you wish to submit them, we're happy to come back as supplementary questions.
Because at the risk of boring you with too much detail, it essentially the process comes up with a scoring system, and if something had the particular issue that you're talking to, which came as a score that knocked it out, we might have to actually go back to each individual property to determine if the reason it got knocked out was because of that issue, because the primary way we just determine if it goes through the next phase is because of the score, overall score.
So it kind of gets to a threshold point and then it jumps out of the system.
So if it's below 5 out of 10, then you go, well, that's
is your understanding then...
Sorry, can I answer? Because we've just got the exact environmental criteria for the audit.
Yes.
Included flood, bushfire, biodiversity, exclusionary zoning. So I suspect that would have knocked out a lot of the ones you're talking about. As Leon said already, national parks, then also environmental conservation land and forestry land excluded. acid sulfate soils, contamination, asbestos obviously being the primary one that we've been talking about today, and then threatened ecological communities. So they were all the considerations that came into play.
And so
Thanks,
on
Megan.
that, thank you. That's on that. Are we using? Is it fair to say we sort of using existing mapping, some of which could be very, very old, or existing data sets?
Well, that's correct. We rely on the information that's available in the government databases. So.
Yeah.
If I could add as well, I mean, obviously we're talking about the initial stage of a process. Any parcel of land, if it was deemed appropriate to go to the next stage, which will even the next stage again, still would be required to go through all the assessment that any other land development would have, and that includes looking at any potential biodiversity issues. So there is always that safeguard in the system that is the assessment through the EPNA Act.
Yeah.
And so has the PSCC given any feedback on sites that that have conservation value that they have recommended should be set aside for conservation purposes?
It'd be more the land audit working group. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
It's probably more likely the recommendation would go to them suggesting that it's not appropriate because of the reason, rather than working the other way around.
Is there an opportunity there? Like, are we missing I mean, the land audit process is an incredibly good, valuable and expensive operation, and we're looking for more funding to carry it on past this year. Is there work that we should be doing, do you think, in terms of the administration of this or is there anything in the current settings or instructions around the audit to be looking at that broader scope, i.e. have any lands been identified that would be really appropriate to go in the protected area network? Is this work that we're considering doing, or is it just outside the scope?
It would probably be a good conversation for you to have with the Minister.
Okay.
I mean, it certainly identifies those sites. The focus of the audit is for residential purposes. So
that's what I mean. So in terms of your instruction, would you consider it outside the scope?
Well, it's definitely possible coming out of this process. It's not being done at the moment.
Okay. So just on that, and what's the engagement with First Nations communities and organisation about the cultural heritage values? Is that one of the criteria?
Well, that would come through in the second stage of assessment. So, as I say, we then do quite involved due diligence. If a site's identified from desktop research as being suitable for residential, and it's passed through the land audit working group, then the next stage of quite detailed due diligence would throw up if there was any sort of heritage considerations in respect to the site.
But so, in terms of cultural heritage, you're saying that that those matters wouldn't just be left to an EPNA process, as Ms. Fishburn identified. They're things that you would, and how would you do that? How would you identify whether somewhere is culturally significant? Is it just reference to the AIMS register, or what is the?
Let me take it on notice to give you an accurate answer. I mean, it's quite specific. Due diligence is done in respect to the site, and as I said, it covers off multiple areas. But let me come back.
Thank you.
Can I stress that, because I think it's important to stress, even having done the land audit work, that doesn't void out the need to consider these things as part of a proper development assessment as well. So that doesn't take away any of the requirements that you would do for a normal DA or planning proposal.
I realise that. For the purpose of those 300, though, are we suggesting that there could still be significant cultural heritage sites or areas of significance that would need further assessment?
I believe not, because it would come up through the due diligence, but let's take it on notice.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pass over to the opposition till 3:30, and then you'll get the remainder of your time after the afternoon break.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got some questions in relation to small business, so I just wanted to foreshadow that so that if we need to make any adjustments, we can do so. I'm interested in finding out what the government is doing to help small businesses with rising input costs. Who do I best direct that to?
I'm happy to answer that question.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbon.
The government has announced the Small Business Bureau back in October, and Service New South Wales is leading that piece of work. There's a number of different services that we provide, including our business concierge service that will help businesses navigate through regulations and different offerings that might be across government at any one time. They'll also help small businesses in their recovery phase after a disaster, so we've done a lot of work with flood-affected businesses, helping them navigate those supports and grants that were available through that process as well. There's the Business Connect program that I've spoken to already today, which offers up to 8 hours of free specialist advice. So we know that small businesses are often, experts in their area in which they operate their business in, but they may need some support in navigating through business or understanding how to pivot their business to an online or cybersecurity threats that are coming up. So we offer that service free of charge as well. There are also a number of different rebates or grants available at any one time. Safe Work rebate is an example of that. So our business concierge service will help small businesses apply and navigate through that process.
Okay. In relation to construction businesses, are you aware of how many construction companies collapsed at the start of 2012, say in the first 2 weeks?
I don't have a number to hand.
Okay. Sorry, 2024. Sorry, yes. Is the Minister done any work around ensuring that construction businesses are supported through what is a very difficult time for them?
So there's no specific offering through the Business Bureau on construction, although we are looking at different industry groups and to target offerings to, and we're able to do that through our communications channel. We have a electronic newsletter channel that reaches over 1 million subscribers, and we're able to tailor that to specific ANZIC codes to give pertinent information to those industries groups. In addition to that, the Small Business Charter has been launched, and that also offers different referral pathways for pain points and considerations around regulation and areas that small business and industry peak bodies would like consideration for.
Excellent. Are you able to provide an update in relation to the Department's goal of boosting small business procurement targets from 12% to 30%?
So that is Minister Husos's portfolio, so it'd be best to discuss that one through that.
Okay. Has the Minister asked your department to do any work in relation to that?
So that's part of the Charter, and we're working across in a whole of government response.
Okay. And just in relation to that, has Minister Kamper sought any input into that procurement increase?
Minister Kamper has been heavily involved in the development of the Charter and been working with Minister Husos's office, but I can't comment to what discussions they've had.
Okay. Just turning now to the issue of engineered stone, and I know that this government's been particularly vocal about their position on it. How many small businesses produce engineered stone in New South Wales? Are you aware?
No, I'm not a specialist in that area.
No.
We support all small businesses across New South Wales.
Okay. Has the Minister asked you to do any work in relation to consultation to support businesses that might be affected by any ban on engineered stone?
Not at this time.
No. Do you know if there's any industry support being made available to small businesses who might be affected by any ban on engineered stone?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Has there been any discussion around the cost and method of disposal of any stock around engineered stone, and has the Minister sought to minimise the input costs and output costs for small businesses that are impacted by any work that's done in the engineered stone space?
I'm not aware, but I can take that on notice.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll just, you talked about the small business charter. Will this charter be legislated, introduced by regulation, or is it a government statement of intent?
The Charter will be supported by a whole of government circular, supported by DCS.
Okay. And does the government plan to have an annual review of the charter to monitor its success?
Yes, there's periodic reporting attached to the charter. Initially, it's got an action plan that will support it for the first 2 years.
Okay. And will the charter have any key performance indicators?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And what are they? Would you be able to take those on notice?
I can. The charter is just being developed, and we're now working with agencies to develop that reporting matrix, and they will be available once they've been developed.
Okay. And now, with respect to the small business strategy implementation, is there a timeline to have it up and running?
So the small business strategy was an initiative of the previous government. The small business charter will supersede that.
Okay. And in terms of the charter, what sort of communication has there been to small businesses about the charter and its role and what they're able to access?
So there was a media release today on the small business charter, and there is a planned EDM, electronic communication, going out to 1.3 registered business customers in March to support the release of the charter.
Now, before the election, the government, or then opposition, stated that they will prioritise small businesses with financial support. Now, many small businesses have raised concerns with us that most New South Wales small businesses are not eligible for the government's energy bill relief program. Is this something that has been expressed as a concern to customer service?
I haven't heard that expressed as a concern. We support all small businesses across New South Wales. There's over 840,000 small businesses that are eligible for support through the Service New South Wales Business Bureau, and we help them with the navigation, compliance, regulation, and connecting them to different referral pathways across government for specialist support or the Business Connect program.
Thank you. I think that takes us out for small business. Yes.
Just through the chair,
Mr. Head.
if I could add to what Ms Gibbons said about engineered stone, I think that Safe Work New South Wales is playing the leadership role at an agency level in respect of that matter. Of course, it's part of DCS, but those issues could probably be explored better in estimates with Minister Kotsis next week.
Thank you, and will be.
Thank you. That takes us till 3:30, so we'll now break for 15 minutes and we'll come back. During that break, I'll have discussions with my colleagues about whether we can release anyone early on good behaviour. All right, we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
That's just me.
Okay, welcome back to the remainder of this session. Before we begin, I might just indicate that we are able to dismiss some members. So we will be dismissing Mr. Thompson and there was one other one. Mr. Jellybrand? I've murdered that.
Doesn't care getting out of here.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, fair.
I tried my best. I tried my best, Mr. LaPosta, but the government needs you for the mop-up, apparently. So we may.
We're all happy to let you.
We may be able to dismiss other people as we progress. So I'll throw over to the opposition for the remainder of their 20 minutes.
Chair, would it be possible if we could just answer a few questions and just make a few corrections, just to get them out of the way?
Sure. Happy to do that. Yep, sure.
I'll start. I just wanted to correct that it's 150,000 is the reporting requirement for tenders.
Yep.
So, yep.
Mr. Walker.
And from me, various questions on the land audit and land IQ. So 8 state-owned corporations have, 8 sites owned by state-owned corporations are subject to the process so far. Question
Of the 300, is it?
yeah.
Yeah.
In respect to cultural assessments, they're assessed as part of the due diligence process with data incorporating Aboriginal heritage where data is available. Cultural heritage assessments are undertaken as per the National Parks and Wildlife Service Act and managed by Heritage New South Wales. And in respect to Land IQ, the pilot was launched in June 21. The tool was first officially used in March 22 in response to the Northern Rivers flood event. What data does Land IQ use? We can elaborate on this, but it pulls from a range of sources, including cadastral and topographical data from DCS, Spatial Services, transport data from Transport for New South Wales, Government Property Register, and a range of other data sources. And what happens with that data when a property's assessed, it's captured in a secure database so that it can be tracked through the review process and retained on file thereafter for reference.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
And Chair, can I just clear up Mr. Farlow's question about the Complan meetings, if that's okay? So there was a Complan meeting this is following the attack on the 7th of October, a Complan meeting on the 9th of October, an out-of-session response phase meeting on the 13th of October, a regular meeting on the 2nd of November, and we're scheduled to have another Complan meeting on the 7th of March to reconnect. And it's probably timely with so many schools going back, the University of Sydney and other universities going back as well, to be all on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. LaPosta.
Thank you. Ms Mihailuk asked a question about land councils being exempt from rates and charges. I wanted to complete that response, which is that the Land Rights Act regulation does provide for exemptions, and the type of land that's exempt from those sorts of charges is land that's not being used for a commercial or residential purpose, generally vacant land, or land that's been declared by the Land Council to be of cultural or spiritual significance. Ms Mihailuk also asked how many of the land claim assessment team identifies Aboriginal. The answer to that is 2. And you asked me a question about our engagement with fisheries on Cooper's Road. Regional teams are engaging at the local level. I just wanted to confirm that for the committee, so thank you.
I've just got one very quick one. Some questioning this morning was around Wollongong carts, and it was stated that the licence for Wollongong Kart Raceway was cancelled. It, in fact, actually expired.
Okay. Thank you, Ms Jones. I might call up Ms Mather for this section, and Ms Jones, some questions might be determine who's appropriate to answer them. While Ms Mather's getting herself seated, I'll ask, have any briefs been written by either the Office of Sport or Venues New South Wales with respect to the South Sydney Rabbitohs wanting to leave a core stadium and move to the new Allianz Stadium?
I think
Not for some time, but I think when there was media speculation around the time that the stadium opened, I think something like 18 months ago, it was in response to that.
Thank you. Have the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs had any engagement or conversations with Venues New South Wales about leaving Accor?
No.
Has the NRL made any representations to Venues New South Wales about clubs exiting Accor and going to other stadiums in the Venues New South Wales network?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of South's attendance is made up by Accor Stadium members?
I'd have to get back to you. It varies depending on the rivalries that are playing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you take that on notice. And similarly, are you aware of what percentage of Bulldogs attendance is made up by Accor Stadium members?
What percentage?
Of Bulldogs attendance are made up by Accor Stadium members?
I'd have to get back to you on that one too.
That's fine. And now that the venue management contract has changed to Venues New South Wales, is there any impediment for Souths to leave Accor and move to Allianz?
They have a contract with Accor Stadium until 2030.
Okay. And that is specifically with Accor and not with Venues New South Wales?
It's with the stadium, yes.
And what is the status of the agreement with the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs?
It's the same.
It's
until
the same?
2030.
Till 2030? Okay, thank you. I think that's it on those questions. Now, while you're here, Ms Mather, I'll ask these questions as well. Of course, the SCG is now one of the oldest pieces of major sporting infrastructure in Australia, and with a new stadium in Perth, $1 billion upgrades to Adelaide Oval and upgrades to the Gabba, is there any investigation being done in investing in the SCG?
So a grant is actually it's a small grant, has just come through, which will allow us to commit some preliminary work to re-look at the master plan. So it will be some way off.
Okay. And with respect to the SCG, it's got many similar issues with fire safety and accessibility as was experienced at the former Sydney Football Stadium. What's being done to address these issues?
We have, any fire compliance issues have been addressed. We regularly update our occupancy certificates to make sure that they're actually current, so that the venue is fire safe, and to the extent that operational overlay is required to supplement that as part of the occupancy certificates, then that's what we do.
Now, Mr Latham had some questions before about car parking in the Moore Park precinct. Is it correct that the investment decision for the new car park occurred in 2021?
The investment decision, 2021, probably thereabouts.
Okay.
21, 22, yes.
Okay. And now we're 3 years later from that position. When do you expect to have the car park built?
Look, depending on how it's actually delivered, so we're in discussions at the moment with Centennial Park with some transition arrangements that will allow us to accelerate the build, and if that's possible, then it would be around 2 years, subject to events.
Okay, thank you. And as a result of the delay, have there been any cost increases to the project?
No, we actually went to tender only very recently, so
Okay.
we know the price.
And have the new funding obligations been met by the government in terms of the budget envelope?
We're actually taking out a borrowing
Okay.
to actually fund the development of the car park.
Okay, thank you. I think that is all I have for Ms Mather, but I will hold until the Chair returns and see if any other members have any other questions for you.
Thank you.
Now back to the Office of Sport, Ms Jones. Just turning to the Speedway again. Is the Office of Sport aware of the arrangements that were put in place by the Western Australian Government concerning the Perth Motorplex in June of 2016, where Venues West managed the facility until a new operator was put in place?
At a very high level, probably just to the extent that you've just mentioned, I was aware of that. But if you've got any specific questions around the comparison between that operating model and this operating model, I would suggest that we'll take those questions on notice.
Okay, thank you, Ms Jones. Ms Jones, I understand that Minister Kamper's Chief of Staff met with representatives of Speedway Australia, funnily enough, on Valentine's Day, to continue with our references on the 14th of February. Have any requests been put to you following that meeting with respect to a governance model similar to Western Australia and the motorplex there?
Not to the Office of Sport, but can I just be really clear here about the Office of Sport's role in terms of the Speedway? We are the regulator of the Speedway. We are not we don't have any role in terms of the leasing arrangements or operating model, and I would suggest that that is a question.
It's
for
Minister Scully's portfolio.
I understand that, yeah. And has the Office of Sport had any requests from the Speedway community for the Office of Sport to administer the Speedway on an interim basis with a management committee?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And as we discussed before, as the regulator of motorsport, the Office of Sport has the role of approving the venue operator by issuing a motor vehicle racing ground licence. Is that correct?
We operate a licence, and it's in relation to safety requirements. As I said before in this morning's session, we've got that application. It's currently under assessment.
And with respect to those licences, you need to have that licence in order to be able to run a Speedway event. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are the Office of Sport... So we've already established that Sydney International Speedway has not been issued with this licence as of yet. You stated earlier that Mr Boldy was not the applicant for that licence. Can you tell us who the applicant was?
It was Mrs Boldy.
Okay, it was Mrs Boldy. Is the application incomplete, or is there any other problem with the application?
It's still under assessment at this stage.
Okay, and when was it submitted?
I can get you that date. If you just bear with me, I can come back to you on that one. I think you'll find it was in mid-January sometime.
Okay. And does it usually take over a month to assess one of these licence applications?
It can do.
Okay. And did Western Sydney International Dragway attempt to apply for permits for the Speedway as well?
I'll come back to you on that.
Okay.
I'll try and come back to you in the session.
Okay, thank you. Would the Office of Sport stipulate any permit requirements for any individual in applying for that licence?
So the Office of Sport has the ability to impose conditions on a licence, yes.
Okay. And what's the extent of those conditions that you can impose?
Well, conditions obviously have to be within reasonable grounds, and obviously relate to either compliance with the legislation and/or with additional safety requirements imposed.
Okay. And could those conditions exclude a certain person from being involved in the operation of an event?
The legislation actually stipulates the requirements in terms of who's actually required to be the licensee.
Okay. And are you aware whether the Speedway has public liability insurance?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And as part of that licence being granted, would a permit from the Office of Sport be required in order to gain such insurance? Do you know that?
I'll see if I can get back to you in the session as well on that one.
Now, the government, of course, outlined that it would progress a motorsport strategy, which was an election commitment. What's the status of that strategy at this stage?
The intention is to commence work on that strategy in the next year or so.
The next year or so?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and to commence work on that strategy. So when is it
Correct.
anticipated to be complete?
There is no time frame yet in terms of completion. There obviously, in terms of preparing a motorsport strategy, which would be a statewide strategy, there's an extensive consultation process that would need to be undertaken to obviously determine the parameters and the needs of that strategy. And so we would start at that point, and then from there identifying the issues that would then determine how extensive that strategy would need to be, and obviously the completion date.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated before that with respect to the Wollongong Kart Raceway that licence ended. Were there any concerns with respect to that licence before it came to its natural expiry?
We were aware of some concerns in terms of the operation of that facility, and in particular some race meetings at that facility, but it did not result in the licence being cancelled.
And what was the time period when those concerns were?
Again, I'll get back to you in terms of those dates.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, we might, with the 2 minutes remaining, move to cemeteries and crematoria. So, Ms Hawes, you advised earlier that you'd sought advice from the Parliamentary Council regarding extending the CMCT's transitional arrangements. Can you elaborate on these discussions and, for instance, like how long those transitional requirements will be required for?
So I said that we had liaised with them as to the need to potentially extend the current arrangement pending the outcome of the judicial review. And that is the point that we're at now. The judgment came in on Friday, so we will now talk with Parliamentary Council about the need potentially to extend so that we can work through the implications of the judgment. It's quite a complex judgment that goes to the presence of a charitable trust over the CT operations over 200 plus years. So we have some work to do, and it would be prudent to extend the current arrangement to allow us to work through that.
Okay, and was this advice only sought on Friday following the judicial review, or was it in train prior to that?
No, obviously we've been talking to them about the fact that, we've been trying to resolve a future operating model for the CMCT, as well as solidify the arrangements for the MMP. So they are aware that we would potentially need an extension for quite some time.
So with respect to the transitional arrangements we're referring to, are they only until the CMCT is moved under the provisions of the current Crown Lands Management Act?
No, they have a set date. From memory, it's the end of February.
It's the 29th.
29th. Lucky 29th. So yes, there is a set date in the regulation.
Okay. You also mentioned previously that you'd received advice that put some doubt on the status of the CMCT as a state-owned entity. Can you elaborate on what the basis for that might be?
Yeah, absolutely. And the judicial advice goes to the heart of that. So the position that we have been following is the advice from Treasury and the Audit Office that CMCT is a state-controlled entity. This judgment creates a more confusing sort of landscape in the sense that there's a charitable trust present over some, if not all, of the CMCT functions, and we need the time to work through the implications of that advice. We're not at that point yet where I can give you a definitive answer. It came in on Friday, but it goes to the heart of state-controlled versus the presence of a charitable trust, or the interplay of the two.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might come back to Mr. McLaughlin. At your last appearance at Estimates, you suggested that the continued provision of personal information was critical to the mortgage industry and that the non-provision of that information might skew the property market. I understand that a concerned citizen has raised the issues regarding the misuse of personal information, wrote to you after that appearance on the 27th of October and put forward a case that was incorrect. Are you aware of the letter that I'm referring to?
I've received many pieces of correspondence from that person, so I'm not specifically aware of that date, but obviously many pieces of correspondence, yeah.
Did you want to receive a copy of the one that I'm referring to specifically, which I can...
Sure, if you've
just
got a
in
copy, that'd
case.
be great,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you. I'm wondering if you've considered the issues that have been raised in that letter and whether you've responded to the individual that's written to you?
Yes, so we definitely have responded, and the issues are considered. I think I responded last time around the importance of the data, sure, and at a worst case, the related party transactions aren't picked up, the securities sort of effect that can have from the mortgagee sector. It can also underpin valuations for ASX listed companies, etc. And if you have related party transactions that aren't picked up in those valuations, you can skew the overarching valuation of a company. So there are really important things that this provision of data goes to. And I think to say that it doesn't underpin those things is incorrect. And I would say the Valuer General shares that view. And I think it's important to reiterate that the provision of the data in the way that we provide it does align at scale to similar jurisdictions. So being Queensland, WA and Victoria, who does provide it in this, albeit a partially modified form, but still very similar in nature.
My office has been informed that the Queensland Department of Resources, as well as Landgate in WA, have commenced further investigations this year following provisions of information about the continued misuse of personal information. Have you had discussions with the departments doing work in other states and any changes that they're potentially looking at?
Not in the 5 weeks since the provisions have come into enactment. So obviously we've commenced the enhanced privacy protections or the enhanced agreements and licence agreements that I detailed at last estimates on 8 January. So it is quite early in the 3-year trial period that we've commenced those agreements. The other thing I would say is as part of that we are in the process and it's almost complete in standing up a privacy auditing compliance team that will monitor and enforce conditions of those agreements. So in short, no, we haven't had any further discussions with those jurisdictions, but I would say it's probably somewhat premature in nature given that it's been 5 weeks since the agreements have been in place.
Will there be meetings or discussions with those departments later on down the track to take lessons from their work?
Yeah, so as part of the Valuer General's remit, the various Valuer Generals from all Australian jurisdictions meet on a routine basis and discuss various issues, and I'm sure that this will be one of those pieces that are discussed, yep.
In relation to the related party transactions between family members, which may not be for market value and could therefore skew the market, the letter that I've provided for you points out that many family members do not have the same last name or may have a similar last name to someone completely unrelated to them. So I'm not quite sure that making this data available helps identify related party transactions. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate on your position on this.
I can certainly take it on notice for a detailed position, but I think that in the large proportion of transactions, the surnames are similar in nature, and certainly, obviously, there are different surnames if you take your wife's, husband's, or partner's surname in a marriage. I'm aware of that, but I would need to take it on notice to provide you a fulsome answer.
If you could, that'd be great. Thank you. I'm just wondering why there doesn't seem to be the same concern about the skewing of the market or problems in the mortgage market in the states and territories that don't provide personal information as part of bulk data sets in the way that New South Wales does.
Yeah, I certainly can't speak to what, as I said, jurisdictions that aren't at the same scale as New South Wales, Queensland and WA do. I can't comment on how they operate in those spaces.
Is it something that will be looked into further? That is, like how other states are managing to avoid any market issues despite not supplying this bulk data?
Yeah, so as I said in the previous estimates and following discussions with the Valuer General, the approach that we've taken is after weighing up all the considerations, and that's both the need of industry and the need of the privacy protections afforded to individuals. We believe we've achieved a very balanced approach. Certainly the concerns raised by the New South Wales Privacy Commissioner have been satisfied or addressed in correspondence received from that office, and we obviously received advice in the development of those agreements that are that not only meet the test of the relevant acts, but in our view are very much enhanced from the position that was previously in place.
And if the investigations from Queensland and WA lead to some change within those states, will that influence where New South Wales sits on this issue?
That would be something I need to have discussions with the Valuer General on. So obviously it's really important to recognise that this is a function that's afforded to the Valuer General as an independent statutory officer. It's not a function per se of government, and it's something that I need to take on notice to discuss with her, but it's probably also, with respect to Ms Hurst, something that should be raised through the office, through the Joint Standing Committee on the Office of the Valuer General. So these concerns were first raised through that committee in 2022. That committee wrote to the Privacy Commissioner, who then obviously wrote and has corresponded on many occasions with the Valuer General, and has, as you know, most recently in the last 3 months, written in relation to what the steps that Valuation New South Wales and the Valuer General have taken, and obviously expressed that they satisfy those concerns.
Thank you. I have some questions for the Small Business Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Lamont. You recently issued a media release saying that you welcomed the recent crackdown on illegal tobacco sales in New South Wales. And you also said that this illegal trade is also having a detrimental impact on the sustainability of regional communities and small businesses that comply with the law. Can you talk a little bit more about this and explain how the illegal sale of vapes is having a negative impact on other small businesses?
Well, firstly, just a point of clarification, we do news stories regularly, so this has been a news story that I think we've covered probably for the last 18 months. We've had numerous reports from retailers expressing really strong concerns about the impact of illicit tobacco sales on their legitimate tobacco sales. one product being taxed, the other not being taxed. These businesses have said, in some instances, that they have observed repeat offences from people who are selling illicit tobacco, and that's had a material impact on their profitability and their sustainability of their store itself. If that store decides to go out of business or is left with little choice to go out of business, our concern is for regional communities and all communities that they won't have a reliable supplier of goods and services in areas that they desperately need. So we're talking about the retail stores who sell your food and your bread, which rightly or wrongly sometimes are undermined by illegal activity, and the sale of tobacco, regardless of what we think of the product, provides an important source of revenue for them.
Thank you. You also said that you often get complaints from law-abiding small businesses about the sale of illegal vapes. Can I just ask what the Small Business Commissioner's role is in responding to those complaints? And do they get passed on to the police? Or is there an investigative process within your own role?
So we've invited businesses and their industry associations to send us details of where they believe the sale of illicit tobacco is occurring. We collect those addresses, and in the past we have passed them on to, I believe, the Department of Health is the appropriate authority for regulating illicit sale of tobacco. So we have done it in the past.
Okay, so if a member of the public is concerned that a small business is selling illegal tobacco vapes, what's the best thing for them to do?
Well, I believe the Department of Health has information on their website, but if for whatever reason they find it difficult to access that information, they can contact my office and we'll pass that information on.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Thank you. I do have some questions around sport, but I think I'm running out of time, so I might come back to that. But my questions for Mr. Lamont and Mr. McLaughlin are expired.
Okay. Well, I'm
unless
just
there's
looking
anyone
at.
else.
Do you have more for Mr. McLaughlin or Mr. Lamont? Otherwise, we'll look to dismiss them early.
We have none for them, and we've also no more questions for Ms. Mather.
Okay.
Hang on. I have none for Ms.
Well, while Ms. Hiddenson's just checking, I might just start with some questions, and then we'll make a decision on the rest in a minute. Ms. Hawes, I just have a question regarding some property that has been reportedly transferred from Crown Lands over to Maritime. During last estimates, I was asking questions of Maritime around the Waterways Fund, which is drawn from boat registration fees for your benefit. They said that the fund was due to go into deficit. One of the reasons they said it was to go into deficit, or one of the pressures on that fund, they said, was that there was a significant transfer of property from Crown Lands recently. I'm predicting it might have been last year. And that transfer didn't come with any additional funding to manage those properties. So I'm just wondering whether you could provide any insight as to what the value or number of properties have recently transferred in the last 12 to 18 months from Crown Lands over to Maritime, just so I get a scale of how much has been transferred over to Maritime, if possible.
Yeah, absolutely happy to, but I will need to take that on notice.
Yeah, sure. And just going back to one of the questions you came back on regarding Cooper's Island, the second part of that question was more broadly about a project that was being funded by the Trust Fund for a broad sort of research project into Crown Lands and Aboriginal land claims. I'm just wondering whether you had any information about your engagement with fisheries on that trust-funded project.
So I checked in with my operational staff, and they have not had an outreach from fisheries. Now that you've raised it here, we will proactively reach out to find out the status of that project. My understanding is that it's a funded officer looking at access issues for fishing. What I can add to that is that when we are working on road closures, for example, or road sales, we would liaise with fisheries around that. In fact, partly in response to Ms. Hurst's question as to why there are a number of those sales applications open, is that if we don't have consensus, we can't simply make a call and decide. If there's someone dependent on that site for access, or if there's a dispute, the sale can't proceed. So part of work we want to do to remedy some of the processes around road sales is through the statutory review this year to clean some of that up so that there's a conflict resolution method available to us.
And my understanding, particularly if a road leads to a waterway, you are less inclined to, take that out of public hands. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, it's a balance with lands where there are different interests, but we can't simply proceed with a road sale if there's a contest and people don't agree. And with respect, so that is a part of the reason why there are applications on foot. In answer to your question about your project, we do work with fisheries where we have specific sales being considered. I do note these are paper roads often. They're not formed roads in the sense of a road you imagine. And they can be quite small, very local parcels of land. They're not, they're sort of bits and bobs in paddocks quite often.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you're reaching now out to fisheries to ask about that project, but they never reached out to you before they put that project up for approval to the Recreational Fishing Trust Committee.
Well, I don't know the remit that they're in or whether they'd be obliged to, and I don't know whether the research project is finished. It may be the case they'll bring it to us when it's finished. I can't really comment on another portfolio, but we will go and talk to them about it now.
One would have hoped that they, this is clearly a project that's already been approved. One would have hoped that they would have spoken to you beforehand, before they, took money from another fund to do your job. I'm just looking to Ms. Hiddinson in terms of other panel members.
About valuations, and that was it.
Okay, and the other...
The ones you mentioned, no.
Okay, so I think it was... Help me out.
I don't have anything for Department of Customer Service.
No. Okay, so the Department of Customer Service, so that is Mr. Wells, Ms. Gibbons, Mr. Lamont, and Mr. Head. You are free to leave as well, and Ms. Mather. Venues New South Wales, you're also free to go as well, and Mr. McLaughlin, you will be free shortly.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, you can. No, you have the floor now.
All I wanted to ask was just about whether there is any work being undertaken to look at the methods that we use in terms of valuing public lands at this point in time, the financial value of public lands.
So in terms of asset valuations of public lands?
Yeah, given we're doing the audit of lands available for, and we're going through the whole audit for appropriateness, I'm just curious as to whether there's any indication that we might be looking at different methodologies for valuations.
Yeah, so in reference to the audit, I would say that the valuations that may or may not be undertaken would be subject to cap in confidence and that process there. In terms of how we're undertaking asset valuations, there's a very specific standard from Treasury that requires how they are valued.
So the only question I'm asking is there any indication that there might be any changes to the methods that we're currently using to value lands?
I'm not aware of any changes, but I'm happy to take a question on notice and talk to the team and the Valuer General.
I'm happy to jump in there and say no.
Yeah. No? That's a firm, clear no? We're not...
We adhere to valuation industry standards in terms of valuation of assets.
And the Treasury circular.
Yeah, and that's detailed in Treasury policies.
And so just on that then, sorry, one short question always leads, doesn't it? But just on that, is there any, from where you're sitting and doing this work, is there any indication that there should be any feedback up the chain, so to speak, or in the other direction, rather than just applying those formulas and the methods? Is there anything, are there any kind of indications that we should be looking at how we're doing this or improving on how we're doing the valuations?
I'm not sure in that specific sense. So what I would say is with the Valuer General, we're constantly looking at how the valuation policies and standards for New South Wales should apply. And I'm aware of a lot of work that we're doing on her behalf at the moment to refresh those guidelines and policies for industry and also valuers across New South Wales. And I would say that the sort of time frame or update will probably be given in greater detail at the upcoming Joint Standing Committee on the Office of the Valuer General.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's really helpful.
You've still got 3 minutes if you want to just continue.
Yeah,
asking.
just on to Crown lands. Have there been any adopted plans of management for any Crown lands since 2021?
Yes, in total, Plans of management, I believe we've done a couple of hundred. 252 to date. If you wanted the specifics for 2021, I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, well, it's just since that period, if you could.
Yep.
And are there regular or periodic reviews, or is it plan and management specific? So it'll say this plan is reviewed in this many years, or how are you undertaking that?
I might take that on notice because a large body of work's gone on to work with councils around how we do the plans of management and whether we can do them kind of in bulk in some councils. So I might take on notice your questions about exactly the process we follow around that.
Thank you. And why are they not available on Land's website? Why are the plans, or are they? Sorry, I should say.
I will need to take that on notice.
Thank
My
you.
understanding is that they would be available, but I'll just confirm that.
I would think they would be available
You
on
would
the
think so.
relevant council
or the council
website.
website. But we
Yes.
could create a link. So let me find out and I can get back
Thank
to you.
you. And I'm just interested in, like what would what are the sort of things that would trigger the plan and management review? For example, if you're looking at a coastal reserve and you're looking at coastal erosion that's so significant, or areas that are subject to significant climate impacts, and how are they the sort of things that could feed into review triggers, or are they already?
I think there's probably two streams of work there. One is our work in terms of coastal management planning, and we actually quite recently published guidelines on our role in that, which are all publicly available. I can send you through that link.
Thank you.
And then there's any interface with plans of management where that intersects with the coast. But our real core role and effort there is on ensuring that coastal management planning is done appropriately, and we're involved in that with others. So that's all publicly available. You can find that on our website.
I spent, this is more fun than anything, but it's an error. I spent hours this morning really scratching my head because in your report it says that you manage 880 hectares of coastline. The word thousands missing in that document.
That's a good pickup.
I was literally thinking, and the rest is managed
We're
by
a
who?
modest department.
Very, very humble.
Shrinking every day, we say. No, it was just literally my team.
Thank you for picking that up.
That's okay. There's thousands missing there. Okay, and all right. Thank you.
Thank you. I might just quickly put a question on notice to Mr. McLaughlin before you leave. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was hoping to close the other question out if I could.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Sure. So as I said earlier, it is a significantly important tool, and whilst it may not identify all related party transactions where parties have different names, it does identify the bulk of them, and that's certainly the industry opinion noting that we have more than 100 valuers internally, and that is certainly the practice that's used. Where it may differ, there's obviously informal tools that can be picked up, such as talking to real estate agents or undertaking company searches or alike. But it's really important to note, Ms Hurst, that this is a first for New South Wales. Previous Valuer Generals have not enacted this policy. It's been the work of the former Valuer General, Mr Josh Etherington, and the current Valuer General, Ms Sally Dale. And it truly is a really important protection. We've got a really passionate team in VNSW, and I'm assuming that the team we're currently recruiting will be just as passionate. And if there are issues, and there obviously will be, there always are issues to address, and if there are improvements that can be made, we'll look at those.
Thank you. And just before you go as well, I think I handed up the letter to you and asked you if you'd respond to the letter before I'd given you the actual letter that I was referring to. And I think you said you had responded to it. Could I just get you to take on notice when you had responded to that particular letter that I gave to you?
Yeah, happy to. We've responded to many letters, so if it turns out that this one has not been responded to, I'm not sure, but I have taken on notice.
Okay, great. Thank you. You're more than welcome to
Thanks, Ms.
leave now.
Hurst.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it's opposition time now. Is that correct?
Continue back on with cemeteries and crematoria. So with respect, so CMCT now is responsible for around $370 million worth of state-owned land. Is that correct?
My understanding is that those are the assets they hold. It's not the same as the land value.
Okay.
That's their trust amount.
Okay. Now, would this level of holding normally require a level of oversight that involves the Auditor General?
So we've sort of talked around this, and I think I said it in my previous answer. We have been working under the direction of Treasury and the Audit Office that they were a state-controlled entity.
Yep.
Hence, that is why the Auditor General was interested in conducting that audit. The recent appeal to the Court of Appeal and their findings are that there's the presence of a charitable trust governing the burial of Catholic dead. We now need to work through that advice to understand the implications for the position going forward.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. I've got some questions around the land audit, but specifically regional land audits. And I know we sort of touched on this a little bit earlier. In what regional centres have sites been identified as being available for housing development through the government's land audit?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Can you also take on notice the number of sites in each centre, if that's possible at all?
I'll take it on notice.
We just want to seek some advice, noting that we've already detailed that this will go to a cabinet discussion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So can you explain the process from here related to the transition from moving from the land audit into planning?
Sorry, just restate the question just so I'm clear on.
Can you identify and outline the process now that I guess you've got the land audit list and you've said it's got to go to cabinet, etc. What's the process in actually turning the list of identified land holdings into planning? So how do we?
We'll answer it in partnership, because I can tell you the transactional part, and then you can talk to the planning process. So, subject to a government decision, the piece of land will be transferred to the appropriate landowning entity, be it Landcom, Aboriginal Housing Office, Homes New South Wales, or another government agency, and they, like then any other landowner, would have to go through a process to get the future use of that land approved. So over to you.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Walker. They would then become a proponent. So if, for example, I take Landcom, if Landcom was the proponent, if the land needed to be rezoned, they would be submitting a planning proposal either for the department or for the relevant council, depending on the scale. Once that planning proposal was approved, it'd go into DA, which again would be, yes, Landcom has some self-determination powers, but would be determined either through the council or through an SSD process.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's important that, this is sort of like an upfront process. It doesn't circumvent any planning process. It would go through normal planning process.
I think we've stressed that a number of times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I guess when we boil it down, what we're really asking is, can you identify a time frame that we might be looking at to realistically see land being released so that New South Wales families can start building homes?
Well, I think it is important to recognise that this is one lever in terms of a wide range of things that the government is doing to try and address housing affordability and supply.
It must be a really tough lever. They can get some WD-40 on there, because honestly, they're not pulling it. It's been a year.
We'll take that as a comment.
Yeah.
I think
It is.
what you may be asking is, government will make a decision. Land will be transferred, as Mr. Walker detailed, and there's obviously a reasonable amount of time in terms of due diligence to do that. And then ideally, you're hoping that the land is properly zoned already. That's been one of the considerations, like what is already zoned. In which case, you go through your DA process, and that's variable depending on the complexity of the site, the complexity of the project, and who the consent authority is.
So conceivably, we could get to another election before this process is even completed.
Well, we've said it's an ongoing, iterative process, so there may be some things that happen faster than others because the planning is simpler and the build is simpler. There will be others that are complex matters. I mean, we don't just need a housing pipeline for 0 to 5 years or up to the election. We need a housing pipeline into the foreseeable future. And part of having an iterative land audit is being able to provide that for the New South Wales people.
But I guess at the moment, this has been now, I guess, ongoing for almost a year. And there's still a number of questions as to when we're going to see any tangible release of land. And I think it's been this process that's out on the never. People in New South Wales... Well, I was making an observation leading into a question, but, where's Murphy's Law, by the way? Where's he disappeared to? Well, fair.
Order.
So you should you.
Order.
The people of New South Wales want to know when they're going to start seeing land being released so they can start building houses.
Well,
The promise has been made, but so far there's been nothing delivered.
As we've detailed, that's a question that should have been put to the Minister because it's a
Well,
government
we did,
decision.
but he didn't really provide us an answer. He
Well,
sort of waffled on and
I
made
can't
some
speak
sort of
to that.
statement. But,
We've explained the process to you. I feel very confident that my department is working hard, very hard, in the land audit. As Mr Walker has detailed, it is a very fruitful exercise, not just for understanding residential land release, but also for understanding future opportunities for land in New South Wales. I think I'd stand behind the work we're doing. I'm very proud of it.
No, I'm not questioning the work. I'm just questioning the speed and the Minister's resilience in actually seeing something tangible produced. I'm going to move now to the topic of metropolitan memorial parks. Can you provide an update on the board composition for the metropolitan memorial parks, including the chair and the other members?
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome, Missy.
Absolutely. So recently the board was appointed. Just bear with me while I find out. The chair is Ken Morrison. And we also recently recruited the CEO, who is Denise Ora, who is leaving the portfolio of running the Botanic Gardens to go and work on the cemeteries over there, and is a very fine appointment. So are you interested in knowing exactly who is on the board?
Yes.
Is that okay? So we have Ken Morrison as chair. The other members are Kathy Jones, Alice Spizzo, Professor Roberta Ryan, Arthur Diakis, and Mark Bloom.
Thank you. Is the board, is the composition fully complete, or have you got vacancies?
There's one vacancy.
And how will you determine how that vacancy is filled?
That's really a matter for the Minister as to the point at which he may wish or not to re-recruit for a further board member.
Okay, has he given you any direction as to his views on that?
No.
Has he given you a time frame?
No.
Has he had a conversation with you at all about the vacancy?
From that, exactly what I just said. When we appointed the board, these were the appointments that were approved by Cabinet, and the general gist of the conversation was, off you go.
Okay.
Crack on.
Have they been appointed for 3 years initially?
I think it's 5. Hang on.
It's 3.
3? It is 3, sorry.
3.
Sometimes we vary. 3 to 5. So 3 years, yeah.
Okay. Are you able to outline the cost of the board over those 3 years?
So the remuneration is set by the Public Service Commission.
Yep.
And that's all publicly available, so I can't do the sums in my head quickly. I'll get it wrong for the record.
That's
but,
okay. I'm happy if you take it on
set-
notice if you like.
There's set remuneration for the chair and then for board members. My understanding the chair is 70,000 per annum, and members, I believe, is 40. But don't get me to do the maths because I won't be able to.
I'd back you in, but
Thank you.
Probably more so than Minister Kamper. But anyway, that's a whole other story. Can you also provide any details in relation to the costs of the board meeting? Where they meet, any travel, etc.
No, because they are a sort of, they're a semi-commercial operation. They are a commercial operation, so that's really a matter for them as to the frequency, the cadence of their meetings, where they meet, and some of those costs. The remuneration of the members of the board is set by the Public Service Commission. We follow those requirements.
Can you please provide an update on the expected cost to the New South Wales taxpayer to deliver the new 136,000 plot Crown Land Cemetery in Varraville?
So the CMCT is developing Varraville. I don't have those figures with me, and all of the discussions we've had to date about the status of the CMCT goes to whether that is taxpayer funds or not.
Okay. Are you able to provide some detail as to when it might open? Is it still on track for 2025 in February?
My understanding is I was on the site a few months ago, and they had already done a fair bit of the groundwork to establish that cemetery. It will be quite a new style of cemetery for New South Wales. It's being designed in the form of parklands. I don't know when exactly they'll complete, but I can certainly talk to them and try and provide that on notice.
Okay. Could you provide perhaps an update on how many more plots the New South Wales Government is expected to make available in metropolitan areas?
Yep. So obviously Varraville is coming online, and that's 136,000 plots. There's also quite a lot of work going on in the MMP, and now that we have now that we have the board, their remit and their direction is to accelerate work to look at supply, new supply. Some of that may be available from their existing sites. I can't give you an exact date or number at this point, but I can say there's work underway in MMP, and the variable cemetery brings online 136,000.
Has the Minister indicated to the Board any preference, targets, requirements that he would like the Board to look at?
Yeah, sorry, I'm happy for Jen to complement this. I think the direction is to seek to bring new supply online as quickly as possible, but particularly for the faith groups that are facing exhaustion in the near to mid-term. So Jen, did you want to elaborate on that?
There you go.
I was going to say the same. There was a document released last year on based on an audit that had been done, and it identified certain faiths that were going to run out soon. So that's the focus at the moment. And
has the Minister obviously sharing two roles here? You know, Minister for Multiculturalism and the Minister responsible. Has he provided guidance around the requirement to ensure that those faiths are prioritised so that they've got the space that they require to honour their dead?
I'm not aware of that, but I know that the MMP are aware of it and have spoken to the Minister about it, I'm sure. So, but you'd have to
the
ask
Minister
him.
has been made aware of those, I guess, upcoming risks, and has acknowledged that they are an issue.
Yes, it's a public document.
It's a public document.
Okay, but hasn't provided any guidance or requirements to have that addressed.
Yes, I'm not sure if he's talked to the department directly, but I'm not aware. So.
Mr. Laposta, has he asked you your views on that matter?
I'm aware of the issue, and representations have been made to us from various different faith communities, but the Minister hasn't issued any instruction to me, Mr. Frank.
Do you think the Minister should?
Oh, it's not my portfolio.
No, I appreciate that, but you'd obviously be aware that many of the faith-based communities in New South Wales would be becoming concerned.
Yep.
And I'm sure you've made representation to the Minister and encouraged him to ensure that that's a priority for the for those facing New South Wales.
Yeah, I don't think I'm speaking out of school here by saying I think that's the whole very essence of the work that they're trying to do in terms of exploring new sites to come online. I think Ms. Hawes just said she was out there looking at the new site. That's the Two Crown model. That's the work they're doing.
To be clear, the Minister has given those instructions to both camps or both operators. I know that the CMCT is aware of exhaustion issues and seeking to bring sites online for people of different faiths.
Yep.
And MMP has had very clear instructions that their core activity needs to be around new supply and making sure that particular faiths don't run out of space.
Just to be clear, I'm not questioning the work that you've done as departments. I'm questioning the Minister's commitment to actually finding a solution to this, but I'll pass over to my colleague.
Thank you very much. Just with respect on Crown Lands still, were there any rent increases to Crown Lands property on the 1st of January 2024?
Yes, and I think we talked about this in the last session, in that we are obliged to charge statutory rents and market rents, and that we have set redetermination requirements in our statute and regulations. We were working through a historic backlog of that having not been kept up to date, and we have brought that up to date now. So we have brought those in, and for some of the tenure holders where there were significant increases, we're doing a phased-in payment so that they have a bit more time to adjust.
And what was the total quantum of the rent increase?
Well, it varies for different...
I understand for different properties, but across the portfolio, what was the total quantum?
I'll need to take that on notice because concessions have been applied, so people are still applying for concessions. We're still working that through.
And how many rent increases are forecast to occur for the next financial year? Are you doing that in phases in terms of when they're adjusting and the like? Or?
Well, we have thousands of tenures on foot, and their redetermination periods come up at different times, so I'll have to take that on notice as to how many are due this year.
Okay. And what's the average rent increase?
There isn't really an average increase. So, again, I'd take that on notice if you've got a particular kind of category of user. But the tenures are all different. They're for commercial through to grey. There's different tenures, so there's no real set average.
And another one I suspect you might need to take on notice is, in dollar amount, what was the single largest rent increase and what was this for?
I will need to take that on
Yep,
notice.
sure. And what consultation occurred prior to the decisions being made?
So we do these redeterminations. They're a part of our BAU. For the tenure holders that we realised would have a significant increase because in some instances their rent had not been redetermined for many years, we proactively called them to talk them through the change to their rent and to offer things like hardship provisions, phased-in payments, and whether or not they would like to apply for a concession.
Okay. And is there any support that's being made available to any of those organisations or community groups to be able to help in being able to pay for the increased rents?
Yeah, and it's a balance here in terms of fair return because we are obliged to charge market rents, and that those funds are used to fund the care and maintenance of the portfolio. So the things like fire trails and contaminated site remediation, we use that revenue to offset those costs. But we're also aware that people are in different circumstances. So we offer hardship provisions, there are concessions. For the more commercial operators, those concessions relate to how much revenue they make. We have a mix of tenures across the portfolio, recognising, a lot of people who use Crown lands, they might be small community groups or sporting groups. They're very different from the major significant commercial operators. So we have a full landscape and we have a concessions policy that's publicly available, plus we're available if people are in financial hardship to talk to us.
And last year we were advised that 4,613 of the 7,044 planned rent redeterminations had been completed in the 23-24 financial year at that stage. Of the remaining 2,431 redeterminations, have they all been completed now since the 31st of October?
I'll just need to take it on notice because, as I say, some people have lodged objections and or sought relief or hardship provisions, so I'll need to take it on notice to be completely accurate.
Okay, thank you very much. And how many of these assessed tenures applied for the concession policy?
I'll need to take it on notice. Okay. I do know there were about 50 objections, but I'd prefer to take it on notice so it's completely accurate.
And while you're taking that on notice, if you'd also be able to tell us how many were actually granted as well, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
And the estimated total gross increase of rents on the 31st of October 2023 for these 4,613 tenures was $8 million, with $2.9 million in concessions, resulting in a gross gain of $5.1 million. Is that correct?
I believe that's the figures that we provided.
Yep. And so what is the value of the rent redeterminations and concessions undertaken since the 31st of October 2023?
I'll need to take that on notice because we're still working through the application of concessions, which affects the gross figure, obviously.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Farlow, noting that it would be useful to have a cut-off date that you would like the information for.
Let's say from the 14th of February.
From Valentine's Day. Okay.
Valentine's Day.
It's our date. It's our date for this hearing.
Date.
So yeah.
Great.
I'll have to check what planning approvals we did on that day for you for next week.
Yeah. And could I just correct the record? It's something I said to Mr. Feng. The Minister did release a report, media release last year that said that he would provide direction and support, including commissioning that audit. So he did actually commission that audit.
I appreciate that, but I guess it comes back to the question whether he's actually provided that direction. He says he will, but...
No, he has. He's provided it to me, the chair of the MMP, and to the CMCT.
Yeah.
Good, he finally did something.
Thank you. I've just got a few questions for Ms Jones before I throw to Ms Sue Higginson for the rest of the crossbench time. I just wanted to ask about the Her Sport, Her Way strategy, which was a 4-year program commencing in 2019. Is that going to conclude at the end of, has that concluded now at the end of 2023?
So technically speaking, the Her Sport, Her Way strategy ended on the 30th of June 2023, but I do want to emphasise that our work in women in sport has not stopped. You just have a look at the this government's commitment, particularly in terms of the $30 million Level the Playing Field grant. Also the work that we're doing with state sporting organisations to assist in their uplift of female representation in sports and through coaching. And then also on top of that, the Office of Sport is also running a number of forums. We've actually got a forum coming up in the next few weeks called Innovate Her, where we will actually get a series of stakeholders together to talk about innovations in women in sport. Also, the Office of Sport is working on what the next iteration of a Women in Sports strategy looks like. I think it's really important to note that whilst we made some really significant progress under Her Sport, Her Way. And in fact, it had a really good brand, and sports actually picked up on that brand and carried with our objectives under that strategy. That the FIFA Women's World Cup just accelerated the progress and momentum behind women's sport. And so it's actually really timely for us to then review our women in sport strategy to make the most of that momentum and actually look at what the new direction for women in sport is and what levers government can actually pull to help make sure that that momentum continues.
And I do have a couple of questions about some of those other new programs as well, but just on the Her Sport, Her Way strategy, has there been an evaluation that's been started, and do you have any sort of early indications around the effectiveness of that program that you can share?
Yeah, so the Her Sport, Her Way strategy has undergone an evaluation. Any questions that you have around that evaluation, I'm happy to take on notice for yourself. In terms of the actual insights, perhaps I can provide you that on notice as well.
Thank you. Just some of the highlights would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And I note that the 4-year strategic plan for the Office of Sport was due to expire at the end of 2024. And you've been talking about this new plan as well for 2025, and I know the Minister was talking about it earlier as well. I was just wondering if you could sort of fill in a bit more about, what those new sort of strategies that are being considered would look like.
So yes, absolutely. So the Office of Sport strategic plan does actually come to an end this year. I've been very clear with the team at the Office of Sport that this is the year for us to now set our new strategic direction and to develop our new strategic plan. I'm happy to say that it's actually, the draft version of that plan is actually being considered at our core executive meeting tomorrow, with a view to it actually going out for staff consultation in the next few weeks. The focus of that strategic plan currently in draft form, I don't see it really differing that much to the current strategic plan of the Office of Sport. If you have a look at issues like women in sport, for instance, each one of our focus areas is highly relevant to women in sport. Our focus areas at the moment include things like participation, places and spaces, how you might have sector sustainability, making sure that the sector can actually support growth in sport. And then the last focus area currently is partnerships and investment. All of those are highly relevant for women in sport, and they all play a different role in how we can actually promote women and girls' participation.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the $30 million Level the Playing Field program, which you mentioned before, and I know that my colleagues asked a lot of questions about this already. I know that the applications for the program closed in November last year. I'm just wondering if you can give us a bit of an idea around the timeline for successful grants applicants being announced, and when organisations might be able to start to see some of that funding.
So you're correct. The program has closed, and I think I mentioned before it was highly subscribed, or actually oversubscribed. We're actually going through the assessment process of those grants now, with a view to making a recommendation through to the Minister shortly, and then of course it will be up to the Minister to determine when the announcements around successful applications will be made. I would anticipate that would be sooner rather than later. Both the Office of Sport and also the Minister are very keen to get money out to these organisations so that we can see female participation and also facilities being built to encourage women and girls playing sport.
And given the large number of applicants, are you expecting that the full $30 million will be allocated?
Absolutely.
And just to clarify, does this grant program require recipients to offer equal prize money to both genders? Is that an actual condition of the grant?
No, not this grant. This grant is more about providing the right types of facilities and environments that are welcoming for women and girls to actually participate. It doesn't go to prize money, and it doesn't go to, I know the questions earlier on today were around pay. We are looking more at facilities that will likely receive money through this program will be more of the grassroots style participation, and sort of participation for the masses, in which case prize money and pay are not really an issue.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to give the rest of my time to Ms.
Very much. Just a couple of further things. Can I just move to the land claims, First Nations land claims? How many outstanding land claims are there now over Crown lands?
38,532.
Sorry, 38,532.
32.
Thank you. And how many have been determined so far in 2020, in 23, 24? Forgot what year it was, sorry.
So we have resolved 236 so far, with 70% of those, or 165, resulting in a grant or a partial grant.
All right. And so what is that? Is that from 2023?
From 1st of July to the 22nd of January.
Thank you.
And I should say, there is always a bit of a quiet period over Christmas because people are away. So it's not a
it's not a great
line
period
and
to
it
reflect.
Will pick back up on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So of the 70% that were granted in 2022-23 or part granted, what was the part granted proportion of those?
So often, because it is quite a complex landscape where spatially and temporally claims can overlap, I quite routinely sign off where a claim is granted and therefore another is refused because it was over the same parcel or in part. So it's not a neat, there's not 38,000 parcels under claim, if that makes sense.
I see. Yeah. No, that does make sense. But so of that, so of the ones that were granted in part or granted, of that 70%, which are the ones, what proportion are granted? Are you saying that in part means the other part dropped off because it might be overlapping?
Not always. It may be that, so for example, there's a land claim over the entire south coast.
Yeah.
At the same time as there are numerous land claims over parts of the south coast.
Yeah.
So we might part grant some of that.
And what proportion of the 70% was in that category?
I don't know. So when we say that positive, we mean it was either granted in full or in part. So if you wanted a finer grained account for that, I'd need to take that on notice.
All right. So are there any common themes amongst the 30% that were not granted, which I think is getting at the same point?
So I think with this legislation, we have a statutory process to follow, and it's non-discretionary. It's really about, was this land lawfully used and occupied on the date of the claim? The legislation was set up to compensate Aboriginal people for the impacts of colonisation and dispossession of land. Land able to be claimed is Crown land that is not being lawfully used and occupied. It's inherently dynamic, so there may be a tenure over a piece of land today and in 5 years it's not anymore, and that would then be available to claim. It's a dynamic system.
So is there... I understand that. So with the 30% that were not granted, is there a common theme? So is it that
yes, it would be that the land was tenured or lawfully used or occupied, or
and
freehold and not able to be claimed.
Okay, I see.
There wouldn't be
So freehold would be the common theme?
We try to knock freehold out because it's not claimable land.
I would have thought that would have been
so we try
on,
to knock that out, but there are still claims from many years ago where we have to knock that out.
So I think that's my point. So of that 30% that weren't, that were not granted or part or put, of that 30%, is the theme because it is freehold, or is
no,
it?
No, not at all. Not at all. The theme is it's being lawfully used and occupied.
Okay.
As in it's tenured or it's being used for a specific purpose. For example, it may be land that's being managed by a local council for a particular purpose.
I see.
So the theme is it's being lawfully used and occupied.
I see.
On the date of the claim.
Yeah, all right. And the criteria is that if that's the case, then the claim can't succeed.
Yeah, so when we get a claim, we reference people who may have an interest in that land to understand whether there is a tenure and a lawful authority over that land.
And are there, clearly there must be, given the time it takes, there's some, I don't want to say murky, but it can be, is it possible that ascertaining that in real terms can sometimes not be as simple or straightforward as, is that the case?
Especially, so, I mean, it's a process of finding documents and facts from the past.
Yeah.
So for a particular claim, we might talk to the telco if we can see that it's been used legitimately, leased or licensed for a particular use, we will find the evidence of that. Or we will talk to the council if they have an interest in that land. So we have to reference different people depending on the piece of land, but the process itself is really a process of finding evidence as to lawful use and occupation of the land over time, hinging on the date of the claim.
Thank you. And can I just ask, in relation to the new, the new revelation, but the long-standing issue of contamination and asbestos, etc., does lands have, and I can't recall what the Minister was suggesting this morning, but are you undertaking a particular and specific audit of your own properties in relation to mulch, but also, I would add, not just the mulch, the recovered fines as well?
Yes, so I might refer to the Secretary to answer that because the Secretary's overseeing it for the whole department.
Yeah.
In my portfolio, Crown Lands and public spaces are a part of that, and a part of that is reviewing our procurement practice as to who we have contracted or subcontracted to supply mulch. A number of the public space portfolios do their own, so we know about that, but our assessment of have we used contractors where there is a risk of this is underway along with every other portfolio in the Secretary's department.
Yes, if I can add a little bit further, we have already done our due diligence across the department as to whether we got mulch from the primary supplier. We've done site testing when there was any concerns. You probably were aware of the Sydney Olympic Park testing. We're now looking at the secondary list of suppliers. At the moment, we're feeling pretty confident. Predominantly, we've got a lot of land. We can create our own mulch a lot of the time, so we've got the capacity to do that out of the Botanic Gardens and out of the park.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there?
Yes.
Is that your kind of first check? In terms of you're literally going to where mulch has been used, in what period are you looking at?
We're looking at I'm going to try and break this up into the current issue we've got about the mulch in New South Wales to legacy asbestos. So if I talk about the current issue, we're taking direction from the EPA on the timing of contamination as far as they understand it, noting this is a live issue at the moment. We've looked at where we have placed mulch over that period of time and who our supplier has been. Mostly we do it ourselves, so that's pretty easy to knock it out. If we've had any concerns, we've gone and tested our sites, and that's Sydney Olympic Park, and that's come up negative, thank goodness, because 1,000 Taylor Swift fans would be on us otherwise. And we're now looking at, as more information becomes available from the EPA, the secondary order of suppliers that has come through. We've done search for our own procurement. We've been doing that over the last couple of days. Nothing has arisen yet. That's not to say something might. It is a live situation where more information comes at hand. I want to also, though, talk about legacy asbestos because I think they need to be understood as two distinct issues. As Mel said, Crown Lands is about 30% of the New South Wales estate. If you add in the other bits of my portfolio, I probably hit up to about 40%. Unfortunately, legacy is part of thank you, we got that percentage right. Asbestos is part of the legacy of New South Wales and part of the legacy of Sydney. When I ran a council, every time it rained, it would pop out of your park and you'd have to emu pick it. So undoubtedly, we do have legacy asbestos on our sites. We do become aware of that. Sometimes it comes to the ground, some out of the ground. That's often when you see it. Sometimes members of the public will make us aware, or our own site diligence will make us aware as well. We will deal with those legacy asbestos issues as and when they arise, and we have rolling programs, as do local governments, to deal with legacy asbestos. So there are two quite distinct issues at hand at the moment. Do I feel as confident as I could today, noting that things change all the time, that the department is not affected by the current mulch issue? Yes, I do, with all the information we currently have at hand. That could change tomorrow with new information, but I would be misleading the committee if I tried to pretend that legacy asbestos was not an issue on some of our estates.
So at this stage, based on that, you're not recommending that your department changes any current procurement policies, or are you considering that at this point?
Not at the moment. I feel confident with our procurement policies, but I'm really stressing that the EPA is the lead in this, and I will take my guidance from them. So if the EPA say we need to change our procurement policies, I will obviously do that. But when I look at where we procure from, predominantly on our larger public spaces where we use mulch, we create our own mulch, or we feel confident in our supply chain at present.
Yeah.
Ms Ferguson, if there's a moment, I wouldn't mind clarifying your question about land claims.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Hang on. Can I just finish one thing and then we'll come back to that? Thank you. With the thank you for the mulch asbestos. Are you aware that it's become known that the issue of contaminated reused products is not just isolated to mulch and not just this particular mulch, but that this idea of recovered fines and that the issue has actually been going on for some time, and it's not just asbestos, it's lead. Is that something on your radar with your lands? Because this turns up in soil products and other reused products.
Look, without a doubt, contamination generally is something which we're very conscious of. Indeed, Mr Walker's team works on decontaminating a range of sites for the New South Wales Government, so we actually have expertise in that area. Again, I know, and I'm certainly not trying to shirk responsibility, I'm trying to assure you that we take it very seriously and we will go to the EPA for advice when and if we have any concerns. But we do have a lot of experience in this area, and we're very conscious when you have a land portfolio as large as ours, there are going to be issues on occasion. But in terms of how you monitor your supply chain, where they come from, we take guidance from the EPA, and we also, change when we need to change.
So it's fair to say then it's on your radar that this issue of asbestos and lead contaminated recovered fines is on your radar as a potential risk issue now going forward in terms of purchasing those products for our lands.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I would say that contamination generally is on our radar. So it's not something that we've just turned our mind to as a consequence of the current situation. It is something that the department has a proactive role in managing contaminated lands, as well as managing instances of contamination on lands for which we manage.
And can I just ask one more question, and then we'll go back to the land claims. The Coffs Harbour foreshore development, could you just explain to me where that's up to and what you understand as the government's refusal of the council's offer to purchase the land for $6.7 million and provide 2 parcels of land that would have been very suitable for social, public and affordable housing? Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could give me your understanding of it.
There's 2 clear parts to that. The first part is the government is continuing to work on a planning proposal that can be put through a state-led process to assess the future land use in the Jetty foreshore precinct, proposing a mix of land uses that's consistent with the master plan that was the subject of extensive community consultation over a number of years, but leading up to 2022, I think, is when it concluded from memory. In respect to the council offer, it was considered by my agency when we looked at what was proposed. I think there were a few things. I mean, key aspects were there was a lack of detail in terms of the council proposal as to what would be delivered and when it would be delivered was probably what tipped it over the edge in terms of being declined.
But does it indicate to you, is there not some, how do you weight that kind of thing where you've got a local council acting on behalf of its local community saying that we would want to purchase this land and this is good money, value for money, and we're going to give you other land to be able to deliver the priorities in terms of housing. Where does that, what is the matrix, the decision-making matrix that went through?
Well, it's obviously case by, and this is very specific. I don't know that I've been involved in another process like this in the 8 or 9 years I've been in government, so I think it's a unique situation. Yeah, I mean, we assessed it on the merits of the specific proposal that council provided. I think it would be fair to say that, the premise or the basis of your question assumes that 100% of the Coffs Harbour community thinks that what the council has offered, they support. I think if you look at...
that wasn't really the premise. The premise
sorry,
is...
if I misunderstood that.
No, it's fine.
If you look at the master plan that's been proposed by the New South Wales government versus the concept that has been put forward by the Mayor, and actually hasn't been, I understand, formally considered by Council. So there was also a lack of confidence that Council actually endorsed that specific proposal.
Is there
they're actually quite
opportunities-
similar.
is
The The
there
only real point of difference is the inclusion of residential, which the state government proposes.
Is there
and
an
which council
opportunity to kind of, is it a static thing, or is there still opportunities to, you know, where it's up to now, there's still opportunities to feed into it? Because there's a lot of
Well,
concern.
the council has proposed that they're going to lodge a compulsory acquisition notice.
Yeah.
That sits with the Minister for Local Government,
Yeah.
not with Minister Kamper.
Okay.
Can I just add a few further things there? So firstly, the proposition from council was put forward as an unsolicited proposal. It didn't meet the unsolicited proposal guidelines, and you know the valuation was not considered appropriate for the land value, nor was the uses materially different from what the state was intending to do anyway. Secondly, I think it's important to stress that this is intended to be a project to develop the foreshore. It's not a revenue generating project, similar to work that we've done in Newcastle. Monies generated will be brought back into the precinct itself, so it is about revitalisation for Coffs Harbour. And thirdly, and I think this probably gets to your question about, you know, is this a static thing? I will be meeting directly with the Coffs Harbour Chief Executive Officer on February 29th to further discuss Coffs City Council's aspirations for the area.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
just
Thank
now
you.
pass
Yeah.
to the opposition to bring us home for the last 7 minutes.
Chair, there was one
There was
thing
a
that
follow-up, if it's okay.
Ms. Hawes wanted to.
We might pick that up at the end. I'm
Yep.
just trying to do in the
I'm
opposition
sorry.
the last
No,
7
it
minutes.
would be helpful.
Thank you.
We'll clear the decks at the end.
Sorry.
Okay.
No worries. Thank you. Mr. Walker, we'll stick with Coffs Jetty revitalisation. So what's the total projected cost over the next 4 financial years for that project?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. And has the rezoning proposal been
Sorry,
lodged?
I should say that what's the work that is being done at the moment is about future land use. It's not. It's obviously subject to what gets approved as to what the ultimate development within the precinct is, which includes public open space, and so there would be a projection in terms of the cost the New South Wales government is projecting in terms of completing that process. Not in terms of the actual development outcomes, if that makes sense.
Can I clarify as well, from a planning perspective, a master plan has been publicly exhibited, but the rezoning proposal has not yet been put.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, with respect to that rezoning proposal, when is it expected to be lodged, or what's the time frame for that?
Yeah, we're targeting the first quarter of this year.
Okay. And will the precinct include new housing?
The current intention, as was detailed in the master plan, is it would include an element of residential dwellings along with short stay accommodation.
And with respect to that, how many new residential dwellings and how many short stay dwellings?
Can I take that on notice?
Okay, thank you. Now, which precincts and revitalisations are Property and Development New South Wales responsible for at present?
If you're talking precincts, it's Coffs Harbour Jetty, there's Parramatta North, the heritage precinct between Parramatta CBD and Westmead. There's the Herbert Street precinct, which is the eastern edge of the Royal North Shore Hospital campus. And I feel like I'm missing... the Macquarie Street East precinct.
And through HCCDC, the finalisation of Honeysuckle.
Yeah, that's... Sorry, did
that's
you ask
Mr.
for...
Scully's. Property Development.
You asked for Property and Development New South Wales. Yeah.
That's right. That falls under the
Minister Scully's
Development Corporation. Yep. And with respect to the Parramatta North precinct, what's the expected completion date for that program?
That's a very long-term program of work. You're probably aware from that work completed during your term of government. Sorry, what did I say? It was started during your term of government. It's ongoing. There's still work being done through the Heritage Precinct at the moment to activate buildings in a heritage core, and that would also support the UNESCO World Heritage Listing application. And then there's also planning work similar to what's being done for the Jetty Foreshore Precinct for the balance of the land there to activate that land for a wide range of uses.
And would that range of uses include new housing on that site?
Yes, definitely.
Yep. And back to the UNESCO World Heritage listing, what progress has been made on the UNESCO World Heritage listing for the female factory?
Yeah, we were actually really just providing support. That's a question for Minister Sharp's portfolio.
It was added to the tentative list in September 23.
Thank you. Good work there. Now, can you please provide a list of all sites where contaminated land is being rehabilitated and the status of each parcel of land?
I can't talk for the government as a whole, but I can take it on notice and provide it for the work that we're doing.
Yeah. And is Property and Development New South Wales involved in rehabilitating land at Camellia around the old? No? Okay. And has there been any consultation from planning with Property New South Wales with respect to rehabilitation needs around Rose Hill?
No, not at this point.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the Macquarie Street East precinct, how is that program progressing at present?
Well, if you walk out of this building and look down, the hall building, as it's affectionately known, the records annex, has been demolished. The initial funding for that project is then to restore the facade of that building and to create a public space at the back of the building, which really reinstates the original vision that Francis Greenway, the architect, had for that precinct. The government will need to make a call on the future use of that building. Had previously been proposed that might be for a cultural or arts use. Again, that probably needs to be directed to another minister, but my understanding is that
Which
the
minister would that be? Would that be Minister Graham or Minister Sharp?
Minister Graham.
Yeah, Minister Graham. I don't believe that's supported, but that should be confirmed with that minister. And so we're having to complete a business case that considers all potential future uses for that building.
Okay. And what's the expected completion date for Macquarie Street East precinct?
The precinct as a whole, again, that's a rolling piece of work. That includes the library, what the future uses for land within the hospital. So yeah, it could be years. The real focus of our work at the moment is on the Registrar General's building.
Okay. Thank you. Now, with respect to, I think that might be.
Mr. Farlow, I've got information on the Speedway.
Oh,
if you would
I
like.
love Speedway. I've got one more question for Property and Development, then I'll come back to the Speedway, thank you. Property and Development New South Wales Year in Review 2022-23 stated there'd be $231 million in savings and benefits in 22-23. How much progress was made in savings and benefits in the financial year?
Sorry, this financial year?
The 22-23 financial year.
Sorry, you might have to recast the question.
So Property and Development New South Wales Year in Review 22-23 stated there'd be $231 million in savings and benefits in that financial year. Was that realised?
Yes, so that was an actual figure based on the work that we do on behalf of the government in terms of leasing government property and deals negotiated. So that included things like reductions in rental paid, elimination of make good. What else would there have been? A range of costs that are usually associated with accommodation.
Thank you. And Ms Jones on the Speedway.
Yes, in relation to the Speedway, just for further information and for clarification, the Office of Sport received an application for a licence under the Act to hold meetings for motor racing from Sydney International Speedway, noting that Mrs Boldy is the Director of Sydney International Speedway. However, the applicant for the application was their track manager, who is Gary Wilmington. The application itself was actually received on the 19th of January 2024. The part of the application we had evidence of public liability insurance. However, the final attachments and final information to accompany the licence application were only received yesterday. In terms of concerns about Wollongong carts, those concerns arose after their licence had actually expired in 2021 and not before.
Thank you.
All right, we'll do the segment I've called turning your homework early now, and then we'll go to the questions from the government. So,
Thank you. And I think it's important because there can be some confusion about the way land claims work. Freehold is not claimable land, and I think it's unhelpful to have that kind of commentary, and it's quite distressing for Aboriginal people and non-Aboriginal people. So freehold is not claimable. What is claimable is parts of Crown land that are not lawfully used and occupied. To answer your question about where are examples where we part grant, we might find that a parcel of land can be transferred provided there's easements and access allowed on that land. So we might grant some of the land and retain an easement or access for a telco infrastructure or sewage infrastructure or power lines. That kind of scenario is very common.
So easement is a common thing?
Yep, very common.
Right. Thank
and
you.
those are the sort of very typical examples where we might part grant.
Yeah.
Because other things are on the land and they can coexist provided we part grant and allow for those continuing uses and structures.
Thank you.
Other last minute, which I really must do because it would be remiss to my staff. You have an old version of our plan. Your error was picked up and the person who picked it up is really keen to let you know that they have picked it up and the website has the correct figure upon it.
No, the website absolutely does. That's what
Right.
that's what stopped my head spinning. But it's replicated in the review hearing review that was printed in December. So the website's up to date, but the document downloaded is not, because we only printed that this morning, and honestly, that 880 hectares is still causing panic in my head.
So that is
I honestly
incorrect.
thought you had done the largest land sell-off in secret that nobody had ever picked up, and I was onto something.
No, and thank you, Nick, for picking that up.
It's always go to accident rather than
Always.
100%.
I'm a lawyer,
right?
trust me, I know.
No, thank you for that, and we'll just make sure our document controls a little bit.
Thank you.
if there's no further other stuff, I'll throw to the government for their questions.
Just two questions, and through your chair. My first is to Mr. Laposta. The actual exchange was many hours ago, so it might be difficult to recall my question. So I think maybe a case of taking on notice. But there were some questions much earlier in the day between yourself or Mr. Farlow directing to you, and back and forth about funding agreements. Some time ago, I don't expect to remember the specificity. Now, there were some questions around grants which were effectively non-competitive grants to deliver, that is, the new government under its election commitments, versus competitively secured grants. And I think there might have been, I don't think there was any ill intention, but I think there might have been a bit of overlap in understanding about which grants were being spoken about. So can I just invite you to take on notice?
I can clarify that for you now, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank
that
you.
Helps. So the two grants in question that I think were being discussed, and it's a bit of a tricky one because you're right, that's what I was alluding to around a fair bit of byplay and the conversation about the minister's heritage and so forth. So there's two Greek capital grants programs that you're quite right are part of our $30 million non-competitive grant program to deliver on election commitments. That's the first thing. The second thing is there's $3 million that was allocated to support multicultural communities to deliver 9 festivals and events to promote cross-cultural connections. This funding also included 9 facility upgrades, enhancements to improve accessibility and capacity, of which the Brighton Greek Festival is one of those considerations. The funding for the festivals and the events was actually administered through a closed and designated grant program as well. So it actually had the merits and the assessment of what would be a standard grant procedure. It was just closed because they were part of the election commitment process. So that's why.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Through your chair.
And sorry, just
please,
Mr. Banassak, when we all got excited about $43 million, including you and me, I suspect that may have been the total of the financial election commitments that Multicultural New South Wales to deliver. It may not have been a portion to the Premier's panel on hate and extremism. It might have been the total at the bottom. But if I'm wrong and you're right, that's music to my ears, and I'm happy to go and ask Treasury.
Look, I'd be happy if I could deliver that for you, Mr.
Thank you,
but
Mr. Chair.
I'm not confident.
Thank you, Chair. And the last one to Ms. Hawes. There was a questioning of you earlier today from Mr. Farlow in regards to the Walker Waterworks. In that exchange that was going back and forth, I think it's fair to say that there was a suggestion by Mr. Farlow that their contamination at the Walker Waterworks was not dealt with in a timely fashion because it was in a regional area. Now, Ms Hawes, was the department responsible for remediating this site during the entire period from March 2011 to March 2023?
Yes. So Maitland City Council is the Crown Land Manager and has been since 2007. But as part of a deed for the transfer of that land, the state retained responsibility for any contamination at that site.
Thank you for clarifying that part of my question. The next part of the question, which relates to the same matter, is that further to that, what remediation works were actually undertaken over those 12 months to March 2023?
So to date, in the last 2 years, we've spent 2.2 million, which is a combination of investigation, assessment, and then actual contaminated remediation works. That's been in the last 2 years.
Thank you. And the final part is that since March 2023, has the government committed new funding towards the remediation of the Walker Waterworks?
Yeah, so I should say a part of the activity of the department was a response to the discovery of friable asbestos at the site, which is obviously a high risk. So there was some activity taken around that, as you would expect. And we did receive funding in the last budget round for contaminated site remediation from the government. We received just over $10 million because, as the Secretary mentioned, we do have legacy sites in the portfolio that require remediation.
Thank you for those clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that concludes today's hearing. So you've taken some substantial questions on notice. The Secretariat will be in touch in terms of what they are and when you need to get them back to us. But thank you for your time today, and look
Thank
forward
you,
to
Mr.
seeing
Chair.
you next time. And Joseph, I've given you a 5-minute early mark. So enjoy.
I just wanted my 43 million from you, Chair. You know?
Yeah. Well,
we're all sure.
Hang on, I'll check behind the couch. I'll check behind the couch. Thank you, guys.